Chapter 1172. There was finally regret in old Madame Ye's eyes. She regretted that she didn't get rid of Yi Qian when she was young. The possibility of making an evil person repent one day was close to zero. Facing old Madame Ye's haze, Yi Qian, whose eyes were filled with emotions, smiled faintly and added, "God knows what you're doing. God is watching what you do. Don't think that what you've done will cause people to forget the truth as time passes. Old Madam, I'm telling you very clearly that I'll remember everything you've done to me. I'll remember it clearly." The first half of the sentence seemed to be said casually, but it was actually a test. She wanted to see what old Madame Ye's expression would be when she said this. As Yi Qian finished speaking, old Madame Ye's expression tensed up again. She quickly looked down at Yi Xinfan's photo and used her drooping eyelids to hide the darkness in her eyes. Yi Qian felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on her chest. It was so heavy that she couldn't even breathe properly. What did old Madame Yi do to father? She didn't even dare to look at him. Yi Qian closed her eyes. In her previous life, other than keeping an eye on Yi Zhifan's family, she had never thought of keeping an eye on old Madame Yi. In her previous life, she only wanted to seek justice for herself. She also wanted to ask old Madame Yi if she regretted what she had done to her parents. But she never thought that her father's accidental death might have a lot to do with old Madame Yi. Unfilial, she was indeed unfilial. Luckily, she could start her life over. She had to settle the things she didn't settle in her previous life one by one in this life. Yi Qian steadied her mind and quietly approached old Madame Yi. "My father isn't your biological son. Don't even think about getting any benefits from me. Don't even think about getting my household register back. Don't even think about causing trouble for me during my college entrance exams." Her voice was cold and faint. There was even a trace of understanding in it. "Old Madam, if you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. I will wait for your retribution. I will see what will happen to you, the old madam who forced my father to death. I will see what kind of ending will befall you, an old lady who doesn't have a shred of compassion." Yi Qian's calm voice drifted into old Madame Fu's ears and echoed in her heart. Her words made old Madame Ye's anger surge in wave after wave. She was so angry that her body couldn't help but tremble. After repeating the word, "good," a few times, she said with a face full of anger, "Yi Qian, I'd like to see who will suffer retribution." After that, the old lady could not stay any longer. Before Yi Qian could shake off her hand, she withdrew her hand and left the office angrily without looking back. She loosened her grip, and Yi Qian also loosened his grip on Yi Zhixiang's hand. He stared coldly at old Madame Ye's back, and his lips curled into a cold smile. It was necessary to investigate how her father had died in an accident, and it was even more necessary to investigate why her mother had sacrificed herself. Also, why Sun Zuyao was blind in one eye when he came back that year, and why he was filled with hatred toward him. It was necessary to investigate thoroughly. Yi Zhixiang, who was finally free, saw that Yi Qian had clearly scratched her wrist. Before she left, she said fiercely, "Yi Qian, just you wait. I will definitely get back at you for this." She had miscalculated today. She shouldn't have just come here. She should have brought someone with her. Chapter 1173. Her threat only made Yi Qian smile faintly. "Sure, I want to settle the score with you too." It was unlikely that she would be able to find out what had frightened the mother and daughter from old Madame Yi, but she could try on Yi Zhixiang. She wanted to regain some of her dignity before leaving, but she was so frightened by Yi Qian's words that she lost her balance and sprained her right leg. She was even more embarrassed when she left. "Little Jian, it's very likely that they will come and cause trouble again." Principal Chen walked to Yi Qian's side and whispered, "But if you let them stay today, it will affect your exam." Yi Qian did not turn around. Her eyes narrowed and her voice carried a hint of sadness. She replied softly, "No, Uncle Chen, they won't come again for the time being." She had tested her twice, but the angry old Madame Yi did not notice. After she calmed down and thought about it carefully, she would not act rashly. She would not make a move until she found out the truth. If she really came, it would mean that she realized that she did not know anything. But how could she let an old lady find out that she was just testing her and did not know anything? Principal Chen saw that she was calm, as if she already had a plan. He smiled and said, "That's good as long as you know what to do. You've always been sensible and there is nothing we need to worry about. I believe you can handle old Madam Yi well." The little girl of the past had grown up. There were some things that she did not need help from others. She could face them on her own. Miss Jian had grown up. He and Uncle Jian needed to let go of her and not hold her hand tightly. They needed to let the adults tell her what to do and then she would do it. A child's growth required constant bumps and bruises. Only then would she truly grow up. Principal Chen chose to let go. He stood aside and watched her grow up step by step. "I was careless today. I didn't expect the elegant and kind old lady to." Teacher Tong's guilty voice came from the office. It was so soft that only the people in the office could hear it. No one lost their composure because of this. They all maintained a different level of self-restraint as they discussed what had just happened. There were still 10 minutes to the end of the exam. Yi Qian, who had not left, listened quietly. There were people who cared about her. It did not matter if her grandmother was there or not. After leaving the school, old Madam Yi could no longer hide her anger. Her expression was so ferocious that even her facial features were distorted. "Mom, why are you leaving so soon? We haven't finished our business yet." Yi Zhixiang, who had caught up with her, did not see the ferocious look on old Madam Ye's face. Her footsteps were uneven as she caught up with old Madam Yi. She complained, "That wretched girl doesn't respect you at all. Why didn't you slap her in the face just now? How infuriating. My wrist is all red from her grip. Look, they're all red." At this moment, old Madame Yi was not in the mood to care whether her daughter's wrist was red or not. Hearing that she was only complaining to her and not caring at all, old Madame Yi turned her head and looked at her daughter coldly. "You're usually so fierce. Why are you standing there like a mute today?" Her voice was full of anger. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. Yi Zhifan looked at the gloomy old Madame Yi casually and said, "Mom, you're underestimating Yi Qian." Chapter 1174. Hearing old Madame Ye's words, Yi Zhixiang no longer dared to complain loudly. However, it was impossible for her to not say anything. She lowered her voice and muttered carefully, "You've been bullied by that wretched girl. How can you vent your anger on me? You're in your 30s and 40s. You're worse than her." Old Madame Ye's heart ached even more when she heard this. The fake kindness on her face disappeared without a trace. Only sharpness remained between her eyebrows. "She's not even 20 years old. She's suppressing an elder like you. Where's her usual shrewdness? You're acting like a mouse in front of a cat. Even I feel ashamed for you." Yi Zhixiang was a typical bully who feared the strong and bullied the weak. However, she was still stubborn. After being exposed by old Madame Yi, she felt embarrassed. "Mom, do you think I want to do this? Have you forgotten what happened at Caesar Hotel? She wanted to kill me." At the mention of Caesar Hotel, old Madame Yi, who was also frightened by Yi Qian, suddenly stopped in her tracks and grabbed Yi Zhifan's arm. "Zhifan, did you find out if Master Ho-san has anything to do with that brat?" As soon as she finished asking, she saw Yi Zhifan frowning as if he was recalling something. Old Madame Yi couldn't help but say angrily, "How could you forget such an important thing? That brat isn't even afraid of you, a provincial official. She clearly has someone backing her up. Master Ho-san is one of the top figures in the southern province. How could he support that brat for no reason? It's obvious. There's something we don't know about." In the past, she thought it was probably a coincidence that Master Ho-san, who had always been loyal and principled even in the underworld, had stepped in to mediate. Now that she thought about it, how could it have been a coincidence? If the hotel was filled with all kinds of guests every day, how could Master Ho-san have the time to step in? How could he have just happened to appear in the room? The more she thought about it, the more old Madame Yi felt that there must be something going on between the two of them. She blinked and asked Yi Zhixiang, "I don't think Master Ho-san is married. Ask Yaozu to find out if there are any rumors about Master Ho-san being a kept woman." Yi Zhixiang was good at gathering information, and after hearing old Madame Ye's words, she reacted much more quickly. Her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Mom, are you suspecting that the wretched girl is being kept by third Master Ho?" Old Madame Yi pondered for a while, and then slowly said, "It's not impossible. That brat is even more seductive than Sun Xueqing, and her skin is as white as snow." Her tone suddenly became sour, and she curled her lips disdainfully. With her looks, she's not qualified to be kept by a rich man. People like Master Hosen love to play with girls who are so tender that they can squeeze water out of water. That wretched girl is so seductive. Maybe she's really lucky to be kept by Master Hosen. It was no wonder that the mother and daughter could be so whimsical. There was rarely any news about Ho Zi. It was said that there was a boss in Harbor City who wanted to build a relationship with Ho Zi. However, he felt that there were only a few underworld gangsters in the mainland. As a boss in Harbor City, he lowered himself to be sworn brothers with Ho Zi because he thought highly of Ho Zi. Therefore, he invited a few wild models from Harbor City to the southern province and wanted to get to know Ho Zi through them. When the man arrived, Ho Zi went to meet him. When she opened the door of the private room, a few beautiful women in bikinis surrounded her. Ho Zi came in and toasted to the boss in Harbor City. The whole thing happened in less than a minute, and then she left with her men. Chapter 1175. Before he left, he said, "I didn't expect the boss of Harbor City to have such a shallow taste in women. How could he treat a few girls with crooked noses and slanted eyes as treasures?" In less than 5 minutes, he sent 10 foreign models to Harbor City's boss, slapping him in the face with his actions. After that, it was rumored that Third Master Ho's taste was very high. The women he chose not only had to be beautiful, but also elegant and intelligent. As for Yi Qian, no matter how much old Madame Yi hated her, she had to admit that she really met Ho Zi's requirements. She was beautiful and had an indescribable air of arrogance. She was so smart that she could go abroad to compete, and so young that she was like a flower bud that was about to bloom. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed to be able to catch Ho Zi's eye. Yi Jifan didn't say anything and only said indifferently, "It's good to let my little sister investigate. If I have any news, I'll send a letter to mother. There are only 40 days before her college entrance examination. If my little sister can really find out something, we can use it. If there is conclusive evidence of a good student being kept, even if we don't get her household registration, the school will be pressured to expel her." It didn't matter what method was used as long as the goal was achieved. The matter was settled. Old Madame Yi revealed a faint smile and then sighed, "Alas, disobedient children always have to suffer a little. Only after suffering a little will they understand. We are her family. It's better to let her suffer a little in her own home than in society." In the blink of an eye, old Madame Yi returned to her amiable appearance. Her face was full of helplessness. Yi Jifan glanced at her and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. The old woman was good at pretending when she was young. When she was old, she was even better at it. People who didn't know her would really think that she was a kind person. When he went back, he would remind Sun Dongqing to avoid the old woman as much as possible. Yi Zhixiang, who was a little interested in the conversation, suddenly asked, "Mother, how did that wretched girl suddenly know that Big Brother is not your biological son?" Who told her? Her eyes were already looking at Yi Jifan. "You don't have to look at me. I only found out later than you that Big Brother is not Mom's son." Yi Jifan was not lying. When he found out, he was still in a daze. It turned out that the old woman had only given birth to one child, Yi Zhixiang. Old Madame Yi glanced at her daughter and said angrily, "Old man Zhen knows your uncle, and he also knows that your brother is not my biological son. That wretched girl is close to old man Zhen. What's so strange about her knowing?" He then warned, "Go back and inform Yaozu to investigate Master Ho-san. Inform me immediately if there is any news. Your brother is right. If news of a good student being kept as a mistress gets out, that wretched girl will only be expelled." At this time, they still didn't know what the consequences of offending Yi Qian would be. They were so focused on taking down Yi Qian that they forgot about Ho Zi's reaction. When Ho Zi found out that someone was secretly investigating whether he and Yi Jian were kept as mistresses, even he, who had always been calm, was a little stunned. Sitting in the air-conditioned room on a hot day, he shivered and asked his 2 assistants, "Does Miss Xia know about it too?" She should know. The news came out after Miss Xia attended a charity auction. Miss Xia was there at the time and you were busy with the auction. The assistant was very reserved. At the time, Master Ho-san was busy being jealous and fighting with the returning designer who was standing next to Miss Xia. Chapter 1176. When the incident from a few days ago was brought up, the gloomy Ho-zi snapped the pen in his hand in two and said in a deep voice, "Investigate it. I want to see who the fuck dares to frame me." If he found out it was that gigolo, he would definitely break his hamstring. More than a year had passed and Ho-zi and Xia Yiwei's relationship was still complicated. When Xia Yiwei unilaterally announced a breakup, Ho-zi pretended not to know and continued to act as her boyfriend. However, the beauty had a boyfriend who even their parents had met before. Sometimes, when Ho-zi coincidentally bumped into Xia Yiwei, he would also see the love rival that he hated so much that he couldn't just get rid of. Now, Xia Yiwei had yet to return to his embrace and there were rumors that he was keeping Yi Qian as his mistress. That was Xia Laoyu's girlfriend. Even Xia Yiwei knew about it. Xia Laolu should know about it too. At this time, Xia Yiwei was on the phone with Xia Jinyuan. She was sitting in her office in a black slim-fit suit with one arm crossed. She was laughing so hard that tears glistened in her eyes. When I heard the news, I was a little dumbfounded. They actually said that Ho-zi was keeping Yi Qian as his mistress. I think this was most likely a rumor spread by someone who had a grudge with Ho-zi. Xia Yiwei didn't think that this rumor could be targeted at Yi Qian. After all, a student was not as important as a mafia boss. But if the rumor was really directed at Ho-zi, then Yi Qian was in danger. After laughing, Xia Yiwei looked serious and said in a low voice, "Do you want me to go to the school and inform Yi Qian to be careful these few days? There are only 20 days left until the college entrance exam. Why don't you just stay on campus?" Although living in the neighborhood was convenient, it wasn't as safe as living in the school. Since the person who had a grudge with Ho-zi was able to mention Yi Qian's name, it was obvious that they had spent a lot of effort to investigate. If they really sent someone to look for Yi Qian to threaten Ho-zi, it wouldn't be safe for her to live alone in the neighborhood. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't even take off his helmet, leaned against his desk. His body was covered in smoke, and he even put aside his fatigue. He said in a deep voice, "Yi Qian and Brother Z have only met twice. It's impossible for there to be any rumors about them having an improper relationship. It's even more unlikely that someone who has a grudge with Brother Z would bring up the past only now. The possibility of Brother Z's enemy deliberately spreading the news is very low. I suspect that someone is trying to harm Yi Qian." Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished his training, learned from the guards that a woman with the surname Xia had been calling the army every day since a few days ago. She had left a message that he must pass on the message immediately when she saw him, saying that she had something urgent to tell him. When he returned to the barracks and heard the message from the guards, he ran back to his office and called Xia Yiwei back. He was afraid that Yi Qian, whom he had entrusted to Xia Yiwei's care, had met with an accident. At this moment, even the oil paint couldn't hide the sharpness in his eyes. His voice was as cold as ice as he said in a deep voice, "This kind of thing won't affect Brother Z. It will affect Yi Qian, who's about to take the college entrance exam." After he said that, Xia Yiwei immediately reacted. She frowned and replied, "That's right. That's why I didn't know whether to laugh or cry when I heard it and didn't take it seriously. Now that I've heard what you said, the one who will be affected the most is indeed Yi Qian. Don't worry, let me take a look at my work here. If something really happened to Yi Qian, whom Old Six doted on like the apple of his eye, she didn't know what crazy things Old Six would do. She had to deal with it immediately." Chapter 1177. She opened her schedule and checked it immediately. Today was Wednesday. There was a small meeting in the afternoon that would end at 4 p.m. Other than that, there was nothing else. It didn't matter if she attended the small meeting or not. She had to go to the school first. After putting away the schedule, Xia Yiwei tidied up her desk and said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'm going to the school to take a look. It doesn't matter if it affects Ho-zi, but it definitely can't affect Yi Qian." "Thank you for your hard work." Xia Jinyuan pursed his thin lips. He couldn't rush over. The recruit training would end in July. As an instructor, he couldn't just leave. He couldn't go over himself, so he could only find out the progress of the matter through Xia Yiwei. After tidying up, Xia Yiwei smiled. I'm not used to you being so polite to me all of a sudden. It's done. It's just a small matter. If someone really wants to target Yi Qian, I can take care of it. She paused and joked, I realize that Yi Qian attracts a lot of villains. She has a lot more problems than other students in high school, and none of them are small. She knew that there were 3 major problems. The first one happened during the National Day military training in her second year of high school. If she didn't have some skills, she might have been ostracized and couldn't participate in the military training. The second one was even bigger. There was a suicide incident at the provincial first high school, and Yi Qian was almost pushed off the building. The third one, there were even rumors of her being a kept woman. It's not that she attracts villains. It's because she's too outstanding that others are jealous of her. Plus, she doesn't like to explain herself. She has a quiet personality and doesn't like to argue with her classmates. She's always been this way, so those who are jealous of her don't even have a chance to find fault with her. You can see a thing or two about the complexity of human nature. Being too perfect will also attract trouble. The person who knew Yi Qian the best was Xia Jinyuan. Xia Yiwei agreed and added, also, Yi Qian's extraordinariness sets off their ordinariness. At her age, she shouldn't be so advanced. It's normal for her to attract jealousy. It's better for her to be in a different environment. If she's in an environment full of smart people like the junior class, who would be jealous? That was true. The junior class at the University of Science and Technology was full of extraordinary people. Yi Qian wouldn't be so extraordinary if she went to the junior class. The college entrance examination is only 20 days away. Sister, please take good care of her and let her finish the college entrance examination smoothly. Xia Jinyuan was not only talking, he was also thinking about who would target Yi Jian. After much thought, he could only think of Yi Jifan's family. Yi Jifan was a provincial official. Xia Yiwei, who also worked in the provincial office, naturally knew him. Knowing that Xia Jinyuan wouldn't suspect someone for no reason, she called Ho Zi. Ho Zi, who was instructing her subordinates to investigate, glanced at her phone and saw a number she knew by heart. Ho Zi quickly picked up the phone and said calmly, I don't need to tell you about my relationship with Yi Qian. She's Xia Laoyou's girlfriend. No matter how fucking stupid I am, I wouldn't do anything to his people. I don't care how stupid you are. Just now, Lao Lu told me that this matter is probably directed at Yi Qian. You better check if you've offended a provincial official named Yi Jifan. Lao Lu suspects that he's the one who spread the rumors. Xia Yiwei hung up the phone, picked up her car keys, and rushed to the provincial high school. Chapter 1178. Xia Yiwei seemed to have really turned cold towards Ho Zi. Every time Ho Zi appeared in front of her, she would never talk about the past and would immediately turn around and leave. As for phone calls, ever since she unilaterally broke up with him, she never took the initiative to contact him again. She broke up with him just like that and stopped contacting him just like that. Ho Zi was shocked by her decisiveness. When a woman was ruthless, she could be even more ruthless than a man. Once a woman decided to stop loving someone, it was even harder for her to change her mind than a man. Her decisiveness in hanging up the phone once again made Ho Zi so angry that his expression changed completely. He gripped his phone tightly and his arms trembled as he lowered his head. Only Miss Xia could make their third master so angry that he wanted to kill someone, and he had to hold it in. After a while, Ho Zi's cold voice sounded in the office that was filled with murderous intent. I have one day. I want to know who's gossiping behind my back by this time tomorrow. His voice was so heavy that it felt like a few inches of ice. It was so cold that the calves of his assistant who was listening to his orders secretly trembled. It had been a long time since the third master was angry. The assistant couldn't remember the last time he was angry. It had been at least 3 years, if not 5 years. I've already sent someone to investigate. I'll report to you as soon as there's any news. Ho Zi's subordinates had always been good at handling matters. As long as it had something to do with Xia Yiwei, they would put it first and didn't dare to delay at all. Especially when there were rumors that the third master was having an affair with a high school student and kept her as a mistress, they didn't dare to delay. Detain the person. I haven't met anyone who dares to add to my scandal in a long time. Ho Zi stood up and tugged at his tie in annoyance. I'm going out for a while. Call the chairman of Qingguang Corporation and tell him that I have something urgent to deal with. I'll arrange a place to apologize to him tomorrow. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to call him in a few hundred days. It was obvious that she had taken note of this matter. Of course, he didn't think that she was taking note of it because of him. The first thing he said was, she's probably targeting Yi Qian. Sigh, when she took the initiative to call, he didn't expect that it was all thanks to old Six's girlfriend that he got a call from her, even though it was only for 16 seconds. After being in love for 17 years, both of them could more or less guess what the other party would do next. When Xia Yiwei drove to the entrance of the provincial first high school, she saw the man she was most familiar with standing beside the black car with one hand in his trouser pocket, exuding a cold aura as he waited for her. You've come. Ho Zi walked over and looked at his lover, whom he could hug as long as he stretched out his hand. Now, it was difficult for him to even see her. His heart ached slightly. He didn't know why he had come to this point. Xia Yiwei took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of clear eyes. It was rare for someone in their mid-30s to still have a pair of eyes as clear as a young girl's. She looked at Ho Zi indifferently and her red lips curved slightly. Something happened to Sixth Brother's girlfriend. As his sister, of course I have to come. I'll go with you. There's no need to trouble Third Master Ho with our family matters. Also, I'll have to trouble Third Master Ho to clean up your matters first. Don't implicate my family. Xia Yiwei's smile gradually smoothed out. Her expression gradually turned cold as she rejected him indifferently. I don't want to implicate Yi Qian because of your matter and make Sixth Brother worry. I also don't want Yi Qian to suffer because of your matter. Chapter 1179. She kept calling him Master Ho-san and told him not to implicate my family. The way she looked at him was even colder than when she looked at a stranger. There was no trace of past friendship in her eyes. There was only coldness, rejection, and rejection towards him. Master Ho-san felt as if his heart was blocked by a pile of broken ice. His originally warm heart was now so cold that it felt as if his blood had frozen. Yiwei, do we still need to be so clear? Master Ho-san, we didn't need to be so clear in the past. But now, you have your life and I have mine. We need to be clear. As the secretary of the Southern Province's governor, how could Xia Yiwei do the job if she didn't have the courage? Ho Zi, whose face was even more beautiful than a woman's, was so angry that the veins on her forehead were popping out. Her tone didn't even have the slightest fluctuation. Xia Yiwei looked at him with a sharp and cold gaze. He was angry and very angry. She had never made him angry before. She had always been a virtuous and magnanimous girlfriend. She didn't expect that after breaking up with him, she would anger the famous Master Ho-san. It was really sarcastic. Ho Zi saw that her gaze had turned cold. There was a trace of sadness in his anger. At this point, he indeed had to bear a lot of responsibility. He controlled his temper and said, I need to ask Lao You's girlfriend if she has any grudges with Yi Jifan. At the same time, I also need to ask if she has offended anyone recently. Since you want me to solve the matter that will affect your family as soon as possible, you should at least let me investigate. The reason was very good. Xia Yiwei couldn't refuse to go with him. So when Yi Qian saw the two of them sitting on the same stone bench by Swan Lake, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Captain Xia said that Sister Xia seemed to have made up her mind to not be with Ho Zi anymore. She also said that her relationship with the designer was stable. Why did they come to find him together today? Jane Eyre, over here. Xia Yiwei had already spotted Yi Qian. She stood up gracefully and waved at him. In comparison, Ho Zi's reaction was a beat slower. His attention was on the woman he loved and he did not pay attention to his surroundings. It was summer in the southern province. In the afternoon, the sun shone so brightly that the leaves on the trees curled up. However, Xia Yiwei, who was wearing a professional suit, did not sweat at all. Her makeup was clean and she did not seem to feel hot at all. With a serious expression, she said calmly, If you haven't heard of it yet, either the school doesn't know about it, or the school knows about it but doesn't believe it. She was Ho Zi's kept woman. Yi Qian, who appeared calm on the surface, was actually a little embarrassed. Of all the things to spread, why did they have to spread the rumor that she was Ho Zi's kept woman? Sixth brother reminded me that this matter might have something to do with Yi Zhifan. I'm here today to ask if you have any other suspects. Ho Zi said, I thought that someone was targeting me, but it doesn't seem like it. If someone is really targeting me, Yi Qian, I can tell you very seriously that it's not just a rumor. He had too many enemies around him, and they were all ruthless people who had killed people. If someone was really targeting him, how could they just spread some rumors? Yi Qian smiled and said, It shouldn't be targeting Brother Z. I'm afraid this matter is really targeting me. As for the suspect, she paused slightly and looked at Ho Zi with her bright black eyes. Brother Z, do you know a man named Sun Yaozu? Chapter 1180. Sun Yaozu? After going through the names in his mind, Ho Zi muttered, I've never heard of this person. Sun Yaozu's wife is called Yi Zhixiang. She and Yi Zhifan are siblings. Yi Qian told Ho Zi everything that happened 20 days ago. He also told Ho Zi what old Madame Yi said so that Ho Zi could use it as a reference for his investigation. I'm not suspecting Yi Zhifan. I'm suspecting old Madame Yi and Yi Zhixiang. Old Madame Yi said, rumors are an invisible killing weapon. She said it herself. Now that there were rumors about her being Ho Zi's mistress, Yi Qian was almost certain that the mother and daughter were behind it. Sun Yaozu, right? Okay, I'll go back and check. If it's really his family, I'll invite their whole family out for tea and have a good chat. Ho Zi said elegantly. His words were gentle and there was no hint of ruthlessness in them. However, Xia Yiwei, who had not looked at him directly, frowned slightly. She glanced at the man she knew best and asked Yi Qian, if it's really their family who spread the rumors, how do you plan to deal with it? Are you going to be gentle? Or do you want to be forceful? Ho Zi's face was gloomy. When he heard this, he suddenly laughed. His gaze on Xia Yiwei was even more scorching than the bright sunlight. 17 years of relationship and understanding. They were so familiar that they could sometimes know each other's intentions with just a look or a movement. Even if they had been separated for hundreds of days, the familiarity that was engraved in their bones was still as close as ever. The reason why Xia Yiwei's words made Ho Zi's gaze burn was because he could tell that she was asking Yi Qian for him. Even Yi Qian could feel his scorching gaze, let alone Xia Yiwei. However, she still calmed down and said without changing her expression, if you're going to be gentle, tell us first. If you're going to be forceful, just let him handle it. Yiwei, she's about to take the college entrance exam. Whether you're going to be gentle or forceful, let me handle this. Ho Zi smiled. His smile was more radiant than the sun. His facial features were like a painting, and even the sun would be amazed by his beauty. I'll handle it. Don't worry. Xia Yiwei looked as if she did not notice. She glanced at him and said to Yi Qian, who wanted to walk away slowly, that's right. You should focus on the exam. You don't have to worry about other things. Sorry for troubling you, Sister Xia. Ho Zi's eyes gaze. Ho Zi's to be ignored again. Xia Yiwei's eyes. Xia Yiwei. Xia Yiwei. Xia Yiwei's Xia. The school won. The school even if the schools wouldn't take it. Of course, the school wouldn't the school Xia's schools. Ho Zi calmly interjected, if the students really do talk about it, I'll ask the person who spread the rumors to apologize in the newspaper, in front of the school, or on TV. No matter what, Ho Zi had to take responsibility for this matter. He told Yi Qian his plan. His forceful way of dealing with things made Yi Qian see it. But his plan really moved Yi Qian. How would old Madame Yi have the face to appear in front of him again? Xia Yiwei was also moved. Moreover, this way of dealing with things was not lacking in gentleness. It was reasonable and wouldn't cause a big problem. Chapter 1181. The big issue she was thinking of was Ho Zi's violent solution. When Yi Qian saw that her expression had finally softened, he smiled and suggested to Ho Zi, Zigo, I have a suggestion with a little bit of selfishness. When Ho Zi raised his eyebrows, Yi Qian slowly said, Sun Yaozu is a little dirty. I used to suspect that he was a fugitive. I investigated him, but there were no results. Now that he's back in Nan province, he must have heard of your name. With your power and status in Nan province, it's enough for him to pay you a visit and make friends with you. If you say something harsh about this matter, I'm sure Sun Yaozu will know, and Yi Zhixiang and old Madam Yi will also know. Don't you think this family will be on tenterhooks? Xia Yiwei chuckled, only sharpening the knife without slashing it. Not bad. It's enough to make the whole family on tenterhooks. Ho Zi was a notorious killer in the underworld. 7 years ago, someone purposely hid goods in the kitchen of a bar under his name. When he found out, he immediately said something harsh. In the end, before the police could find anything, the person who deliberately framed him was so scared that he turned himself in. If the person who spread the rumors was really Yi Zhifan's mother and sister, they would probably be scared half to death when they found out. Yi Qian said a few more words to Ho Zi, then ran back to the classroom 2 minutes before the bell rang. After her figure disappeared, Ho Zi said with interest, "A girl who knows how to use a gun is indeed impressive. She also has quite a personality. Old Six has good taste. Do you think I should tolerate being bullied?" Xia Yiwei said coldly, then left in her high heels without looking back. Ho Zi didn't care and chased after her with a smile on his face. She still cared about him, which was equivalent to giving him hope. He didn't think that what was originally a bad thing would become a happy thing. A happy thing that let him know that Xia Yiwei still cared about him. To Ho Zi, this was a joyous occasion. To Sun Yaozu, he was happy that he had found a way to get close to Ho Zi. However, after hearing Yi Zhixiang's words, his face turned from joy to anger. You said that Yi Qian is Master Hosan's sugar daddy. Is it you and mother-in-law who spread the news? Sun Yaozu was furious, but he was still unwilling to give up. He asked in a tense voice, "You said it? Or mother-in-law?" Yi Zhixiang, who was wearing a facial mask, didn't see her husband's face move. Sensing that something was wrong with his voice, she removed the mask and frowned. "My mom told me and I told you. What's with your expression? Let me tell you, if this matter succeeds, Yi Qian will definitely be expelled from the school. When that time comes, it will be a matter of time before we step in and kill her. Since her mother blinded you, I'll make her daughter pay with her life." Sun Yaozu was so angry that his face turned the color of pig liver. He didn't hesitate at all. He didn't give Yi Zhixiang any time to prepare. He raised his hand and the crisp sound of a slap came from the bedroom. "Master Hosan, how dare you spread rumors about Master Hosan?" He roared in anger. Yi Zhixiang, who was stunned by the slap, covered her burning face. After a few seconds, she shouted, "You bastard, how dare you hit me? Who am I doing this for? I'm doing this for you. How dare you hit me?" After being married for so many years, this was the first time Yi Zhixiang was hit by her husband. How could she bear it? She pounced on Sun Yaozu and scratched his face with her sharp fingers. Chapter 1182. Yi Zhixiang didn't understand why she was slapped. She didn't expect Sun Yaozu to hit her either. She screamed in her purple silk pajamas and scratched her husband's face with her sharp fingers. Her fingers were beautiful. In old Madame Ye's words, they were very lucky. She was indeed lucky. She had never suffered since she was born. When she grew up, she had 2 older brothers. She had never done any heavy work since she was young, not even washing or cooking. After she got married, she didn't have any parents-in-law to take care of her. She didn't have any sisters-in-law. All she did was eat, drink, and play with Sun Yaozu. Her life was very carefree. After living a smooth life for more than 30 years, Yi Zhixiang had indeed been living in a honeypot. Even if others had to eat chaff, she still had rice to eat. How could she take a slap from Sun Yaozu when she hadn't even hit old Madame Yi before? Immediately, as if she had poked a hornet's nest, her hands and feet started to hit the short Sun Yaozu. "You heartless person, I did it for you. You hit me. You hit me." Old Madame Yi had chosen Sun Yaozu to be her son-in-law. His ancestors had a small family fortune. Although he was a little ugly, he was smart. He knew how to make money in the 1980s. After that incident, he escaped from Fujian town. With a pension from Yi Qian's mother, he followed old Madame Ye's advice and settled down in a coastal city. It could be said that without old Madame Ye's guidance, he wouldn't be where he was now. With a powerful mother-in-law and his identity as a fugitive, even Sun Yaozu, who was rich, didn't dare to hit or scold Yi Zhixiang. However, things were different now. Sun Yaozu, who was no longer afraid that his identity would be exposed, saw Yi Zhixiang scratch his face and kick him. With a fierce look in his eyes, he grabbed Yi Zhixiang's hand and pushed her to the carpeted floor. He said angrily, "Damn it, I've tolerated you for long enough. If you dare to hit me again, I'll make you pack your things and get out of my house tonight." Sun Yaozu, who had recovered his identity for more than half a year, had hooked up with many young and beautiful women. When he came back and saw Yi Zhixiang, he felt bored. If it wasn't for old Madame Ye's sake, he might have already started raising mistresses outside. After pushing Yi Zhixiang to the ground, Sun Yaozu gave her a look of disgust and turned to walk downstairs. "This is not over yet, damn it." He had to ask old Madame. Before he could walk out of the door, Yi Zhixiang, who had been pushed to the ground, grabbed the European-style vase with fresh flowers on the dressing table and threw it in front of him. "Sun Yaozu, how dare you push me?" The vase hit the back of Sun Yaozu's head. The vase was filled with water, and the water that flowed out was mixed with bright red blood. It instantly dyed the white t-shirt red. Old Madame Yi, who had rushed upstairs upon hearing the commotion, heard her son-in-law's scream, followed by her daughter's scream. Their screams made her heart sink. She held onto the solid wooden handrail and quickly walked up. When she reached the door and saw the scene in front of her, old Madame Yi only felt her vision darken. "You two are husband and wife as one. Which side do you want to kill? Come, tell me about this old thing, and I'll take care of one for you." Normally, when an old lady saw her daughter and son-in-law fighting, her first reaction would be to mediate the fight. She was not like her. Chapter 1183. Sun Yaozu had always respected old Madame Yi because she was different. Hearing his mother-in-law's harsh words, Sun Yaozu quickly let go of Yi Zhixiang's hair. He turned around and pointed the back of his head at her. "Mom, look, who the fuck is killing who? My fucking head is bleeding because of her. Mom, that bastard Sun Yaozu hit me first. He slapped me as soon as he came back." Yi Zhixiang, with disheveled hair, burst into tears when she saw old Madame Yi. "He slapped me as soon as he came back. Mom, you've never hit me before." How could old Madame Yi not be heartbroken when her daughter was slapped? She quickly looked at her daughter. Other than her swollen face and messy hair, there was no blood. Old Madame Yi calmed down a little and immediately helped her son-in-law. She scolded angrily, "Even if he hit you, can't you talk nicely? You even smashed Yaozu's head. You heartless bastard." She scolded her daughter, but her heart was in turmoil. Sun Yaozu had always listened to the Yi family. He had always tolerated his daughter's temper. Even if his face changed, he would just slam the door and leave. He had never hit his daughter like he did today. He had changed. His son-in-law had changed. He no longer tolerated his daughter like he used to, and he no longer respected himself like he used to. No matter how biased he was toward his daughter, he had to endure the heartache and slowly make plans after the storm calmed down. Old Madame Yi scolded Yi Zhixiang until her face turned pale. She widened her eyes in disbelief and pointed at Sun Yaozu angrily. "I was hit and you still help him. Shut up." Facing a daughter who did not inherit any of her shrewdness, old Madame Yi sometimes felt exhausted. She was brainless. She did not see the situation clearly and still dared to go against Sun Yaozu, who had changed. Did she think things would be the same as they were in the coastal area? After scolding her daughter, old Madame Yi, who was worried, said to her son-in-law, "It must be painful. Yaozu, ask the driver to take you to the hospital." "I'm fine here. Mom, I want to ask you something in the living room." Compared to offending Master Ho-san, the injury on his head was nothing. Sun Yaozu grabbed a small medicine box and went downstairs to the living room. What was the big deal about bleeding? He was afraid that he would lose his life. Old Madame Yi, who had intentionally gone downstairs one step later, warned her daughter resentfully, "You're such a troublemaker. Since he dared to hit you today, it means that he doesn't need to rely on our Yi family in the future. Why didn't you think it through? You still have the face to shout at me." quickly wash his face and come out to treat his wounds. Compared to old Madame Ye's shrewdness, Yi Zhixiang was considered stupid. But she had one good point: she always listened to old Madame Ye's orders. After she tidied up and went downstairs, she saw old Madame Yi say with a panicked expression, Then how can this be? We've already asked the hotel staff. Master Ho-san really treats Yi Qian differently. How can he not be a mistress? She wasn't his mistress, and he even said that he was going to deal with those who dared to gossip. Old Madame Yi thought that she had calculated everything correctly from the first step, but now she was also panicking. Master Ho-san was a man of his word. Since he had said so, he would do it. It's not up to you to decide whether or not we're his mistress. This matter will not end here. Mom, you see what you can do about it. Even Sun Yaozu, who had a successful career now, could not do anything about offending Ho Zi. He was not clean and had some power. But compared to Ho Zi, he was like an egg. Chapter 1184. Of course, old Madame Yi knew how powerful Ho Zi was. That was why she dared to talk about it outside. If she hadn't repeatedly confirmed that the wretched girl had been in the Caesar Hotel and driven Master Ho Zi's car, how could she have said that Master Ho Zi had kept a high school student as a mistress? Yes, old Madame Yi said that Master Ho Zi had kept a high school student as a mistress, not that Master Ho Zi was keeping a high school student as a mistress. It was a past tense. Even if it was mentioned again, Master Ho Zi would just laugh it off. What was so surprising about a man, especially a man like him, playing with a few high school students? It shouldn't be like this. Old Madame Yi still couldn't believe it. She murmured in a low voice, I've investigated it very clearly. That wretched girl hasn't contacted Master Ho Zi for a long time. How could he stand up for her now? Miscalculation. It seemed that this was a miscalculation. She thought that the wretched girl had no contact with Master Ho Zi. How could she have known that it would cause such a trouble? She had to find a way to solve it. Old Madame Ye's flustered heart gradually calmed down and quickly thought about how to smooth things over. But how to smooth things over and get her and her daughter out of it? Old Madame Yi narrowed her eyes. There was a way, but... She glanced at Sun Yaozu, whose face was twitching because of the iodine, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. She said in a low voice, I didn't mean to say that. If there's anything, I'll tell Master Ho Zi personally. Yaozu, don't worry too much. Master Ho Zi is a man who can do big things. He won't keep holding on to these small things. Sun Yaozu was ambitious now. Well, there was such a thing to let him see. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with your identity. She hadn't even hit her daughter before, but she was slapped by him. She really couldn't take it lying down. She wasn't in a hurry. There was a way. No matter how ruthless Master Ho Zi was, would he hit an old woman like her? After more than 60 years of ups and downs, old Madame Yi could calm down quickly no matter how flustered she was. She could also think of ways to seek benefits for herself in emergencies. For example, now she thought that she might as well push Sun Yaozu away and use Ho Zi to take him down. Otherwise, he would really think that he was a man who dared to hit his wife at home. Sun Yaozu didn't know what old Madame Yi. Sun Yaozu was even more annoyed. Which memorial tablet did he think he was on? The gloomy Sun Yaozu said irritably, Mom, it wasn't easy for me to come back to the southern province. I wanted to do something big in the southern province. In the end, not only did you not help me, you even dragged me down. Now that third Master Ho has spoken, what do you think I should do? Yaozu, what do you think we should do? He, he'll know. If he can't find out, he won't be Master Ho Zi. Mom, can't you discuss with me before you do anything? Now that something has happened, I'm the unlucky one. Old Madame Yi could calm down, but Sun Yaozu couldn't. Chapter 1185. Thinking of this, Sun Yaozu became even more restless. He asked worriedly, You're not hiding anything from me, right? Your brother and I just want Yi Qian to be expelled before the college entrance exam so that she can't take it. Old Madame Yi could hear her son-in-law's suspicion. She sighed and explained, Once Yi Qian becomes successful, Yaozu, our family's good days will come to an end. She warned Sun Yaozu while reminding him. There's no turning back. What's done is done. Now, we have to think of a way to stop Master Ho-san from hurting his relationship over such a small matter. As for Yi Qian, we have to let the school know that she's a kept woman. We've already come this far. Our whole family is in a state of panic. How can we let her take the college entrance examination in peace? I'll go to the school and make a fuss. After that wretched girl drops out, our family will apologize to Master Ho-san. Old Madam Yi, who knew Sun Yaozu well, observed him as she spoke. When she saw his face darken, her cloudy eyes flashed with shrewdness. Mom, I'm not sure if this matter can be covered up. But you're right. If Yi Qian becomes successful, our family will be the first to suffer. Maybe he would be the first unlucky one. Sun Yaozu, who also had his own thoughts, narrowed his eyes and said slowly and fiercely, we have to find out if she has anything to do with Master Ho-san. If she doesn't nowadays, it's not a big news for people to be killed by cars on the road. Old Madam Ye's eyes lit up. That's why it's said that men are the ones who can do big things. That's because men have the courage to do big things. If you want to do something, you have to be ruthless. Before she could finish rejoicing, she heard Sun Yaozu say, Master Ho-san is worried. No one dares to question his words. He just said it casually. Mom, you have to deal with Yi Qian's matter. You have to be careful with Master Ho-san. Yi Zhixiang, who had been listening for a long time, still didn't understand what Master Ho-san said. When she saw old Madam Ye's expression, she couldn't help but feel afraid. He walked over in a panic and asked in a trembling voice, What did Master Ho-san say? Before she could get close, old Madam Yi glanced at her and signaled her to treat the wound on the back of Sun Yaozu's head. It was Sun Yaozu's subordinate who treated his wound. Yi Zhixiang glanced at him and thought it was nothing serious. She ignored old Madam Ye's signal and sat down. She asked in a tense voice, Mom, what did Master Ho-san say? Why are you so scared? What harsh words. I'm afraid that if I tell you, you'll be so scared that you'll pee your pants. Sun Yaozu said angrily and then said to old Madam Yi, Mom, this matter is no longer your problem. If Third Master Ho wants to find someone, he will only find me. The wound on the back of his head was only scratched, so he could wipe it with iodine and spray some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic powder. As the subordinate who was treating his wound put away the medicine box, Sun Yaozu stood up and frowned. He suppressed his anger and said, I will go out and ask around to see how to solve this. And Mom, you have to talk to your daughter. If she continues like this, I won't be able to take care of her anymore. Yi Zhixiang's face changed when he said that. Old Madam Yi quickly pressed her daughter's hand and said to Sun Yaozu, Go to your thing. I will talk to her. Chapter 1186. Sun Yaozu left with his two subordinates despite the injury on his head. Watching him walk out of the door, the panic on old Madam Ye's face disappeared. She looked at her daughter, who was trembling with anger, and said, Do you see the biggest difference between a man and a woman? Women can share joys and sorrows with men, but men can share sorrows with women, but they can't share joys. Zhixiang, you should leave a way out for yourself. Sun Yaozu is not the Sun Yaozu of the past. His identity as a fugitive has suppressed him for more than 10 years. Now that he's free, he doesn't have any scruples. Your relationship with him as husband and wife is almost over. Live your life well and don't think about getting anything from him. Raise Lei and Qingqing well. In the future, you can rely on your son to live. Her words made Yi Zhixiang's body feel cold. After a long time, she said in a low voice, Let's wait and see. We can't let others take advantage of us. Old Madam Yi nodded coldly. She didn't expect her daughter to accept it immediately, but the fact that she could say these words made her feel a little relieved. At least she would listen and not be stubborn. Her gaze fell on the door of the villa again. Old Madam Ye's hands couldn't help but tighten. Offending Third Master Ho was not her wish. In the underworld, there was a saying, It's better to provoke the police than to provoke Ho Zi. In the end, she and her daughter had provoked him. Sure enough, the wretched girl was the same as her mother. They were both here to jinx her. Old Madam Ye's heart was not as calm as her face. She, who had lived a good life for more than 10 years, was afraid that Ho Zi's people would suddenly appear from somewhere and directly take her and her daughter's life. After a night of fear, old Madam Yi decided to go to the province's first high school early in the morning. "You're going alone?" "No, I'll go with you." Yi Zhixiang was still considered filial. She clenched her teeth and said, "Bring a few more people with you. If the wretched girl dares to be disrespectful to us, we'll deal with her directly." Looking at her daughter, who was obviously not going to succeed, old Madame Ye's heart ached indescribably. If her daughter was even a little bit as smart as her, why would she go back to Yi Zhifan? Why should he suffer the supercilious look of his adopted son? After all, Zhixiang was her own flesh and blood. After a soft sigh, old Madame Yi raised her orange peel-like hand and touched her daughter's face, which was still red and swollen from the night before. "Zhixiang, I'm old and can't protect you for the rest of your life. You have to learn to be patient and calculating. Don't act like a child and think that you're the most important person in the world." "Lele, Ching, didn't you say that the school's food is bad? Why don't you rent a house next to their school and take care of the two brothers in Hongkou City? You can come back after mother and son Yaozu deal with third Master Ho's matter." Yi Zhixiang's eyelids twitched when she heard that. "Mom, don't worry about me. I know I'm not as good as you, but I know I have to plan for myself. Son Yaozu is unreliable. Do you really think I'm stupid enough not to know? It's good that you know. I'm going to school. You go and do something." Picking up a piece of paper from the dining table, old Madame Yi handed it over. "Print out the words on this paper and make 100 copies. What kind of document needs 100 copies? Yi Zhixiang took the paper and looked at it. She suddenly giggled. "Mom, you're still the best." This way, the wretched girl's reputation in school, with her reputation in the entire Nan province, will be ruined. Chapter 1187. After finishing her porridge, old Madame Yi said calmly, "If she comes out to see me later and listens to my arrangements, then everything will be fine. If she doesn't, then it won't be too late for us to make our move. 100 copies. We'll need some people to post them on the front and back doors of the school. We'll let all the teachers and students know that Yi Qian, the good student in their eyes, is actually a mistress." Yi Zhixiang seemed to have foreseen Yi Qian's fate. She said excitedly, "When that happens, will that wretched girl still want to take the college entrance exam? She'll never have the chance to take the exam." Destroying Yi Qian's reputation became old Madame Ye's #1 priority. She thought that she could control Yi Qian, but she didn't know that what awaited her was not a happy ending, but a nightmare. It was June in southern province. It was only 9 in the morning, and the sun was shining brightly on one's skin. The fans in the classrooms of the provincial first high school had never stopped. The swaying of the fans brought a hot wind to the third-year students who were studying nervously in the classroom. As the entire third-year students entered the final sprint, the atmosphere in the entire school seemed to have become particularly serious. The students of the first and second-year classes could not help but restrain themselves a lot after class. Teacher Tong walked out of the office with a cold face and hurried to the school gate. "Teacher Tong. Teacher Tong." The class had just ended. Some students greeted her politely, and Teacher Tong nodded slightly. Her expression was so serious that it was as if she was marking a test paper with a 0 score, making the students' hearts skip a beat. When she saw the figure standing at the school gate, Teacher Tong took a deep breath, suppressed the burning desire in her heart, and walked out of the school gate. "Teacher Tong, I'm sorry to disturb you again." Old Madame Ye's gaze fell behind Teacher Tong. When she found that Yi Qian did not follow her out, the smile on her face became colder. "Why didn't my granddaughter come out with you?" As a teacher, her professional ethics reminded Teacher Tong not to say vulgar words. She replied with a faint smile, "Your granddaughter is in the provincial second high school. This is the provincial first high school. You came to the wrong school. It's true that I have a granddaughter in the provincial second high school, but Yi Qian's granddaughter is in your class, Teacher Tong." Is Teacher Tong's memory so bad that she doesn't even know which students' parents are? Old Madame Ye's sarcasm did not diminish the smile on Teacher Tong's face. "If you don't have anything else, then I'll go back to the classroom." The students are about to take the college entrance examination. Their families don't dare to come to school casually, for fear of ruining their children's future. I'm not afraid that you'll get angry if I tell you this, but I really can't believe that you're Yi Qian's grandmother. Teacher Tong, please go back and tell Yi Qian that if he doesn't come out to see me, something big will happen at school tomorrow. Old Madam Yi had completely given up on threatening Yi Qian. Her face turned cold as she said in a ruthless voice, "Don't blame me for being rude when the time comes." Teacher Tong didn't even look back. She didn't even pause her footsteps. She only left her back to old Madam Yi, who had a gloomy expression on her face. The moment old Madam Yi left the provincial first high school with a gloomy face, Ho Zi already knew about it. When he received the news, he smiled coldly and ordered, "Go and buy 10 black cats with pure colors. Let them accompany the old lady who still likes to play young people's games." Since he knew who started the rumor, he naturally knew what this family's concerns were. Since Xia Laoyou's girlfriend said to let them be afraid, then let them be afraid for a while longer. Chapter 1188. Ho Zi picked up his phone and called Xia Yiwei. He had to tell her to tell Yi Qian not to cause a ruckus outside. Hearing Xia Yiwei's cold voice, Ho Zi thought to himself, "It seems that I can't deal with the Yi family in one go. If I do, I won't have enough reason to call Xia Yiwei." But in a flash, Ho Zi decided to wear the Yi family down. At least until old Six's girlfriend finished her college entrance exam. Because of Ho Zi's decision, the darkest days of the Yi family began. Old Madam Yi was most afraid of black cats. She was so afraid that she would scream at the sight of them. When 10 black cats suddenly appeared outside the window in the middle of the night, their eyes flashing with green light, old Madam Ye's hoarse scream echoed throughout the villa. Someone. She shouted loudly, and the few black cats were so scared that they meowed and fled out of the window. Old Madam Yi was so scared that her eyes rolled up and she fainted on the bed. Yi Zhixiang was so scared that she quickly called an ambulance to send her to the hospital. After such a thing happened, old Madam Yi was not in the mood to cause a ruckus at school. After a day of observation in the hospital, old Madam Yi was still in a daze that night. She was frightened by Yi Zhixiang's scream and had a heart attack. Old Madam Yi supported her daughter who was screaming in fear. She looked at the snake that was caught by the servant and shuddered. "You scared me to death. Mom, you scared me to death. You suddenly fell from the sky. I almost got bitten." Yi Zhixiang was so scared that her face was pale. She couldn't even speak properly. Her legs were still trembling. While she was showering, a colorful snake coiled around the shower head. Yi Zhixiang didn't notice it and turned on the hot water. The snake coiled around the copper shower head fell down with a pop. Yi Zhixiang screamed on the spot. Two strange things happened yesterday and tonight. Old Madam Yi knew that Ho Zi had made a move. He did not send anyone to teach her and her daughter a lesson, but he knew what their weakness was. She was afraid of cats, her daughter was afraid of snakes, and her son-in-law was afraid of the police. At this time, Sun Yaozu had not returned since the night before. Old Madam Yi, who did not dare to live in the villa anymore, dialed Yi Zhifan's number with trembling fingers. Yi Zhifan still didn't know what had happened. When he heard that she was going to stay over tonight, he didn't hesitate for a second and directly refused. "Mom, you know how much Sun Dongqing dislikes you. If you really live over, there won't be a day of peace at home. Moreover, Ying is about to take the college entrance examination and is living at home. I need to think for her." Yi Ying, who was also taking the college entrance examination this year, became the family's most protected target. Every morning, Yi Zhifan would drive her to school, and in the afternoon, Sun Dongqing would bring her back home with boiled soup and fruits. Old Madam Yi felt a little better after hearing such a reason for rejection. Relying on Yi Zhifan was also old Madam Ye's wishful thinking. She had been waiting for good news, but as the college entrance examination approached, there was still no progress. The matter had not been resolved, but she wanted to live in his house. How was that possible? However, the situation was a little strange. Why did she call him and say that she wanted to stay at his house in the middle of the night? Did something happen on the other side? She didn't ask Yi Qian to drop out of school, but she called him in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Yi Zhifan's expression changed. Could it be that what he guessed before was true? Ant's family came to find Yi Qian? Chapter 1189. He couldn't be blamed for making wild guesses. Yi Qian's rise was too mysterious. After investigating for 4 years, he couldn't find anything else other than the fact that Chen Dongfeng from Fujian Town High School had been taking care of Yi Qian. Soon Yi Jifan knew he guessed wrong. After hearing the whole story from the Yi family's housekeeper, Yi Jifan, who was in a daze for a long time, wished he hadn't guessed wrong. He'd rather guess that his aunt's family came looking for Yi Qian and mistook her for his aunt's granddaughter. "We're in big trouble," he muttered softly. His brows furrowed deeply. He didn't think that the usually shrewd old Madam Yi would dare to spread rumors about Ho Zi, who even the provincial government wouldn't dare to provoke. Ho Zi was keeping Yi Qian as a mistress. How could she dare to think and say that? Fortunately, he didn't know about this. Since Ho Zi made a move, she must have found out that he wasn't involved in this from the beginning to the end. Yi Jifan realized that it was impossible to prevent Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam. Sun Yaozu also thought about it. After hearing about what happened from his subordinates in the villa, he decided to stay in a hotel and didn't plan to go home for a while. Old Madam Yi and Yi Zhixiang suffered when he didn't go home. With a knife on their necks, they worried about him every night. In less than 3 days, the mother and daughter lost a lot of weight. Old Madam Yi used to be in good spirits, but after 3 days, she finally looked like she was in her 60s instead of her 50s. The soft knife that Ho Zi set up was very bright and sharp, but it just didn't fall down for a while. The old Madam Yi finally went directly to the hospital under great mental pressure. Sun Yaozu, who didn't come back, called back a few thugs from the coastal area to guard the hospital, which made Madam Yi feel more at ease. There were still 4 days until the college entrance exam. Yi Qian took the file from Ho Zi. She didn't know what was going on and took out a piece of A4 paper. When she saw the words, Provincial First High School Grade 12 Class 1 Yi Qian kept by a mysterious rich businessman, printed on it, she couldn't help but clear her throat. "Brother Z, you can just get rid of it. You really don't have to send it over for me to take a look," she said unnaturally. It was really embarrassing. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would be rumored to be a mistress by the famous third Master Ho. Ho Zi smiled faintly and said, "I also investigated the Yi family and found a few interesting things. I'll tell you about it after your college entrance examination." As soon as she finished speaking, she received a glare from Xia Yiwei. She immediately added, "If I say it now, I'm afraid it will affect your exam. Don't stand here if you don't know how to talk." Xia Yiwei's expression darkened. She turned to comfort Yi Qian. "Compared to your college entrance exam, these trivial matters are nothing. It's just a bunch of trivial matters. Sixth brother asked me to come over and tell you to take the college entrance exam well. He will try to make a trip back during your college entrance exam. Nowadays, the school didn't allow grade 12 students to casually answer phone calls. If the parents had any issues, they could contact the teachers first, and the teachers would then pass the message to the students. Even Xia Jinyuan couldn't contact Yi Qian. When she heard that old Madame Yi was in the hospital, Yi Qian, who was in a good mood, pursed her lips and smiled. "The Yi family's matters are indeed a little complicated. Thank you for helping me hold them back, Brother Z. Without Ho Zi's help, old Madame Yi would come to the school again and again to cause trouble. Although she didn't want to, it would affect the school more or less. She didn't want to affect the school before graduation." Chapter 1190. In fact, Yi Qian didn't expect Ho Zi to keep the Yi family hanging and even scare old Madame Yi to the point of being hospitalized. He didn't expect this at first, but when he saw Ho Zi chasing after Xia Yiwei, he vaguely understood why he made the Yi family worry for so long. It was all to get close to the woman he loved. Yi Qian couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the two figures walk away under the bright sun. That year, Ho Zi blew up his gun collection in Mount Dalong for Xia Yiwei. From this, it could be seen how deep his feelings for Xia Yiwei were. How could Ho Zi accept to give up and watch his beloved woman marry another man? The two of them were so compatible from the back. Coupled with Ho Zi's perseverance, their 17 years of relationship wouldn't end just like that. One day, they would have a happy ending. There were still 4 days until the college entrance exam. The entire third year of high school gradually calmed down from crazily revising, crazily doing questions, and crazily sprinting. The last 4 days were no longer sprinting for the college entrance exam. The teachers wouldn't always remind the students how long it was until the college entrance exam. In the last 4 days, the students gradually relaxed and sprinted towards the college entrance exam in their best condition. In 1999, the college entrance exam was first filled in before taking the exam. Some students even talked about their future college life. Their words were full of yearning. Those who wanted to go to college were already preparing for the upcoming college entrance exam. When they chatted, the most common words they heard were, "What will happen when I go to college?" And those who didn't want to go to college finally didn't have to worry about affecting those who wanted to go to college. When they heard similar words, they laughed and said, Okay, I'll play with you when the time comes." The third year's Class 1 students had the worst grades. They had no problem getting into a second-tier university. Therefore, the topic they talked about the most was, "Your school is too far from mine. It's too long to take the train. My dad did some research. Your school's management major is quite good. I'm a little regretful that I didn't apply to your school. Don't mention it. I regret it too. If the admission cutoff score this year is too high, I'm worried that I won't be able to get in. It'll be so embarrassing if I have to restudy. What did Yi Qian apply to? How come I don't know? She gave up on Tsinghua University and West University. What school did she apply to? I don't know. I didn't hear it from her. And Jiasun and the others don't know either." Every time they chatted, the topic would always unknowingly turn to Yi Qian. Although some students also kept the school they applied to a secret, Yi Qian was always the center of attention, so he always attracted a lot of attention. Not only were the students in the same class discussing in low voices, but the students from other classes were also discussing in low voices. However, no one knew which school Yi Qian had applied to. In the past, she would feel a little jealous when she mentioned it. However, with the college entrance examination in 4 days, she couldn't help but feel a little melancholy when she talked about it again. At the same time as the college entrance examination, the time that I, and he spent together also entered the countdown. This also meant that their high school lives were coming to an end. After going their separate ways, they might not have the chance to meet again in the future. The feeling of jealousy lessened, and the reluctance to part increased. Yi Qian had always known that her classmates were secretly discussing which school she had applied to. Originally, she wanted to tell her classmates, but after Teacher Tong talked to her, she found out that there were only 4 students in the entire Nen province who had applied to the National University of Science and Technology. She was the only girl who had applied to the National University of Science and Technology. She was also the only student in the province who had applied to the National University of Science and Technology. Chapter 1191. As the Hua University and West University of the military schools, the National University of Science and Technology only accepted a small number of students each year. The admission score for the engineering and technology courses was sometimes higher than the admission score for Hua University and West University. Yi Qian, who had always had good grades, listened to Xia Jinyuan's advice and chose the lower admission score for the command course. Even she had to fill in her application and major conservatively. It was obvious how difficult it was to get into the National University of Science and Technology in the 1990s. After Teacher Tong's reminder, Yi Qian remained silent on his application for the college entrance exam. Fortunately, the students did not pester him, which made Yi Qian feel a little relieved. On the 3rd day of the college entrance exam, the 6th floor of Class 5 seemed to have been triggered. Pieces of paper floated up from the 6th floor like snowflakes, followed by the students of the 4 classes on the 6th floor. The candidates of the 3 classes downstairs were dumbfounded. Damn, are they tearing the books? No way, there are still 3 days left. Don't they plan to revise anymore? The students of grade 12 class 1 looked up from the sea of test papers and stacks of revision materials. They were a little confused. Tearing the books? Did the 4 classes upstairs have to be so arrogant? They seemed to be enjoying themselves. What should I do? My hands are itching too. And Jiasun rubbed her hands and muttered to Yi Qian, Why don't we go to the rooftop later and tear a few books? I want to tear those evil English books. Yi Qian looked at the empty desk in front of him and smiled. You can try. I can't do it. As he spoke, Teacher Tong came over with dozens of woven bags. The class representative, Lu Exin, followed closely behind with dozens of woven bags in each hand. Teacher Tong, who was standing by the podium, still had a gentle smile on her face. She said to the students who didn't quite understand why LV Xian came in with a woven bag, every year, the revision materials, class notes, and test papers of our grade 12 class 1 students will become the hottest materials in the next grade 12 class 3. As for me, in order to prevent you from tearing up your books like the 4 classes upstairs, I've prepared in advance to collect and bind your books. Students in the first row of each group, go to Lu Xian to get a woven bag and put away the revision materials that you no longer need. The classroom was suddenly filled with wails. They had been fighting with Teacher Tong for 2 years, but they still lost. Teacher Tong, we also want to tear the books. I heard that this will reduce stress. We need to reduce the pressure, Teacher Tong. After wailing, all of them began to talk about it with smiles on their faces. The college entrance examination was coming, and they were about to part ways. Laughter could dilute the sadness of parting. After sending off the graduates one after another, Teacher Tong looked at the youthful faces filled with the temperament of the rising sun, and the gentle smile on her face deepened. Take out your test papers with the highest and lowest scores and tear them apart on the last day of your high school career. Just as he finished speaking, the students laughed again. What about Yi Qian? She doesn't have a highest or lowest score. Even her average score is the same. In her second year of high school, Yi Qian's grades had always been strangely stable. No matter how difficult or easy the test papers were, she could always maintain the same score. It was as if she had calculated it beforehand. Yi Qian smiled and said, I also have a test paper with high and low marks, but I don't have the chance to tear it up. She spread her hands in front of her desk. Only then did the entire class realize that her desk was the cleanest and tedious desk in the entire class. How could it not be clean and tidy without a single book? Her homework, revision materials, and test papers had already been taken away by the teachers in advance to prevent her from learning from the other students and tearing the books. Chapter 1192. The difference, the treatment, the treatment. It should be taken away in advance for the next batch of third-year students to worship and look up to. No way, not a single set of test papers is left? I wanted to snatch one for my sister. The teacher is too cruel, not leaving a single set for us students. Amidst the laughter, the monotonous high school life began to come to an end. Time passed by unconsciously. Looking back, it was already time to say goodbye. Where is my message book? Anyone who didn't leave behind a calligraphy piece, remember to leave it. There are only 3 days left, don't let me have any regrets. Yang Su, what's your contact information? Why didn't you fill it out? How am I going to find you in the future? In 1999, the most popular forms of communication were home phone, MSN, and QICQ, which had just emerged. Yi Jian was an exception. She did not have any of the 3 forms of communication. And Jiasin was angry. Damn, do I have to put up a missing person notice if I want to find you in the future? After her anger subsided, she left with Yi Qian through the back door at noon. She entered the internet cafe with the speed of a turtle and applied for a QQ number for Yi Qian. What's your name? Invincible in the province's number 1 middle school? What about email? There has to be one. I also have to choose a self-portrait. How about a blonde girl? Opening the 1999 QICQ application, Yi Qian filled it out slowly. Although QICQ was not as popular as MSN, it was very popular in the student group. In 2000, QICQ became the main contact information for students. It could be said that every student had one. When Yi Qian wrote his name in the name column, Jiasin was puzzled. Green helmet. What kind of name is that? Shouldn't it be more domineering? Also, helmet is a hat, right? Can I understand it as a green hat? Cuckold it. Facing a good friend who could twist a very normal name into a different meaning, Yi Qian, who was already used to it, calmly said, Green represents hope, and the helmet represents protection. You can use normal thinking to understand it as protect the green hope. Don't you think it's more domineering? And Jessen silently bit her fingernails and said with some internal injuries, "You are indeed much more domineering." It turned out that being a cuckold could be understood in this way. The ability of good students to understand things was much higher than theirs. Yi Qian didn't bother registering her cell phone or pager number. She didn't have a cell phone or pager number. It didn't take long for Yi Qian to have a 6-digit QQ account, while Jessen became her first QQ friend. Seeing her online name, Yi Qian couldn't help but rub his forehead. "Please call me Empress. You're really domineering. You must have watched too many kung fu movies." A Qing dynasty drama was popular all over the country. Even she, who never watched TV, would occasionally watch it when she had a headache. The actors were very familiar. One of the maids and 2 of the girls later became big stars. However, at that time, they were already past their prime. "I like how domineering the Empress is," and Jessen said as she took out a graduation message book from her bag. "Come on, let's add a few students' QICQ numbers. Later, we'll go to the stationery store to buy a graduation souvenir book. Everyone in the class has one, but I don't see you getting one." Classmate Jane Eyre, sometimes you have to go with the flow. In her previous life, Yi Qian had developed a cold and quiet personality. She had never participated in any group activities. Chapter 1193. There weren't as many class activities as there were in high school when she was studying in town. Plus, her classmates had developed a habit of not asking her to come along, so it was normal that Yi Qian didn't participate in class activities. And Yi Qian had been away from class for too long, so she didn't realize that there was anything wrong. If it weren't for Jessen's reminder in high school, she would have remained like she was in middle school, acting alone and avoiding class activities. And Jessen had helped Yi Qian a lot in her second year of high school. She had helped her integrate into high school life faster and integrate into the group. She was no longer walking alone and studying alone. "Let's buy a thicker one. I'm afraid there will be other classmates." With Jessen's help, Yi Qian, who had a cold personality, became much more tactful when it came to interpersonal relationships. Plus, she had a man who had held her hand as she grew up helping her. In her second year of high school, Yi Qian realized that she had changed a lot. At the very least, she could communicate with her classmates normally and wouldn't subconsciously keep a distance. No matter how thick it is, it can't be that thick. Prepare 2. One for class and one for other classes. And Jessen made the decision. Yi Qian didn't have any objections. In fact, Yi Jian had never thought of preparing a graduation note. She had been reborn and had lived 2 lives. No matter how much she integrated into the student life, she was still young and had not experienced many things. She was different from a student who had not experienced many things. But Jessen was right. Sometimes she needed to go with the flow. Everyone in class had a message book, so how could she be an exception? Some of her classmates had started preparing one a month ago. She was the latest. Thanks to Jessen's suggestion to buy 2 guidebooks, Yi Jian handed her guidebook to LVXN after returning to school that day. In less than an afternoon, the entire guidebook was filled with the words of every student in the class. "Wow, Yi Qian applied for QICQ today. Quickly write it down. Maybe we'll have to ask her for help when we're in college. Pamani. I'll write them down. Finally, I have a way to contact her. She didn't leave it. I didn't dare to ask." As for the other message booklet, after Zhang Bin conveniently took it away, the message booklet began to circulate among the various liners. When it returned to Yi Qian, the entire message booklet was filled from the first page to the last. "He's very popular. Should we add all the students who left QICQ?" And Jessen clicked her tongue in amazement as she flipped through the comments. "I dare say that all the top 100 seniors have left comments." Yi Qian, who was earnestly writing his blessings in a message book, didn't even raise his head as he smiled faintly. "I'll go to an internet cafe and add them one by one after the holidays. We can still keep in touch in the future." "Yi Qian, are you done yet? Let's take a photo together." A boy stood at the door of the classroom and said with a young and inexperienced voice, Several classes of students are waiting for you on the lawn. They are all waiting for you to come down. Every year, the provincial first high school would give the examinees a day and a half off. One day was for the students to rest and prepare for the exam, and the other half was for the students to take group photos in school. Taking group photos was very important. It was so important that half a day wasn't enough. After taking group photos with the entire class, it was time for the students to take group photos with each other. After the third year of high school, some students might not see each other for the rest of their lives. The only way to preserve this moment was to take group photos. Chapter 1194. Yichin, over here, over here. And Jiasun, who was standing beside Zhang Bin, jumped up and down like a rabbit as she waved at Yiqian. They've been waiting so long for you that they've turned into a giraffe. After she finished speaking, the tall Zhang Bin smiled at his classmates and said, "Hurry up and decide if you want to take a photo with Yiqian alone. Otherwise, you'll be asked to leave by the other students." Yes, you must. In the future, when Yiqian becomes famous, I can even show off my photos to my wife and brag about it. You're thinking so far ahead. You don't even have a girlfriend and you're already thinking about your wife. Coming. Hurry up and see if my hair is messed up. Yes, ma'am. If it's not messed up, I don't see you looking any more handsome. I'm so nervous. To be able to take a photo with the top student in the province. My palms are sweating. Hearing the soft voices of the boys, the popular Yiqian walked over with a smile. 1, 2, 3 eggplant. With the sound of the camera clicking, the young and carefree smiles froze, becoming the most beautiful memories in the years to come. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when the golden sun was setting, the laughter gradually turned into sobbing. The non-resident students began to carry their empty backpacks home. The students who were not assigned to the exam also packed their luggage and checked into the hotel closest to the exam venue. The figures of the parents also appeared on the campus. It was as if they had just started school and hurried to and fro with their luggage. The same figures, the same pace, but the direction they were walking in was like a farewell. Yiqian, who was holding a camera in his hand, stood in the shade of a tree. His gaze swept across the familiar campus bit by bit, and he unconsciously let out a long sigh. The second year of high school was over. Finished taking a photo with the principal? And Jiasun, who had found her way over, interrupted Yiqian's thoughts. Her voice was not as crisp as it had been in the photo, and it was a little heavy. It feels like the school has suddenly become much quieter. Indeed, it was quiet. Even the faint sunset had lost its last rays, leaving behind a smoky white color that enveloped the entire campus. The usual hustle and bustle had disappeared. The laughter and the sound of reading had also disappeared. It seemed that even the chirping of cicadas had become much softer, leaving only a few weak and feeble chirping. Yiqian put his arm around her shoulder and said with a smile, "When there's a reunion, there's a parting. Let's look forward to our next reunion." Parting had always been a sad topic. Yiqian smiled and changed the topic. "Have you packed your things? Can you move in now?" "It's all packed. The entire dormitory is empty." It was rare for Jiasun to be sad, and it seemed like she wouldn't be able to get over it for a while. She and Yiqian were both taking their exams at school. She had originally planned to stay in the dormitory and wait for her parents to come over after the exams, but Yiqian suggested that they might as well move out of school and stay with her for a few days. The college entrance exam was on schedule. There were police officers guarding the front and back gates to clear the way for the students. On such a hot day, parents held umbrellas and chatted with smiles on their faces at the school gates, but in reality, they were even more nervous than the examinees. The buses stopped on both sides of the school road. The traffic police led the way and escorted every student into the school. The teachers who followed the buses checked on the buses again. They only left after making sure that all the students had alighted. The students from other schools who came to take the exam yesterday had already familiarized themselves with the examination halls and knew where they were. After entering the school, they went straight to the corresponding examination halls. Yi Ying, who was wearing the uniform of number 2 high school, raised her head as she stood at the entrance of the school. After nearly 2 years, she was once again standing at the entrance of the school. In the next few days, She would definitely make the school regret ever trying to dissuade her. Chapter 1195. Ying, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. A classmate urged her. Ying pursed her lips, her eyes cold. She raised her head, chin slightly, and walked proudly through the provincial first high school's campus amidst the noise. Yi Qian was reminding Jiasin, keep your admission ticket safe and don't lose it. Don't panic during the exam, just act like you normally do. Also, don't look around while taking the exam. I know. I'm on the first floor, you're on the fourth. Hurry. It was the first time Jiasin learned that Yi Qian had the potential to be a chatterbox. She laughed and said, you're even more worried than my mom. Hurry, damn, why is she here too? And Jiasin almost bit her tongue as she hurriedly corrected herself. She widened her eyes and looked as if she had seen a ghost. Which exam hall is she in? God bless her, please don't be in the same exam hall as me. Yi Qian glanced at Ying indifferently and chuckled. So what if she's in the same exam hall as you? You take your exam, and she'll take hers. Also, please don't be in the same exam hall as you. If she really is in the same exam hall as you must pretend that you didn't see her. Don't be distracted by small movements during the exam, and don't look up, okay? Also, if you find an unknown note, report it to the invigilator immediately. Don't do anything like bending over. Yi Qian was nagging, and now it was Jiasin who was nagging. Villains were the hardest to guard against, especially villains like Yi Ying. And Jiasin had classified her as a dangerous person who needed to be quarantined for life. Yi Ying also saw Yi Jian. Her eyes suddenly darkened, and she secretly clenched her teeth. Then, with a bright and beautiful smile on her face, she walked over with an arrogant classmate, chatting and laughing with them. Her expression told Yi Qian that even if she left the provincial first high school, she would still be a celebrity in class. Look at her smug face. But, and Jiasin rolled her eyes. What's so great about a villain getting her way? Yi Qian smiled and said a few more words to her before heading to the exam hall on the fourth floor. When he reached the third floor, Yi Qian saw the arrogant Ying standing at the entrance of the staircase, looking down at him. He hadn't seen her for almost 2 years, and she looked more and more like the Yi Ying from his previous life. Yi Qian's eyes darkened, and his expression turned cold as he walked past her. You want to be arrogant? Heh, let her be arrogant towards the air. You're really shameless to be kept by a mafia boss. Being ignored, Yi Ying's expression twisted fiercely. She turned to face Yi Qian, who brushed past her, and said through gritted teeth, I want to see how good you are and what kind of score you can get. Yi Qian had no interest in stopping to talk to her. He kept walking up to the fourth floor. There were many students walking in and out of the corridor. Yi Ying wanted to restrain herself even if she wanted to vent. She chased up to the fourth floor and saw Yi Qian enter the same exam room as her. Yi Ying, who had a gloomy expression, suddenly smiled. She had wanted to find out which exam room the wretched girl would be in, and then ask her acquaintances in the education bureau to see if they could arrange for her to be surrounded by poor students. In the end, she gave up because she was worried about the mafia boss who kept the wretched girl. She didn't think that the heavens would help her and arrange for the wretched girl to be in the same exam room as her. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with calculation. Her anger from being ignored by Yi Qian was swept away and she revealed a strange smile. Yi Qian felt that Jiasin's mouth was really sharp. He didn't think that he would really be in the same exam room as her. Seeing her flickering eyes, Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. The familiar Ying was here again. It seemed like she wanted to play some tricks during the exam. Chapter 1196. Then should he play with her? While she was still considering, Ying walked over. She looked down at her and sneered, You motherless thing, want to surpass me? Don't even think about it. Just you wait, stupid girl. I'll show you my true strength. You have parents, but you can still raise a child like you. You're no different from a beast. Yi Jian answered indifferently. There was coldness in his dark and bottomless eyes. He was enjoying Yi Ying's sudden change of expression calmly. You're worse than a beast. I'll give you my blessing for the college entrance examination. The exam was coming soon. Yi Ying was so angry that her face turned red. She clenched her fists and controlled her hands that were about to swing out. She gritted her teeth and said, "Just you wait." Since middle school, other than "just you wait," what else can you say? Yi Ying, I've been waiting. Compared to Yi Ying's angry face, Yi Qian, who was provoked, was much calmer. He continued to provoke her. You still want to play tricks in the exam? I'm also waiting. I'm looking forward to it. He said Yi Ying's plan as if he could read her mind. She was so shocked that the anger on her face was replaced by shock. Luckily, Yi Jifan taught her well. Yi Ying was only shocked for a short while. She pressed her lips together and said, I won't let you be proud for too long. I'll make you understand that you're not as good as me. So what if you have good grades? Do you think you can stand out just because you have good grades? What else do you have besides good grades? Do you know what you need to walk out of society? Relying on connections. Do you think you're qualified to compete with me? As more and more students entered the exam hall, Ying ended the confrontation with what she thought was a fierce glare. She returned to her seat. The sun had already shone on every corner of the school. Someone stood in the shade of a tree outside the school. His handsome face had a faint smile, and his eyes were gentle as he looked at the corner of the school building. He ran all the way here because of traffic control, but he was still a little late. He didn't personally send her to the exam hall. Time ticked away, and the parents who had been waiting all lowered their voices and chatted softly. Their topics revolved around the school that they had applied to and their daughter's results. Xia Jinyuan listened quietly without any intention of getting involved. It was not until the name he was most familiar with came up that he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked over. After listening for a while, his thin lips curved into a perfect smile. His little fox was so famous that even the parents of the students knew about her. 30 minutes had passed since the exam started. Yi Qian, who didn't know Xia Jinyuan was there, started answering the questions on the last page. Her writing speed was too fast, and she was very famous in all the schools in the southern province. The invigilator stood beside her, watching her answer the questions while scanning the exam hall with his sharp eyes. The invigilator, who was gradually attracted by her answering speed, couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Too fast, too fast. As a teacher, he couldn't keep up with her speed. After 50 minutes, Yi Qian finished answering all the questions. At 60 minutes, he was the first student to hand in his paper and leave the classroom. Her departure caused the entire exam hall to become even quieter. The godlike existence of Yi Qian from the province was indeed famous. Yi Ying, who was still working on the questions, looked at the figure walking past her. She bit her lower lip and stared at her unfinished paper with a gloomy look in her eyes. Chapter 1197. Other than the occasional nervous coughing in the large classroom, the entire examination hall was so quiet that only the rustling of the pens could be heard. Yi Qian's early submission of the papers had undoubtedly stimulated the students' answering speed. Even the invigilator suddenly felt the pressure increase. He stood at the side of the aisle, his eyes fixed on all the students. If he found any suspicious cheaters, he would immediately go over to investigate. Yi Ying, with a gloomy expression, clenched the note tightly. She pretended to sit up straight and glanced at the empty desk 2 seats away from her from the corner of her eye. She put away the note with great reluctance. She actually handed in her papers so early. She couldn't move at all. Wretched girl, you're lucky. There was still 1.5 hours left between 9 o'clock a.m. and 11:30 a.m. The examinees were still writing at a high speed, burying their heads in the questions. Accompanying them were the tireless cries of the cicadas. The cries were sometimes loud and sometimes hurried, just like the mood of the examinees as they worked on the questions. Why is there a kid coming out? No way, it's only been 70 minutes? Whose kid is it? Let me see, let me see. There's a girl called Yi Qian in our provincial first high school. My child said that he took 2 mock exams with her. She was the one who handed in her papers early each time. A parent who was also an examinee from the provincial first high school craned his neck to look at the school. He immediately recognized the girl who was walking over and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's really Yi Jian. She's amazing, amazing. She's done with the exam." Yi Qian was no stranger to the parents of the provincial first high school. She was the representative of the entire school at the opening ceremony every year. Every time the teacher introduced her results, she was so far ahead that the parents of the new students gasped. The difference between first place and second place was not a difference of 5 or 10 points, but a difference of 70 or 80 points. Yi Qian planned to go home and cook for Jiasin when she came back from the exam. When she was a short distance away from the back door of the school, Yi Qian could hear the discussion of the parents. She couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She only wanted to hurry home and cook a good meal. She forgot that she would be seen by the parents if she came out so early. Without thinking much, Yi Qian walked to the left side of the classroom building. 3 o'clock. A familiar and elegant male voice came from the other side of the wall. Yi Qian, who was standing in the middle of the shrubs, had a glint in his eyes. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the 3 o'clock. The June sun was so bright that it was like a handful of broken diamonds scattered everywhere. The girl he loved looked up and smiled at him. "You're here." They had known each other for 4 years, and her smile would always inadvertently make his heart beat faster. Xia Jinyuan gazed into her dark eyes, which could disperse the heat around him, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "Yes, I'm here. I've walked through thousands of mountains and rivers just to walk to your side, to hear your voice, to see your smile, and to hear you say you're here. All the hardships and tiredness disappear in an instant, leaving only joy in my heart. No one will notice if we come out from here." Xia Jinyuan, who had half of his body above the wall, waved at the girl who was walking towards him. He looked at her warmly and said, "I'll keep watch for you." Having a special forces soldier keep watch for something like this was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The two of them were very close, only about 4 or 5 meters apart. Yi Qian walked over and stood on a rock in the shrubs. She looked up and smiled at the man with gentle eyes. "Did you also climb over the wall 2 years ago?" Chapter 1198. After careful investigation, there are 3 camphor trees lined up in a straight line on the right, and the corner of the wall is on the left. This is the best spot for a surprise attack. Xia Jinyuan answered seriously like a professional. With vegetation and the wall as cover, it only took 30 seconds to successfully climb over the wall without alerting the school guards. Yi Jian smiled until her eyes were like crescent moons. The leaves swayed with the wind, and the mottled sunlight shone on her face. The faint light shone on her skin, which was as fair as jade and had a glossy luster. Her eyes were full of smiles, and the smile could not only be contained in her eyes, but also overflowed from the corners of her eyes. Xia Jinyuan saw her full of joy and heard the flowers in his heart blooming in that instant. He saw love blooming like a flower, so beautiful and prosperous that the fragrance spread from 10 miles away. There was a professional standing guard. Yi Qian took about 5 steps back, ran up the wall with one leg, and landed on the top of the wall as light as a swallow. Then he quickly jumped down from the top of the wall in a half-crouch. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing below, looked at his open arms and raised his eyebrows. He said to Yi Qian, who jumped down without any delay, "Little fox, I don't believe that you didn't see my open arms." He wanted her to jump into his arms, but his little fox did not give him the chance. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. "I just wanted to get down quickly and not get caught by the guard. I really didn't see it." Her gaze was already sizing him up, and finally landed on his face. She did not hide her fatigue like she did last time. Her eyes were clear and bloodshot, her fingers were clean, and her clothes were neat but wrinkled. His shiny leather shoes were spotless. Yi Qian felt a little relieved. She was afraid that he would rush over again, so she did not even bother to rest. "Even if they catch you today, they won't record your score. At most, they'll give you a few words of criticism. In my opinion, it's because my little fox is shy." Xia Jinyuan pretended not to notice her sizing him up and smiled faintly. His handsome face was gentle as he walked side by side with her towards the direction of the neighborhood. "You can even hide your shyness well. The results of the intensive training are obvious." In a few words, there were always a few that had something to do with the training. Yi Qian, whose thoughts were exposed, replied calmly, "I really didn't see it. Are you done with your work?" Talking about hugging and cuddling had always been her weakness, so she had to change the topic immediately. Xia Jinyuan could not help but laugh at her calm appearance. He gently pinched her small and round earlobe and said softly, "Graduated from high school. Little fox, do you still remember the promise you made?" During the National Day military training 2 years ago, she had said that she would confirm her relationship with him after she graduated from high school. Xia Jinyuan had rushed over because of his promise. Of course Yi Qian remembered. Hundreds of days had passed, but his feelings for her were still the same. The graduation of the 3rd year of high school was on schedule, and so was her promise. She looked at the man who had been waiting for her for 4 years with a smile. "I've always remembered it in my heart. I've never forgotten it." When he made the promise, the little fox's eyebrows were young and tender, and her face was embarrassed. But now, she was natural and unrestrained, and she answered him with a calm demeanor. The scenes of the past flashed before his eyes, and today he finally waited for the flower to bloom. Xia Jinyuan closed his eyes. Filled with tenderness, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently with excitement and sincerity. Chapter 1199. Although they were far away from the school gate, it was only a few hundred meters from the back gate to the residential area. The residential area was mostly rented by the parents of the provincial first high school students. A girl wearing the provincial first high school uniform was being kissed on the forehead by a tall and handsome man. Parents passing by would more or less cast inquisitive glances at them. The feeling of being watched made Yi Qian very uncomfortable, but she couldn't bear to interrupt his kiss. She couldn't see his expression clearly, but she could clearly feel his emotions fluctuating because of her words. She thought that his eyes must be very deep, and at this moment, they must be very bright. His expression was so sincere that it made her heart palpitate, because he had always been so protective of her. Before she met him, although there was light in her world, it was so monotonous that there was only one color. After she met him, the monotonous world began to be colorful. Sometimes, it was so beautiful that it made her timid and afraid to take a step forward, for fear that one day she would fall into the love net of this dangerous man and give up her life like a moth flying into the sky. She hesitated, panicked, and tried to escape, but in the end, she still couldn't walk out of his tenderness. From then on, the figure of a man named Xia Jinyuan appeared in her world. The sun was scorching, and the leaves were swaying in the wind. The rustling sound of the leaves was like the sound of flowers blooming in her heart. Yi Qian reached out and slowly hugged the man who had traveled thousands of miles for her. She couldn't refuse him, and she didn't want to refuse him. Yi Qian's hug made Xia Jinyuan feel happiness rush into his chest. The overflowing happiness made this man, who had walked through the battlefield, almost burst into tears. He knew Yi Qian too well. It was more difficult for her to make such a bold move in front of so many people than for her to fight on the battlefield. Her emotions were usually calm and reserved, and she would never reveal them easily. Now, for his sake, in order not to make him sad, she took the initiative to reach out her hands and buried her head in his embrace like a little bird. He knew that after 4 years of waiting, the flowers would bloom, and the most beautiful results would also come. No matter how many pairs of eyes stared at them, they did not break up immediately. Xia Jinyuan hugged the girl he had been thinking about day and night tightly. He did not want to let go of her so soon. His feelings could not be described with words. He only knew that he was very happy now, very happy. After some time, Xia Jinyuan heard the rustling of the leaves. He loosened his arms around her, put his chin close to her ear, and whispered, "What should I do? I want to carry you back now." Yi Qian rubbed his chin and replied softly, "Hold it in, don't be impulsive. Pay attention to control your emotions, don't lose your composure. You won't feel awkward, but I will." At this moment, Yi Qian's cheeks were abnormally red. The redness didn't just cover her neck, it spread all the way to her cheeks, ears, and even the snow-white skin below her neck was suffused with a pink diamond-like luster. After the Labor Day holiday, she turned around and kissed him because of a little jealousy. Afterward, when she was faced with everyone's gazes, she relied on her usual psychological training to stay calm and not run away. That time, she suddenly kissed a man in front of her classmates. It was the boldest thing she had done in her 2 lives, and it was also the only time. Chapter 1200. If he said that he was going to carry her now, Yi Qian thought that her heart would beat so fast that she wouldn't be able to concentrate on her exams in the afternoon. Because at this moment, when she hugged him like this, her heart was beating very fast. Xia Jinyuan chuckled. Her waist was so thin that he could wrap his arms around it with one hand. Every time he hugged her, his heart would sway because he realized that this was the best position for their bodies to be close together. It was the most suitable position for them to talk and kiss. Xia Jinyuan placed a light kiss on the top of her head and sighed. After waiting for 4 years, my dream finally came true. I feel like I'm floating, like I'm dreaming. Yi Qian teased him, you can think of it as a daydream. Even if I'm daydreaming, it's all about you. I think about how I sometimes need a long time to fall asleep when I wake up in the middle of the night. I also think about how I'll wait until you graduate from high school. Don't tell me I'm regretting it. Worrying about gains and losses for hundreds of days, thousands of hours. Xia Jinyuan really felt like he was floating and felt that it was a little unreal. His voice gradually lowered as he turned to hold her face, his fingers caressing her blushing cheeks. I can feel your body temperature and see that I'm in your eyes. How could I be daydreaming? Why don't we go back and talk? There are a lot of students coming out, and some of the parents over there seem to have recognized me. Yi Qian loosened her grip on his muscular waist and tugged at the corner of his shirt. Her clear and bright eyes were glistening as she looked at him shyly. I have an exam in the afternoon. I want to go back and rest early to prepare for the exam. The wind that blew through the leaves brought with it the coolness of summer, gradually calming them down. The gazes around them didn't disturb them, but Yi Qian was still a high school student, so she should be more mindful of her surroundings. Xia Jinyuan calmly loosened his grip, lowered his head, and gently kissed her cheek. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook to celebrate our relationship. What do you think? Soon to be confirmed as lovers? Yi Qian raised an eyebrow. Although her face was still red, her eyes were calm. So what if those faintly discernible gazes fell on her? Her relationship with him was what they saw. Xia Jinyuan reacted quickly and said, no, we should celebrate the confirmation of our relationship. Of course, he liked the idea of confirming their relationship. Since Little Fox had spoken, he had to obey. G3 said, it's too difficult to find a girlfriend in our line of work. I wish I could feed my girlfriend with a spoon now. G3, who had left the ranks of bachelors, was now full of beauties in the team. He even used the identity of an experienced person to educate his comrades who were still single. From the beginning to the end, he only expressed one meaning. It's not easy to find a girlfriend. Once you find one, you must dote on her, love her, and pamper her. Otherwise, you'll let down your girlfriend who worries about you all the time. Xia Jinyuan thought about it and felt that it made sense. However, his little fox was different from his girlfriend who was a G3 teacher. It was necessary to pamper her and love her. However, she was still a soldier who needed to go to the front line. He could depend on her in life, but he could not depend on her in other aspects. He had to criticize her when he needed to, and be strict when he needed to. There was a chain supermarket behind the residential area. When Xia Jinyuan walked to the meat section, the seafood section, and the vegetable section, he paused for about a minute. His mind quickly filtered through the dishes he was best at. His goal was to start choosing the ingredients accurately. Chapter 1201. Prawns were easy to make. Just remove the intestines and steam them. Sea fish were easy to make. Just like prawns. Meat needed to be stir-fried. No, it was hard to control the heat. Pork ribs were easy. Boiled with soy sauce and fresh ginger. That was easy too. Buy more. I have a classmate coming over to eat. She has a big appetite, Yi Qian reminded him in a low voice as she followed him to choose the live prawns. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. Now that their relationship was clear, he could finally enter her life as her boyfriend and get closer to her world. And Jessen has always been curious about who my boyfriend is. I don't know if she'll remember you when she sees you later, but I'm guessing she probably doesn't. Yi Jian said with a smile. She had been walking side by side with Xia Jinyuan. Occasionally, their arms would touch intimately. Anyone who saw them would know that they were a couple. Xia Jinyuan didn't have much of an impression of her classmate, but he knew in Jiasun. He also knew that this girl had helped Yi Qian a lot. He smiled and said, "You were in the same class from the second year of middle school to high school. You two must be very close." "Yes, we are very, very close. She helped me a lot in school and took the initiative to integrate me into the class. She even told me that if I wanted to integrate into the environment, I couldn't be special." Speaking of her good friend, Yi Qian's expression became even gentler. Her eyes were watery, moistened by friendship and love. Her beautiful face glowed with a bright and moving radiance. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but quickly kiss her cheek. Yi Qian glared at him and said, "Even if we are in a relationship, you can't always be so touchy." "Little fox, I was just using my mouth. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists." Xia Jinyuan's expression was incomparably gentle. His handsome features revealed happiness. "Your friend is very good. She taught you how to integrate into the group and let you have a sense of belonging to the class. We all need to thank her for her help." Yi Qian's temperament in her previous life had already developed into an unsociable personality. She was a little cold and aloof. Even when she smiled, there was a sense of distance. But Yi Qian himself would never think that he was unsociable. He even thought that it was good to be alone. She would not care about how the people around her looked at her. She would not care about what happened in class or what happened between her classmates. She would enjoy her days alone and walk through her entire student life with her own tenacity and indomitable spirit. Xia Jinyuan did not want to see Yi Qian in such a state. Being independent was a good thing, but once you were independent and didn't fit in, there would definitely be problems. No matter how good her grades were, she would be isolated and ostracized by her classmates. No matter how outstanding one's abilities were, they wouldn't be recognized. Even if they joined the military, they wouldn't be able to reach the top. He couldn't take care of her in school, so he could only guide her in another way. When the provincial first senior high school's first-year students were assigned to different classes, he had specially suggested to Principal Chow to see if he could assign Jiasun to Teacher Tong's class. That way, Yi Qian would have an old classmate to accompany her when she entered school. Now it seemed that his suggestion back then was very correct. And Jiasun, who was cheerful and good at socializing, did indeed take care of Yi Qian in school. The problems that he had worried about previously did not occur, and she always maintained a good relationship with her classmates. Xia Jinyuan, who had a plan in mind, had always used his own way to hold Yi Qian's hand and guide her to grow up. He had used his own way to silently protect the girl he loved as she grew up. Chapter 12:02. And Jiasun is a very important friend of mine. I promised her that if I had a boyfriend, she would be the first to know. Yi Qian chose a piece of pork rib and smiled gently. She likes pork ribs. Why don't we make braised pork ribs together? Braised pork ribs were a little difficult. Xia Jinyuan pondered for a while and replied, "We can try. It should be braised pork ribs with soy sauce." When they came back from grocery shopping and reached the third floor, Xia Jinyuan suddenly picked up the unsuspecting Yi Qian and ran up to the fifth floor with a low laugh. "Although I can't carry you from outside, I can carry you from the nearest distance." Although Yi Qian was a little shocked, he quickly wrapped his arms around Xia Jinyuan's neck and let Xia Jinyuan carry him home. She didn't know how to fall in love. She only knew that when she saw how happy he was, she couldn't bear to reject him, nor could she bear to reject him. The sweet interaction didn't end until Jiasun came back. One of them was cooking in the kitchen, while the other was setting the table in the dining room. As the key was pulled back, the security door was pushed open. And Jiasun, who had just finished her exams, smelled the delicious aroma in the room. She was no longer half dead and screamed excitedly, "It smells so good. Grilled fish, stir-fried beef, and duck. My Jane Eyre. Being with you is so blissful. Come, let's kiss." The tightly closed kitchen door was pushed open, and a handsome and tall figure walked out. And Jiasun, who was about to pounce on Yi Jian, suddenly stopped halfway. She almost tripped over her right leg and tripped over herself. "My boyfriend. Last time, you kept wanting to know which man I kissed at the back door. This is the man you wanted to know." Yi Qian introduced him generously. She once said that if she had a boyfriend, she would introduce him to Jiasun first. You've seen him before. Take a closer look and see if you remember. And Jiasin was a little confused. Jane Eyre had always been a quiet student. She was a good student in school. She didn't accept a single love letter, didn't accept any gifts from any boys, and never flirted with any boys. She was the best student that the teachers didn't have to worry about. And now, this top student was telling him that she had a boyfriend. She even brought her boyfriend to her rented place and asked him to cook for her. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. For a moment, she had a strange feeling that the two people in front of her were actually an old married couple. Xia Jinyuan smiled politely and said, "Hello, I am Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian's boyfriend." She had already extended her hand and said her last polite words elegantly, "Nice to meet you, this, so refined. This, so polite." And Jiasin was even more dumbfounded. Her brain temporarily shut down. She mechanically stretched out her hand and said dryly, "Hello, I'm Jiasin, Jane Eyre's good friend." Yiqian watched as she stretched out her hand and retracted it stiffly. He put his arm around his friend's shoulder and asked with a smile, "Do you recognize who he is? Did he really not have any recollection of it? Last time you said, 'There's only one handsome man I've ever seen. It's the one in middle school who told us.'" His mouth was covered by Jiasin, who had finally recovered from her stupor. "Oh my God, save us some face. I got it. Jane Eyre was too honest. She was really worried that she would tell the truth when she said, "He's so handsome that I'm drooling all over the floor." She thought she had lowered her voice and that he could hear every word clearly. Xia Jinyuan maintained his composure and said with a smile, "You two can wash your hands and eat. After eating, you can rest for a while. I'll wake you up 20 minutes in advance." Chapter 12:03. And Jiasin felt a stomachache from the meal. The aura of Comrade Xia, who was sitting opposite her. She didn't even dare to speak impudently. But he wasn't serious either. He had a slight smile on his face the entire time. He was as elegant as a noble prince and had a good upbringing. Even so, she didn't dare to be impudent. There was only one word to describe it: fear. When she thought of how the other party had once stood on the podium and talked about national security with a cold expression, her cold gaze felt like a knife sticking to her skin. Other than fear, Jiasin felt nothing but fear. She silently ate her food and glanced at Yi Qian from time to time. And Jiasin sadly realized that the gap between them was so hurtful. Her Jane Eyre wasn't afraid at all and could even talk cheerfully. That's right, what's there to be afraid of when he's her boyfriend? As she thought about it, Jiasin suddenly felt that her classmate Jane Eyre was very impressive. Not only was she good at studying, but she also had good taste in finding a boyfriend. Only she was not afraid of a boyfriend like Comrade Xia who could intimidate people with his aura. There was no mention of the morning's exam at the dinner table. And Jiasin finished her lunch at the fastest speed in her life and immediately slipped back into the guest room to give the couple some space. Even their gazes were filled with sweetness. She sat opposite the two of them and was no different from a third wheel. It was better for her to leave quickly. As for the table full of delicious dishes, and Jiasin silently touched her stomach. "Sigh, my stomach, you better behave. You're destined to not have the fortune to enjoy it. Your classmate seems to be a little afraid of me." Xia Jinyuan slowly peeled prawns for Yi Qian. It was the first day they confirmed their relationship, so he preferred the space between the two of them. Just now, when he slightly released his aura, his little fox's classmate was so scared that she only ate rice and didn't eat any dishes. Within 5 minutes, she finished a bowl of rice and went back to her room to rest. Yi Qian glanced at him disdainfully. "Don't you know why Jiasin is afraid of you?" There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was firm and there wasn't a trace of emotion in it. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. His girlfriend was smart enough to see through his little scheme. Xia Jinyuan shamelessly replied, "We'll treat her to a meal later. Today is a special day, so I have to mark it as the first day of our relationship." It couldn't be helped. Major Xia would occasionally play petty tricks. It was a pity that Jiasin didn't have the fortune to enjoy such a sumptuous feast. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. Next time, he really needed to treat Jiasin to a big meal. You go to the master bedroom to rest later. I'll go with Jiasin and ask her how she did on the test this morning." In return, Major Xia let out a long sigh. Fortunately, he had a long vacation this time, so long that he needed to personally send the little fox to Demon King Li's training camp. After the exam, everything would be fine. Yi Qian, who was grinning from ear to ear, quickly planted a kiss on his handsome cheek. "Make it up to her. I'll go with her first." Love was important, but so was friendship. In the room, and Jiasin was lying on the bed and flipping through the textbook. When she heard the sound of the door opening, she immediately turned her head and smiled mischievously. "Student Jen Eyre, how do you feel after conquering the major who taught us the national defense class? Isn't it very, very satisfying?" At the age of 18 or 19, both boys and girls would have a little bit of dirty talk in private. The only difference was that the boys were straightforward while the girls were reserved. "What do you mean by satisfying?" Yi Qian didn't react in time. Instead, he answered seriously, "If you mean satisfying, then it is indeed satisfying. Also, when we were training together, it was very satisfying." Chapter 1204. Jiasin rubbed her forehead. How could she have forgotten about Jane Eyre's innocence? But what did she mean by training together? At this point, Yi Qian didn't intend to hide anything from her. She laid on the bed and looked at her best friend who had never asked about her and had always helped her. She said softly, "Jiasin, I have something to tell you." What is it? Why are you so serious?" And Jiasin was frightened by her serious face. She quickly stopped smiling and frowned. "Did something happen? Is it about you and Comrade Xia? Did he bully you?" Her face darkened instantly. She had the feeling that as long as Yi Jian said yes, she would immediately rush out to cause trouble. Her reaction warmed Yi Jian's heart. She hurriedly said, "No, I want to talk to you about my application and my plans for the future. I feel bad that I haven't told you about it all this time." "Damn, you scared me to death. I thought it was something big. It's fine if you didn't tell me. What's there to feel bad about?" And Jiasin immediately relaxed and smiled disapprovingly. "You always have your plans. If you can't tell me about your application, then you must have your reasons." And Jiasin was definitely a friend worth making. She looked carefree, but in fact she had a lot of principles. Becoming friends with her was not only a kind of luck, but also a way to learn how to deal with people from her. Yi Qian reached out and hugged her best friend. "My ambition is to join the military, so I only applied to one school, the National University of Science and Technology. When the time comes, we can only contact each other through letters. You can also leave me a message on QICQ. If I can go online, I'll definitely reply to you." Today was probably a very confusing day. And Jiasin knew that she was confused again. Her best friend's ambition was to join the military, and then there was only one goal: to get into the National University of Science and Technology. Was the National University of Science and Technology she was talking about the Hua University, or Shi University, in the military school? The one that was especially difficult to get into and only had 3 or 4 places in the southern province this year. Damn. I'm a little confused. Let me calm down. Calm down. And Jiasin took a deep breath and let out a long breath before asking carefully, "Is it because of your boyfriend's influence that you want to join the army?" Yi Qian smiled and said, "No, I was influenced by Uncle Zhen and Principal Chen. Didn't I get into a big fight with Yi Ying and her mother in the second year of junior high school? After everything was settled, Principal Chen had a heart-to-heart talk with me. At that time, I felt that I was too cowardly to be bullied by Yi Ying's family. There had to be a way out, so I started to think about joining the army. At first, I just didn't want to live like a coward. Later, I completely fell in love with it. I liked the roars when I trained with the soldiers. I liked to pick up a gun and hear the sound of bullets being fired. I liked the feeling of wearing jungle camouflage and fighting with the soldiers. Jiasin, I've already been on this path for 4 years. In the future, there will be 4 more years until I can't wear the uniform anymore." And Jiasin's expression was as if she was listening to a fantasy story. For years, classmate Jane Eyre had already decided to join the army 4 years ago. Oh my God! 4 years ago, Wasn't she in the second year of junior high school? On the second year of junior high school, she thought all day long, I wonder what good food the snack shop has brought. I'll go and try it later. Chapter 12:05. Or maybe she was thinking, I need to ask Mom for an extra $1 tomorrow. The spicy dried pork sticks in town are delicious. Also, why isn't Friday here yet? I want to watch TV tonight. While she was thinking about these things, Jane Eyre was thinking about joining the military and getting into university. The difference in hurting people was here again. I thought you couldn't find me every summer and winter? Actually, I've been training with the soldiers in the military. It's much more fulfilling than watching TV at home all day. Yi Qian's voice was very soft, like the sound of flowing water, and Jiasun could hear it without a trace of awkwardness. Hearing this, and Jiasun clicked her tongue and suddenly laughed out loud. Haha, then Yi Ying was asking for trouble when she came looking for you during the National Day of Senior Year. I was wondering why you were so perfect when you demonstrated with the instructor. You looked even better than the instructor. So you were already training at that time. You even practiced shooting. Amazing. Even the political commissar said you were amazing. So you've even touched a gun and shot a target before. With today's confession, Jiasun understood what she couldn't figure out in the past. Unbeknownst to everyone, Yi Qian not only studied hard but also worked hard for her goals. As she spoke, Jiasun became a little melancholy. I didn't expect you to do so much in secret. It seems like we only see the bright side of you. Who knows how much you've suffered behind the scenes? I don't feel like I've suffered much. I'm just working hard for my goals. The whole process is a bit like sowing seeds before reaping the harvest. Yi Qian didn't feel like she had suffered. She felt like she was enjoying the process of reaping the harvest and looking forward to the final result. There was an indescribable motivation that kept spurring her to not stop. She didn't want to waste her second life. She wanted to get back what she had lost in her previous life. She wanted to live out her life well and not let down her years. Yi Qian gently hugged Jiasun. Seeing the faint melancholy on her good friend's face, she lowered her gentle voice. I'm not like you. If I don't work hard, I'll always be suppressed by Yi Ying and live in her shadow for the rest of my life. As for you, your brilliance is something that I will never be able to emulate. My friends are in groups of 3 to 5, and every time they mention you, they will always say, and Jiasun is very good. You have parents who love you dearly, friends who are willing to play with you, and very good grades. Jiasun, I want to thank you. You have helped me a lot in the past few years. Thank you very, very much. Yi Qian, who was not good at expressing his feelings, said so much in one breath. However, Jiasun's eyes widened when she heard this. She reached out a hand to touch Yi Qian's face. You're my little Jane Eyre, right? Something's not right. It's different from usual. Yi Qian, who had finally revealed his emotions, did not know whether to laugh or cry. We'll be separated in a few days. I don't know when we'll meet again. It's rare for me to feel sad, but you think I'm not the same person anymore. Classmate Jane Eyre, you just need to maintain a height that I can look up to. Jiasun rubbed her nose. As she spoke, her eyes turned red. You're good the way you are. Those who know you will always believe you even if you don't explain too much. What kind of relationship do we have? We're going to be good friends for life. Although you can be quite mysterious sometimes, I've always understood that you're sincerely good to me, Yang Yi and the others. Chapter 12:06. With tears still in her eyes, she giggled again. But I think you treat me the best. Who asked us to be together when we were in junior high? I'll definitely support you joining the army. Who is Ying? She can't be compared to you. As long as she could beat Yi Ying, Jiasun would be happy. Her giggles turned into loud laughter, and she rolled back and forth on the bed. Awesome, this is awesome. Say, when the provincial first high school puts up a banner saying, congratulations to Yi Qian for getting into the National University of Science and Technology, haha, Yi Ying's family will be so angry that they'll vomit blood. Haha, just thinking about it makes me happy. Yi Qian saw that she wasn't angry at him for hiding it from her. He let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, Yi Ying will definitely be angry then. Today, I was in the same exam room as her, and she even came to me to show off, saying that I'm definitely not as good as her. Cough, cough, cough. Her laughter turned into loud coughs, and Yi Qian was so shocked that he quickly patted her back. Look at you, laughing so hard that you're out of breath. Get up and talk. Holding Yi Qian's hand, Jiasun coughed until tears welled up in her eyes. You're going to tell me some shocking news later. My little heart is going to break from the shock. How unlucky is Ying to be in the same exam room as you? Isn't she looking for trouble? Don't hide it. You have to suppress the enemy at this critical juncture. There's a saying in the army. Yes, 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 it's like being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Don't be merciful, but you have to be careful. What if she tries to play tricks in the exam room and implicates you? So you have to be careful, be careful. Yi Qian took out a tissue and handed it to her to wipe her tears, smiling. Actually, I'm kind of looking forward to her playing tricks in the exam room. After fighting with me for so long, I didn't really do anything to her. If she really plays tricks in the exam room, I'm looking forward to it. Hey, you've become bad. And Jiasun suddenly understood what he meant. The two girls immediately laughed together on the bed. There was a knock on the door, followed by Xia Jinyuan's deep voice. There's an exam in the afternoon. You two can rest now. The two of them had been chatting in the room for half an hour. If he didn't remind her, she was afraid that they would continue chatting until 20 minutes before the exam. And Jiasun had already covered herself from head to toe with the air conditioner and pretended to be asleep. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. She was indeed a little afraid of Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes, thinking about Yi Ying's expression in the exam hall today. She must have wanted to play some tricks in the morning, but failed because he handed in his paper early. When she went back, she would mention to Yi Fan and Sun Dongqing that they were in the same examination hall as her. She couldn't rule out the possibility of more tricks in the afternoon. Yi Fan desperately wanted to move back to his household register. The reason was very simple. He didn't want to see himself go further and further away from him. He didn't want Yi Ying to be unable to surpass him. In order to achieve his goal, he even asked old Madame Yi to come out of retirement, but the result was still the same. In the middle of it, she was really thankful that old Madame Yi spread rumors to Yi Zhixiang that Yi Fan and Hou Zi were kept as mistresses. In the end, Hou Zi was alerted to deal with this matter. Because of this, Yi Fan, who wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal, was suppressed, and he didn't dare to make any more moves. Chapter 1207. Yi Fan wouldn't give up so easily now that there was a chance to make all his efforts go to waste and even disqualify him from the college entrance exam. There was a 50% chance that Yi Ying would make a move in the afternoon. Yi Qian, who was lying on the bed, closed his eyes and thought. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who was sitting on the side of the hotel bed, was quietly listening to his daughter speak. Dad, I want to take a gamble. If I lose, I'll admit it. But I still have a 50% chance of winning. Dad, I want to try. Yi Ying, who had finished her lunch, didn't even bother with her lunch break. She gritted her teeth with a sinister expression. As long as there's a chance, I'll give it a try. I won't let her have the chance to step on my head again. Dad, I've always remembered how she kicked me out of the provincial No. 1 middle school back then. Sun Dongqing sat on the side and looked at her husband and daughter. After a while, she couldn't hold it in anymore and said fiercely, "We have to teach that wretched girl a lesson. Otherwise, she'll think that our Ying is easy to bully." If it weren't for old Yi always telling her not to go to the provincial No. 1 middle school and cause trouble for that wretched girl because it would affect his reputation in the government, she would have gone there long ago. Go and take the things. Don't cause trouble. Yi Fan didn't agree immediately. This was a serious matter and related to his daughter's future. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He gently reprimanded his wife and then said to Ying, although the risk is 50%, Yi Qian's ability is a little beyond my expectations. Ying, Dad can say that you don't have a 50% chance of winning. Yi Ying's voice suddenly rose and sounded a little shrill. Dad, are you saying that I'm not as good as Yi Qian? Even you think that I'm not as good as her? Who said that? Who said that our Ying is not as good as that wretched girl? Sun Dongqing, who was cleaning the table, jumped up and pointed at Yi Fan's nose. Yi Fan, I'm telling you, don't compare that wretched girl to our Ying. Our Ying is a top student at Tsinghua University and West University. Even her homeroom teacher said that as long as she performs normally, it won't be a problem for her to get into the top universities. What can this wretched girl get into? I think she should thank the heavens for even getting into a third-rate university. Ying was even angrier. If Yi Qian could only get into a third-rate university, why would she do something like that during the college entrance exam? Mom, can you stop interrupting? I'll talk to Dad. Can you go back to your room and rest? Yi Ying's voice was filled with anger. Dad, I don't care how confident I am. I have to try. If I really fail, I'll just repeat my studies for a year. If you succeed, think of a way to make this matter worse. Let the Education Bureau punish Yi Qian as a warning to others and permanently disqualify Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam. You also have to think about the jade pendant in our hands. If the person behind the jade pendant knows that Yi Qian is more promising than me, do you think he will abandon our family and support Yi Qian? None of the other words had touched Yi Jifan's heart. Only this sentence had touched the bottom of his heart. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the hotel corridor. It was the parents who had accompanied their children to school for the afternoon exam. Listening to the sound of footsteps and the parents' reminders gradually fade away, Yi Jifan waited until the surroundings were so quiet that only Yi Ying's heavy breathing could be heard. He said, "Be careful." The sun was at its brightest in the afternoon. Yi Qian stood at the school gate and looked at a boy, who was wearing the provincial No. 1 middle school's uniform. The boy walked unhurriedly beside them and smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who had brought her over. "Go back and wait. You don't have to stand under the sun. I'll be back in about an hour. Go back and rest." Chapter 12:08. No matter how clean he was, she still felt that he had not rested well. "Okay, I'll watch you go in." Xia Jinyuan also looked at the boy, who looked decent in the provincial No. 1 high school's uniform. His thin lips curled up slightly. "I'll come and pick you up in the afternoon." And Jiesin looked at her good friend who was sweetly reminding her and could not help but feel disappointed again. Yi Qian, who had fallen into the river of love, had indeed changed. He was no longer as unattainable as before. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower. It's different when you're in love. You smile like a blooming flower. She also wanted to be in love. Like Jane Eyre, she could be in love and study at the same time. She was just afraid that she would not study hard when she was in love. And Jiesin, who did not even notice that she had said it out loud, suddenly felt her hair stand on end. She felt like she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. She looked up abruptly, but there was nothing. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian calmly looked away from the man who was less than 2 meters away from them. The T6 combatant was here, and he was even shamelessly wearing the provincial No. 1 high school's uniform and mingling with a group of students. "I have an ominous feeling. I have to go into the classroom." And Jiesin rubbed her arms and said softly to Yi Qian, "I felt like something was staring at me just now. Could it be Ying?" Ahem. Xia Jinyuan raised his clenched fist to the corner of his mouth and cleared his throat. He turned sideways and glanced at the T6 combatant. "Bro, you should at least restrain yourself a little." The T6 combatant, who had a baby face and delicate facial features, blinked and then raised his eyebrows in Jiesin's direction. The meaning he wanted to express was quite obvious. "Bro, I think this girl is not bad. Introduce her to me." Xia Jinyuan looked away. His marriage had already been resolved, but his brother's marriage. It seemed like he had to bear some responsibility. But wasn't it a little too hasty to think that he thought she was not bad with just one glance? The T6 combatant, who was full of joy, watched helplessly as his comrade mercilessly looked away. He felt so jealous that he wanted to rush up and introduce himself. When the T6 combatant saw Yi Qian pulling the delicate girl behind him and forcibly blocking his view, he lowered his head in silence. The two of them had joined forces to bully him, who was all alone. "I'll go in first." Yi Qian did not stay any longer. He grabbed Jiesin, who was looking around, and calmly pulled her out of the T6 combatant's line of sight. "It was so strange just now. I clearly felt like something was staring at me, but I couldn't find anything when I swept my gaze over. Do you think it's that despicable Yi Ying's doing?" And Jiesin still hadn't forgotten the stare that gave her goosebumps. After taking a few steps, she turned around to look behind her. Yi Qian smiled and said, "It's nothing. Maybe you're a little nervous about the exam later. Don't be nervous. Your foundation in mathematics has always been very good. Mathematics was your forte in junior high, let alone in high school. You could even make it into the top 10 of your cohort and get into the university of your dreams." As the two of them walked further and further away, the T6 combatant came up to Xia Jinyuan and said with a smile, "That must be Yi Qian's good friend. She's quite a nice girl. You two seem to hit it off. Do you want to come out for dinner tonight? Introduce her to me? You have a strong motive. You even shamelessly put on a high school uniform." Xia Jinyuan removed the hand on his shoulder and looked up and down at the T6 combatant, who still looked decent in his school uniform. He said mercilessly, "You want to get a girlfriend dressed like this? It would be strange if a girl would fall for you." Chapter 1209. T6 humbly asked for advice. "I'm inexperienced, so please give me some tips. I secretly took this set of clothes from my cousin's closet. I'll be returning it later." Only when he said that did Xia Jinyuan remember that T6 was also from Southern Province. "I can't help you with this. You'll have to ask Yi Qian. Also, why did you come to First High School? You don't seem to have a simple motive." I suddenly remembered that Yi Qian isn't in First High School during my 15-day break. I was wondering if I should come over to take a look and settle my marriage while I'm at it. My family is giving me a headache. How old am I? I'm only 27. Is it that hard to find a wife? After returning for 3 days, T6 spent the first day with his parents. The next 2 days were all about blind dates. Xia Jinyuan accidentally asked about T6's troubles. Comrades were meant to share weal and woe together, so T6 did not mind sharing his troubles with his comrade. "Change your clothes before you talk about blind dates with me. Otherwise, I'll feel like I'm going on a blind date with a high school student. I won't want to talk to you at all. Let's go and change our clothes. I urgently need your advice. Also, I really think that girl just now is not bad. She made me feel like my heart was being electrocuted." Faced with Xia Jinyuan's cold gaze, T6 immediately said seriously, "In layman's terms, I was electrocuted." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. "Why didn't you pass out from the electrocution? I could have gotten her to come back and give you CPR immediately." After a moment of silence, T6 gave his comrade a thumbs up. "That's a brilliant move. How would I have thought of it if you didn't mention it earlier? Why don't we use it tonight? I'll pretend to be unconscious while you pull the girl over and give me CPR." Xia Jinyuan felt that it was a little difficult to progress on this topic. When encountering someone who was even more shameless than him, he usually only had one feeling. He really wanted to beat him up. But today was the first day he confirmed his relationship with Little Fox, so it was not appropriate for him to go on a killing spree. He might as well let him off this time. He looked quite pitiful. And Jiasin, who had just entered the classroom, had no idea that she had electrocuted a Special Forces soldier. With a serious expression on her face, she opened the test paper and adjusted her state of mind as quickly as possible. Then, she began the afternoon math test. The exam had just begun, and the invigilator did not immediately use his fiery eyes of truth to inspect the examination hall. He only reminded them, "Take the exam seriously, take the exam seriously." Then he stood by the aisle and did not say anything else. Yi Qian was the fastest student in the entire exam hall. The other students had to stop writing from time to time to think, but she had already calculated the answer in her mind by the time she finished reading the question. She just had to write on the blank space. Teachers from different schools would invigilate every exam. Almost every teacher from every school knew Yi Qian from the province's #1 middle school. Whenever they saw Yi Qian's ID during the examination, they would immediately look up and size him up. When it was time for the exam, they would stop by Yi Qian's desk and watch her answer the questions. Half an hour later, Yi Qian finished answering the A and A questions. The invigilator next to her looked at her in shock. He could not accept the speed at which she answered the questions without thinking. He originally thought that she would make a mistake, but when he finished calculating in his mind, he realized that there was no mistake at all. The invigilator was not in a hurry to leave, but Yi Qian. It was Yi Ying. She worked on the questions for a while, then glanced down from the corner of her eye. When she saw that the invigilator was still there, she was so angry that she bit her lower lip so hard that a circle of teeth marks appeared. Of course, Yi Jian knew that someone had been looking at her with a gloomy gaze. She remained calm and answered the questions one by one, not giving herself any chance to be distracted. Chapter 12:10. The invigilator blocked Yi Ying's line of sight, so she couldn't see Yi Qian's speed. She also didn't see that Yi Qian had already started working on the questions on both sides of the CD and CD. After the invigilator left, she glanced over and saw Yi Qian stop writing to think about the last two questions. Seeing this, Yi Ying sneered disdainfully. Didn't they say that she was fast at solving questions? Didn't she always hear the students from number 1 middle school say that Yi Qian handed in his paper early again? It must be a lie. How could her speed be considered fast? What a joke. Yi Ying had always been conceited. In addition, she was like a fish in water in the provincial number 2 high school. Her speed in solving questions in every exam was also very fast, which made her even more unwilling to believe that Yi Jian could really solve the questions faster than everyone else. I'll let you be smug for a while, damn girl. Yi Ying muttered softly. Her eyes flashed with malice. She didn't look at Yi Qian anymore and quickly caught up with her own questions. If she wanted to set him up, she had to finish the questions herself. Every time, she relied on her own ability to rank among the top few in number 2 middle school. With such outstanding results, Yi Ying didn't believe that she couldn't beat Yi Qian. Yi Ying wasn't stupid. It was just that when she met Yi Qian, she was a little crazy. It was easy for her to make wrong decisions and make wrong decisions. But this time, even Yi Jifan agreed. It had to be said that for the jade pendant, Yi Jifan was also gambling with Yi Ying's future. If he lost, with Yi Ying's intelligence, it wouldn't be a problem for her to repeat a year and get into university. If he won, he would make sure that Yi Qian would never be able to get back the jade pendant. He would make sure that she would never be able to change her life. This was a gamble with life. In Yi Jifan's heart, he wasn't just betting on Yi Ying's future, he was betting on his own future as well. Today, he deeply understood that the reason he rose from a village official to a provincial official was all because of the jade pendant in his hands. Compared with his career, Yi Jifan chose his own career. As long as he had a smooth career and had a meteoric rise, there would be no problem for his daughter to re-enter a university. It was just a waste of another year. Yi Jifan himself did not hold much hope that Yi Ying would be able to stop Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam. Yi Ying had never won against Yi Qian in the past few confrontations. Now that Yi Qian had Ho Zi behind him, and he was not sure if his aunt's family had come to look for their relatives. Furthermore, he had to pay attention to his image as an official at all times, so he had some misgivings when dealing with Yi Qian. Letting his daughter take action was the best choice. Whether they could win or not depended on God's will. Yi Jifan, who was standing outside the school, took a sip of cold water and stared at the school with a malicious gaze. Yi Qian, don't blame your uncle for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too outstanding. You've made our entire family feel threatened. Only by getting rid of you will we be able to move on quickly. Ji was still tirelessly calling out. The parents were fanning themselves with their cattail leaf fans to disperse the worry in their hearts. I don't know if this year's math will be difficult. Last year's math was too difficult. One of my colleagues said that a few students fainted in the classroom. What a sin. 3 years of hard work went down the drain. It was all in vain. Isn't that so? Please don't let anything happen this year. The worst thing is to see a child faint from nervousness. The parents will be sad. When the child wakes up, they won't be able to accept it. That's right. Thousands of soldiers and horses crossed the bridge in hopes of getting into a university during the college entrance exam. Sigh, please don't let anything happen. Chapter 12:11. Yi Jifan heard the constant chatter of the parents. He raised his head and looked at the setting sun. His Yingying's mental fortitude for the exam was not bad, so he didn't have to worry about her fainting. But he didn't know if she would succeed. Passing notes in the college entrance exam, Sai, was the worst method. It was very likely that both parties would suffer, and neither of them would be able to participate in the exam. Ever since Yiying said that she planned to use the passing notes method to frame Yi Qian, Yi Jifan didn't have much hope. Instead, he hoped that his daughter would be smarter. The worst-case scenario would be that both parties would suffer. He would definitely have a way to make his daughter retake the exam for a year and resume it. Time ticked by, and the sun in the west finally stopped shining directly on the teaching building. The examination hall seemed to have become much cooler. Yi Qian, who was solving the questions, was a little excited. The more excited she was, the more focused she became. Her brain was like a high-speed computer, solving all the questions on the exam paper. As she wrote, the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a smile that none of the other candidates had. The invigilator standing next to her was a little uneasy. She could solve the college entrance exam questions. Smile, this was the first time in 3 years of invigilating. Finally, the invigilator stopped staring at Yi Qian from time to time. A student like this wouldn't cheat, because there was no need for her to do so. Yiying, who was paying attention, saw this and a vicious look flashed across her eyes. Then she revealed a faint smile. Next, she would definitely make Yi Qian get kicked out of the classroom by the invigilator. She would make it impossible for her to participate in the college entrance exam. As for how she would do it, Yiying, with a cold smile, switched the exam paper from side A to side C. She actually skipped the first half of the exam questions and started on side C, which required analysis. The iron leaf fan spun quickly, sending a chill to the candidates who were sweating from solving the questions. Something seemed to be brewing in the air, making the atmosphere in the exam hall more and more tense. There was even a hint of dullness in the air. Yiying, who had just finished a calculation problem on side C, had a strange smile on her face as she quickly wrote on the draft paper that was given to her. "Damn girl, let's see how you're going to make a comeback." The 1999 National College entrance examination hadn't arrived yet. In the future, electronic devices would be used to cheat. Yiying's method was the most commonly used in this era, but it was also the most dangerous and the least intelligent way to cheat. She directly threw a small piece of paper. Written on the paper were the answers to the multiple choice and decision questions, as well as a calculation question on panel C. She planned to throw the paper towel under Yi Qian's desk when the invigilator was not around. After finishing the questions, Yi Qian suddenly moved towards her seat. The legs of the wooden chair creaked as they rubbed against the floor. The invigilator, who was sitting diagonally below Yi Qian, glanced at her sharply. In the process of creating the noise, Ying completed a series of actions at lightning speed. Her chest was slightly tilted towards the desk. Her left hand that was holding the paper towel tightly moved under the desk. Using her right hand as a cover, the paper towel in her left hand drew an arc in the air and directly bounced under Yi Qian's desk. The moment the paper towel left Ying's hand, the smile in her eyes seemed to be stained with the poison of a hornet's sting. It was chilling. In the quiet exam hall, the only sound that could be heard was the rustling of the pen. The sound of the table and chairs was especially loud. When the invigilator's gaze landed on Yiying, her expression had already changed. Her expression and eyes were filled with panic. Chapter 12:12. The slip of paper. The slip of paper that was supposed to land under Yi Qian's desk was bounced back to her seat. The invigilator who heard the commotion walked towards her. "Raise your feet." As the invigilator's voice came from above her head, Yiying's calves trembled slightly. Under the invigilator's sharp gaze, she slowly raised her feet. The slip of paper that was supposed to land on Yi Qian's seat was picked up by the invigilator. "Who gave this to you?" The voice was serious and low, like a basin of ice water poured over her. It made Yiying's scalp tense up, and she shivered one after another. No, I can't panic. How can I panic now? I have to calm down." Yiying bit her lower lip hard and didn't answer immediately. Instead, she quickly thought of a way to get out of this situation. Suddenly, Ying narrowed her eyes, and a gloomy look flashed across her eyes. "I didn't send the slip of paper? Then I'll go all out. If I don't have a good time, Yi Qian won't have a good time." Yiying, who had made up her mind to prevent Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam, came up with an idea that would hurt both of them. It was also the only way to drag Yi Qian into this. This idea coincided with Yi Jifan's plan. He knew his own children well. Yi Jifan knew that Ying wouldn't back down easily. He knew that the worst-case scenario was that both of them would be hurt, just like now. This was also the only way he thought to bring down Yi Qian. Yi Ying, who didn't disappoint her father, raised her head. Her eyes were filled with panic as she stuttered, "No, no. No one gave it to me. I've sealed the paper. Come out for a moment." The invigilator didn't waste any more time to avoid affecting the other candidates. He took the slip of paper and said to another invigilator, "Seal this student's paper. I'll take her out." Even though Yi Ying had already prepared herself for her math results to be invalid, she was still a little scared. Her hands reflexively pressed down on the paper. Her lips trembled as tears flowed down her face. "I'm not going out. I didn't cheat." These are the answers to the multiple-choice questions and the decision questions, and these questions are the analysis process for the seaside questions. The invigilator said as she picked up Yi Ying's admission ticket. Yi Ying of the 2nd Provincial High School, a slip of paper appeared in the examination room. "You are already cheating." Yi Ying spread out her seaside and, anxiously, explained, "I've already finished. I didn't cheat. Also, you can look at my handwriting. I wrote it myself. I really didn't cheat." The note was in his own handwriting, and he didn't even throw it out. How could it be considered cheating? Only those who didn't know how to solve the questions were considered cheating. There was a small commotion in the exam hall. Some students raised their heads and looked in the direction of Yi Qian. Unmoved, Yi Qian finished the last question. With a faint smile on her lips, she deliberately looked at Yi Ying provocatively. Just as his gaze landed on her, Yi Ying's expression looked as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She cried, "Yi Qian, hurry up and explain. The teacher is going to ban my exam papers. Hurry up and explain." Then, she said to the invigilator, "Teacher, I didn't have a choice. Please forgive me this time. I won't pass the answers to Yi Qian again. Please forgive me this time." She wouldn't do it. She begged me to give her the answers. "Teacher, Yi Qian and I are cousins. My sister begged me. I couldn't refuse." Chapter 12:13. Hearing this, Yi Qian almost laughed out loud. Could it be that the scheme she came up with in the afternoon was this kind of stupid scheme? It seemed that he had overestimated Yi Ying. How could such a scheme be called a scheme? "Yi Ying, you're digging your own grave. Teacher, let's talk outside so that we don't affect the student's performance." Yi Qian wanted to teach Yi Ying a lesson, but he wouldn't implicate the other students. Even if it had nothing to do with the other students, it would more or less affect their performance. Yi Qian sealed the test papers and didn't even look at Yi Ying. He tidied up the stationery on the table and said calmly, "The cheating in the college entrance exam is serious. Since Yi Ying said that I asked her to give me the answers, teacher, I hope you can report this to the higher-ups and investigate this thoroughly." Yi Ying, oh Yi Ying, do you really think that you're so smart with such a childish scheme and that the teachers are all idiots? All of you come out. The invigilator confiscated Yi Qian's admission ticket and walked out of the exam hall. Another invigilator stood on the podium and glanced at Yi Qian before coldly warning all the students, "Don't bother with things that have nothing to do with you. Do your own thing and don't look around. Don't be misunderstood by the teachers and affect your performance." Some of the students who were just taking the exam for fun and knew that they wouldn't be able to get in looked on with interest, ignoring the invigilator's words. As for those who were focused on getting into university, such as Meng Wen, who was in the same class as Yi Qian, they didn't pay much attention. She only glanced at Yi Qian when he stood up with a faint smile in her eyes. An hour had passed. Yi Qian even sealed the test papers, which meant that he was preparing to finish the exam within an hour. She used to think that Yi Qian was partly responsible for Yi Ying's departure, but now it seemed that Yi Ying was reaping what she had sown. She didn't even forget to frame Yi Qian for the college entrance exam. She, Meng Wen, couldn't stand it anymore. There were a total of 4 students in the Provincial First High School's grade 12 class 1 who were in the same exam hall. Like Meng Wen, they immediately buried themselves in their own questions after being reminded by Yi Qian. Who was Yi Qian? He was the invincible evergreen of the Provincial First High School. Whoever dared to compete with her would end up in a miserable state. She was admired by all the teachers and students in the school. Did she need to ask Yi Ying from the second senior high school for sex? The teachers and students of the entire first high school would not believe it and would even laugh out loud. Moreover, the college entrance examination was the most rigorous examination in the country. How could Yi Ying play tricks? In a moment of carelessness, he had destroyed himself by playing with fire. With such a small episode, none of the examinees in the third examination hall dared to move around. They were afraid that they would be targeted by the invigilator for the rest of the examination. All of them straightened their backs and obediently buried their heads in answering the questions. Yi Qian and Yi Ying were brought to the office of the examination hall in a school building. Not only were there people from the Provincial Education Bureau present, but there were also school leaders present. When Principal Chow saw Yi Qian, he was more than a little surprised. "Yi Qian, why are you here?" Other students could appear in this office, but Yi Qian was definitely not here. "I came out of nowhere. This student from the provincial second high school framed me. She said that I begged her for the answers and she couldn't resist my pleading, so she wrote them down. The slip of paper with the answers is in the hands of the invigilator," Yi Qian said casually. His expression was calm and composed, without a trace of panic. Chapter 12:14. The tearful Yi Ying expressed her deep disappointment and self-blame. "I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to your request. You never admit anything and only blame me. You came here for no reason, and I came here for no reason." The leader of number 2 high school was also there. When he saw Yi Ying, the surprise on his face was no less than Principal Chow's. Hearing this, he naturally had to protect his own student. He said in a deep voice, "Ying, don't cry. Hurry up and say it. You're taking the college entrance exam. It's not a normal exam." "Yes, Yi Qian. Let's talk things out. Hurry up and say it. Hurry up and go back to the exam." When it came to protecting his students, Principal Chow was never slower than others. He glanced at the leader of the provincial second high school and smiled at Yi Qian. "You little girl. Why do you always make people jealous?" Yi Ying, who was expelled from school, came back to stir up trouble. How much did her family hate Yi Qian? How much did they hate her so much that they tried to sabotage her college entrance exam? They stirred up trouble again and again. Although Principal Chow had a smile on his face, his heart was burning with rage. Again and again, Yi Jifan was a dignified provincial official. How could he do such despicable and shameless things? Yi Ying, who was afraid that she would fall behind, took over the topic. She wiped her tears and told the whole story with a determined gaze. "I didn't need to cheat to get my results. All the teachers in the provincial second high school knew about it. When Yi Qian came looking for me, I hesitated. But later on, she begged me too much. My heart softened and I gritted my teeth and agreed. Who knew, when I sent the note out, I was too nervous and didn't succeed. Then the teacher found out. Teacher, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. This is my fault. I admit my mistake. Yi Qian didn't get my note. It can only be considered as cheating. Please let her go and let her go back to the exam." Her words were beautiful. The teachers present shook their heads. She was too naive. Did she think she would be fine just like that? Being caught cheating in the college entrance exam was not just a little serious. The Provincial Education Bureau would be notified and it would be recorded on one's record for life. The leader of the provincial second high school was so angry that he slapped the table and scolded, "Stupid! Before the college entrance examination, we have repeatedly reminded you that you must not help others to cheat. Once you are caught, no matter how you explain it, you will be disqualified from the college entrance examination." Yi Qian, did you hear that? You must remember that you absolutely cannot help others cheat because of your feelings. Principal Chow said with a serious face. He did not even mention the word deal. Instead, it was as if he was warning Yi Qian not to learn from Yi Ying and harm himself. The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at Yi Ying's admission ticket, then looked at Yi Qian's admission ticket. His gaze fell on Yi Qian, who was no stranger to the Provincial Education Bureau. He asked in a deep voice, "Yi Qian, do you have anything to say?" Principal Chow did not believe that Yi Qian, who wanted to study at the National University of Science and Technology, would ask the students of the provincial second high school for an answer. Neither did the Provincial Education Bureau. Yi Qian smiled and said calmly, "Just now, everyone heard Ying say that she was going to pass the answer to me, but she was too nervous and didn't succeed. I want to confirm it with her again." He turned his gaze to the righteous Ying and said, "I'm sorry. Can you say it again?" I'm afraid that the leaders present did not hear it clearly. Chapter 12:15. Yi Qian, I will take responsibility for my own mistakes. As for you, is it that hard for you to speak the truth? Yi Ying's facial features were delicate. Her eyebrows were dark and deep. When she put on a serious face, there was a sense of righteousness in her eyes that made people believe her. I didn't give you the answer in time. Now I know that I was wrong. But what about you? Do you know that you were wrong? Faced with her accusation, Yi Qian was unmoved. I only want to confirm one thing. Were you prepared to give me the answer, but you were too nervous in the end and didn't succeed? The repeated question made Yi Ying wary. What was this wretched girl trying to do? Why did he have to confirm it again? No matter what she wanted to do, she could forget about returning to the exam hall today. That's right. If I wasn't nervous, the note would have been in your hands a long time ago. Yi Ying wiped her tears again and said in a choked voice, I regret it. I shouldn't have agreed to it. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted. If you couldn't get in, you could only say that you didn't work hard enough. But as for me, I did questions every day. I didn't even play on Saturdays and Sundays just to get into the university I wanted. In the end, the leader of the provincial second high school was so angry that he glared at Yi Qian. He was so angry, so angry. Yi Ying was a top student from the provincial second high school who could get into Tsinghua University. The school had high hopes for her. Who knew that she would be ruined by Yi Qian from the provincial first high school? Yi Qian from the provincial first high school. Yi Qian? Yi Qian? The leader of the provincial second high school suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yi Qian from the provincial first high school? Finally, the furious leader of the provincial second high school understood why the name, Yi Qin, sounded so familiar. Wasn't this the student who rejected the direct offers from Tsinghua University and Shi University? Why would she ask Ying to copy the answer? Why would the provincial first high school's poster ask Ying to copy the answer? Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Wasn't something wrong? After she finished speaking, Ying noticed that Yi Qian's lips were slowly curling up. When he glanced at her with a mocking gaze, she also realized that something was wrong. Dear leaders and teachers, I am Yi Qian from the provincial first high school. Yi Qian took 2 steps forward and stood in the middle of the office. She held her head high and her eyebrows with the toughness of a soldier. He said calmly, Yi Ying to me, everything she said was a joke. First, I've never asked her for an answer. Secondly, I never had to ask anyone for an answer. You're lying. A sharp voice interrupted Yi Jian's words. Yi Ying, who also took 2 steps forward, said sternly, I didn't say a single lie. She did ask me for an answer. Yi Jian raised her eyebrows and continued calmly, thirdly, I've already finished the exam and sealed the papers. So, it's even more impossible for me to ask her for the answers. What? How could she be so fast? The entire office fell into silence. The exam was over? Yi Qian from the provincial first high school finished the math exam an hour earlier? How was that possible? Did you finish the exam? Or did you finish all the questions? The leader of the provincial education department asked in a deep voice. Yi Qian, think carefully before you answer. This is very important. Chapter 12:16. Finishing the exam and finishing all the questions, the former was vague and undefined, while the latter was clear. Ying also thought of it, her defeated face suddenly lit up, her sharp voice turned into a mean sneer. Finished in an hour? Yi Qian, I never knew you had this ability. The leader of the second provincial high school didn't have the confidence he had before. He could hear the unconcealable resentment in the student he thought highly of, and instantly felt that this cheating wasn't simple. Why did it sound like there was a personal grudge between them? Yi Qian answered the leader of the Provincial Education Bureau with a smile. I have a habit, my classmates all know, I like to finish all the questions within an hour, no matter which exam it is, I'm used to finishing it within an hour. The certainty in her smile, combined with her calm expression, made all the leaders present see that she was as steady as Mt. Tai. From this, they could see the difference between the two girls. The student from the second provincial high school who spoke first had a thin tongue, as if he didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. On the other hand, the student from the first provincial high school spoke in an orderly manner. He didn't speak slowly or hurriedly. He calmly dealt with the cheating and didn't refute the second provincial high school student's aggressiveness. Instead, he first explained his situation one by one, then let the leaders decide who was right or wrong. Just from this one incident, the difference in character between the two was obvious. The more I did the questions, the smoother I got, so I didn't try to control it precisely. I finished it in an hour, about 10 minutes faster than usual. The students from the second provincial high school said I asked her for answers. I really don't know which me asked her. I really don't know which me asked her. Her words were quite good. Not only did it make Ying speechless, but it also made the leaders see that she didn't want to confront Ying directly, so as to avoid a conflict that would cause negative effects. At this time, even Yi Ying's lips were deathly pale. Cold sweat broke out on her back. The damned girl said she finished the exam. No, impossible, she didn't believe it. Principal Chow smiled and confirmed, I can testify to this habit of hers. I even talked to her before and told her not to finish so early, even if she still needed to check after she finished, she couldn't be careless. In the end, she said that she checked it once before handing it in. She even said that once a habit is formed, it's hard to change it. That's why I was really surprised when the students from second high school said that she cheated. Student from the provincial second high school, I also want to ask you a question. I wonder which Yi Qian is asking you for an answer? The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at the invigilator in charge of the third examination hall and asked in a deep voice, what exactly happened at that time? Say it again. Wronged? Why would a student wrongly accuse another student of cheating? Did she treat the college entrance examination as a game? The invigilator said seriously, I was the first to hear the sound of Yi Ying's chair being moved. I happened to be patrolling from the bottom right of Yi Qian. I heard the sound and walked over to Yi Ying's desk. I noticed that one of her draft papers was missing. I saw that she looked flustered and her legs were unnaturally close together. I asked her to raise her legs, and then I saw the paper with the answer. Where's Yi Qian? What was her reaction at that time? Faced with the leader of the Provincial Education Bureau's questioning, the invigilator calmly replied, Yi Qian sealed the exam papers and said to me, Teacher, let's talk outside so that we don't affect the student's performance. When the other invigilator came over, I immediately brought two people over. Chapter 12:17. In other words, you sealed the exam paper as soon as the incident happened, right? Yes, I had just finished checking my student ID and name. I was about to pack up my stationery and seal the exam paper when I heard her mention my name. I was very surprised. Yi Qian answered the question from the head of the Provincial Education Bureau. The calmness in his eyes made Principal Chow nod and smile secretly. The college entrance examination was not an ordinary examination. It was the watershed of a student's life and also the watershed of an entire family. As the most important examination in China, not only did it have a strict system, but it also had very clear punishment rules. Once it was proven that Yi Ying had deliberately wronged her classmate, what awaited her would definitely not be a few simple words of criticism and education. Yi Qian handled this matter wisely. He only explained for himself and did not question Yi Ying. In terms of bearing, he won over Yi Ying again. If he got into a conflict with Yi Ying, even if it was found out that he was really wronged, his impression of Yi Qian would drop. He would more or less say, flies don't sting flawless eggs. Once the exam paper was sealed, it should not be taken out separately. However, the situation this time was special. If they wanted to know if Yi Qian had completed all the questions, they had to open the exam paper and check it. What happened next was extraordinarily grand. The armed police escorting the exam papers, who were supposed to appear after the college entrance examination, appeared on the campus in advance. Their appearance shocked the parents waiting outside. Why are armed police officers here? Were the morning's math papers going to be taken away in advance? When Yi Jifan saw the armed police appear, his eyelids suddenly twitched uncontrollably. An inexplicable sense of uneasiness rose in him. Why were there armed police escorting the exam papers? Why were there armed police at this time? Didn't you say that they would be out in an hour? There are already students coming out after the exam. Your little fox, cough cough cough, my little fox is coming out. When the T6 soldier with a popsicle saw in Jiasen's figure, he quickly and accurately threw the popsicle into a trash can 5 meters away. He immediately pulled his t-shirt up and put on a cultured look, quietly waiting for the girl who had shocked his little sweetheart 2 hours ago to come over. Xia Jinyuan, who had a calm expression on his face, only saw that Jiasen's footsteps were hurried. When he got closer, he saw that Jiasen had a serious expression on her face. Something had happened in the exam hall. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the T6 combatant said in a low voice, "There's something wrong with her expression. Yi Qian hasn't come out either. Q King, I'm afraid something has happened in the exam venue." "Yes, it's possible," Xia Jinyuan replied calmly. Something must have happened if little fox had not come out yet. And Jiasen's expression was extremely serious, and there was even a hint of hostility between her eyebrows. As she ran out, she suddenly saw Xia Jinyuan, and her eyes lit up. She sped up and ran out of the school gate. Yi Qian is in trouble. Yi Ying, that despicable person, actually accused Yi Qian of asking for an answer. But did Jane Eyre need to ask her for an answer? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What's the situation? How will the school handle this? Xia Jinyuan, who knew what had happened, did not even frown. He asked calmly, "Are the relevant departments investigating this matter?" She was so worried about her good friend that she did not notice the T6 combatant. Although he spoke quickly, he answered clearly, "Yi Qian's exam papers will be opened for inspection again under the supervision of the armed police who are responsible for escorting the exam papers in the 3rd examination hall after all the examinees have finished their exams." I'm so angry. I knew it's hard to guard against despicable people. I was careless and let her come out to stir up trouble again. Chapter 12:18. The T6 combatant looked at Q King, who did not move at all. Seeing that there was no trace of anxiety on his face, he decided to make his presence known. "Then don't be anxious. Yi Qian will be fine. Are you thirsty? Shall I treat you to some water?" This was destined to be an unpleasant beginning. And Jiasen frowned and said angrily, "Who are you? What does it have to do with you whether I'm thirsty or not? Why do you look like a human trafficker who abducts and sells young girls on campus?" The T6 combatant felt his heart shatter into pieces when he heard that. Human trafficker? He looked so pure and kind, and it was obvious that he was a righteous person. How did he become a human trafficker in her eyes? But this little girl's temper was quite fiery. When she was angry, her almond-shaped eyes were dark and bright, like the moon at night. There was a cold glint in them. Her expression was very tense, and she was especially concerned about Yi Qian's matter. She valued friendship and righteousness. "I'm good friends with him. When I saw that you were sweating profusely and your voice was still hoarse when you spoke, I wanted to treat you to some water to moisten your throat." The T6 combatant's gentle and patient explanation made Jiasen feel a little embarrassed. She said a little sheepishly, "I'm sorry, my temper can be a little rash sometimes. Please don't take offense." She had another advantage, honesty. "It's fine, I know you're anxious." The T6 combatant smiled and said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll go buy some water. You can ask more about it later. Cheating in the college entrance examination is not an ordinary matter. We have to deal with it properly." Deal with it properly? Shouldn't it be handled properly? And Jiasen felt that his words were strange, as if there was a hint of fierceness in them. When she thought of how Major Xia in front of her was also fierce, and Jiasen could not help but shrink back. Just now, it seemed like she was a little too fierce. "Please don't hold it against her." She quickly glanced at the man who spoke. He looked gentle and refined. Although he was a little tanned, he was very gentlemanly. He probably wouldn't hold it against her, right? I don't know how to deal with this matter. Major Xia, what should we do? Yi Ying's father is a high-ranking official. Do you think he'll use his power to pressure us? And Jiesin was so anxious that tears were welling up in her eyes. The T6 combatant, who had just left, could not help but smile. He suddenly became happy. It seemed that he had made the right choice to come to the provincial first high school. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Nothing will happen. If even the armed police were deployed, it means that the Provincial Education Bureau and the school are taking this matter very seriously. They will definitely investigate this thoroughly and will definitely not accuse Yi Qian. I wish. And Jiesin was still worried, but she had no other choice but to wait anxiously. T6 came back with 3 bottles of mineral water. Xia Jinyuan, who had one hand in his trouser pocket, nodded slightly at him. His slender fingers stroked the keys on his phone, indicating for T6 to talk to Jiesin while he went to make a call. When it was time to hand in the papers in the afternoon, all the students sealed their papers and left the examination hall. The quiet campus became lively, and the teaching building became extremely quiet. Yi Ying, who was walking between the 2 teachers, bit her lower lip when she saw the armed police. She had an arrogant look on her face, but she was afraid that Yi Qian would look down on her, so she pretended to be calm and walked with him to the 3rd examination hall with an arrogant expression. She would never believe that the wretched girl would be able to finish all the math questions. Absolutely not. Even if the wretched girl had really finished all the math questions, she would definitely not have gotten them right. Only her answers would be correct. Her mouth was on her. She would not relent and insist on it. Let's see what she could do about it. Yi Ying, who was constantly cheering herself on, walked to the entrance of the 3rd examination hall. When she saw one of the armed police standing there expressionlessly with a real gun, her knees could not help but go weak. She could not lower her head. She definitely could not lower her head. She definitely could not lose to the wretched girl. Chapter 12:19. Ying turned her head and shot a venomous look at Yi Jian, who came after her, before stepping into the examination room. Yi Qian, who was walking with Principal Chao, smiled faintly. So what if she didn't want to admit defeat? In the end, she would only end up worse. An armed police officer stood guard at the entrance of the 3rd exam hall while another armed police officer entered the empty hall. A well-respected examiner from the Provincial Education Bureau entered after him. All the examinees' math papers were placed in cardboard boxes, except for Yi Qian and Yi Ying's papers. There were a total of 4 representatives and 4 witnesses. An examiner walked to Yi Qian's desk and carefully picked up the paper. He looked from A to B and then to CD. He looked very carefully and his serious expression made Yi Ying's heart beat faster. She didn't finish it. She definitely didn't finish it. How could that brat finish it when she didn't even finish it? God was asleep and didn't hear Yi Ying's thoughts. The examiner nodded slightly and said to the Provincial Number 1 High School, Number 2 High School, the notary, and the Provincial Education Bureau leader, she did finish it all. As soon as he said this, the Provincial Number 2 High School leader broke out in cold sweat. As for Yi, she was about to faint. She finished it all. She really finished it all. Impossible. Impossible. How could it be? How could she finish it all? Yi Ying couldn't accept it at all. She muttered unconsciously, "Impossible. Impossible. I only finished the first 2 questions. How could she have finished it all?" The scholar who examined the paper looked at her and said with a firm voice, "This paper can be sealed as usual. As for the so-called answers, I believe in the answers on this paper more." It was a math exam, so the examiner was naturally a scholar from the math academic community. After scanning the paper and checking the answers on the napkin, it was easy to see who answered the questions correctly. Principal Chao was completely relieved. He smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Looks like you did well." "I knew it. How could you ask a student whose grades were worse than yours for the answers?" He glanced sharply at Yi Ying, who still refused to accept the reality, and said coldly, "If we don't investigate this matter properly, it will be unfair for the college entrance exam. If we don't punish the students of Number 2 High School, there will be endless trouble in the future. We need to put an end to this phenomenon from the root." He was just short of saying, "Yi Ying is lying." "Ying, what else do you have to say?" The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau had a stern expression on his face. His gaze was so cold that it made Yi Ying's heart tremble. You have a personal grudge with Yi Qian. How dare you frame Yi Qian during the college entrance exam to achieve your own ulterior motives? What else do you have to say? What else could she say? What else could she say? Ying raised her head and glared coldly at Yi Qian. Unwilling to give up, she said, I have nothing to say. I only know that she really wants an answer from me. It's her. She wants to frame me. That's right, that's right. She wants to frame me. I'm the victim. I'm the victim. You're in the provincial second high school, and I'm in the provincial first high school. Why would I need to frame you? What was the reason? Can you tell me? Yi Qian asked indifferently. His calm demeanor made the scholars who were checking the papers look askance. What was the reason? Of course there was a reason. Ying gritted her teeth and said angrily, You're jealous that I got into a good school. You hate me even more and only want to take revenge. Chapter 12:20. What does it have to do with me if you get into a good school? You have your own path to walk and I have mine to walk. We have nothing to do with each other. As for holding a grudge, Ying, are you sure you're not talking about yourself? If you want to die, you can't blame others for helping you. Yi Qian's eyes flashed with coldness as he looked calmly at Yi Ying, whose expression was gradually becoming twisted. You've been trying to frame me since junior high. In the second year of senior high, the school couldn't tolerate your behavior and had no choice but to force you to drop out. Ying, who's holding a grudge against who? Yi Qian, do things in an upright manner. I've never wronged anyone, and it's impossible for me to be jealous of someone whose grades are not as good as mine. What do you mean by holding a grudge? And you, what kind of school can you get into that I'm jealous of? Tsinghua University? Shi University? I once gave up on the direct admission of 2 schools. Why should I be jealous of you? Before Yi Ying could refute, she heard the Provincial Education Department's leader yell, Second high school's leader, where is the student's parent? Invite him to school immediately. Yi Qian's math test paper is sealed and stored as normal. It won't affect the scoring. Second high school's Yi Ying's behavior is serious and has brought a negative effect on the college entrance exam. Her math score is 0. Why is it only targeting me? I can't accept this. Yi Qian is at fault. She's also at fault. Seeing that she was the only one who was punished, Yi Ying, whose plan had failed and her grades were now 0, could not accept this. She screamed crazily and suddenly rushed towards the scholar who was checking the test paper. I'm going to tear her test paper. I'm going to tear her test paper. Why is it only targeting me? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Why is the wretched girl fine? Why am I the only one punished? I'll tear her test paper. Let's see what she can do. The person who reacted the fastest was not Yi Qian, but the armed police who were present to prevent accidents. The armed police blocked her and shouted, Don't move. Return to your original position. His voice was like a bell, causing Ying to scream even louder. Yi Jifan, who had been waiting for his daughter to come out, knew that something must have happened inside. When he saw the caller ID, Yi Jifan gently closed his eyes. What would come would come. Yi Qian also made a call. She did not want to alarm Principal Qin, so she called Xia Jinyuan. Since the leaders of the Provincial Education Bureau have already come up with a solution, then we don't have to worry. Xia Jinyuan, who had been standing at the school gate all this time, smiled and said softly, When will you come out? His voice was gentle and had a magical effect of making her feel at ease. Yi Jian pursed her lips and smiled. It should be soon, but I want to stay for a while and see what kind of face Yi Jifan has. Yi Jifan would definitely be very angry if she ended up harming herself. Don't laugh when you see it. No matter how magnanimous his little fox was, she would still harbor hatred towards her family who had treated her badly for a long time. Now that he had the chance to let her vent her hatred, he would let her stay for a while. Standing in the golden sunlight, his thin lips curved into a smile. Enjoy it well. Don't miss this opportunity. It felt good to have someone to play along with him. Yi Jifan walked into the office and saw his daughter in tears. Yi Qian, on the other hand, had a calm expression and exuded an aura that his daughter could not emulate. He sat quietly at the side. Even if he did not speak, he would still be the center of attention. Dad, Dad, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. The way they handled it is unfair. It's not fair at all. When Ying saw her father walk over, she cried out in grievance. Why should my results be nullified while Yi Qian is fine? Why? Chapter 12:21. It turned out that the worst-case scenario was not a lose-lose situation, but Yi Qian would be fine, but his daughter would be in trouble. Yi Jifan's heart sank when he heard his daughter's message. It was unfair. How could they? Even the armed police had been mobilized. They had even invited the most famous mathematician in the southern province. It was unfair. His gaze swept across Yi Ying's face, then swept across Yi Qian's face. His heart was in turmoil. Mr. Yi Ying violated the rules in the examination hall and purposely targeted Yi Jian, a student from the province first high school. After investigation, Yi Ying intentionally framed Yi Qian. Therefore, we have decided to give Yi Ying 0 marks for her mathematics results. The parents were invited to inform them of their child's wrongdoings and what kind of punishment they would receive. As for Yi Ying's claim of unfair, it was not valid at all. Yi Jifan sat down and asked coldly, "Have you investigated thoroughly? As a parent, do I have the right to ask what exactly happened?" How could Yi Jifan accept that his daughter's future was not dragged down by Yi Qian? Play the recording for Mr. Yi. The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau nodded slightly at an armed police officer. The armed police officer took out a tape recorder from his military green bag and played the conversation before and after the exam. Sealed the exam in advance. Yes, I finished everything. Compared to the answers on the paper, I'm more willing to believe the answers on the exam paper. Yi Jifan clenched his fists when he heard the main point. No wonder his daughter lost. Who would have thought that she finished the exam in advance? Why should my results be nullified, but Yi Qian is not affected at all? Why? Yi Ying's sharp voice came from the recorder. Yi Jifan's fists were clenched to the bone, and his expression changed. This sentence, was the biggest failure of his writing. It was the most direct evidence. Idiot. Hearing her own voice again, Ying was stunned. What? Was it recorded? Why was it recorded? This is the last part. Does Mr. Yi need to listen to the first part? The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau said sternly, 5 minutes before Mr. Yi came in, I received a call from the provincial office. Even the provincial governor was personally involved in this matter. Mr. Yi, as a provincial official, shouldn't you personally explain to the governor? What? The governor was personally involved. How could a college entrance exam fraud between 2 people alert the governor? Greatly shocked, Yi Jifan made a prompt decision and said in a low voice, "It's my fault for not being strict enough. I was careless and caused Yi Ying to make a big mistake. To be honest, although Yi Ying and Yi Jian are cousins, they have a deep grudge against each other. Sometimes, as their parents, I can't do anything." Dad. Hearing this, Ying seemed to realize something. She raised her voice and screamed, "What are you trying to say? You, shut up." For the sake of his career, Yi Jifan wouldn't allow Ying to speak again. Now, only one subject's results are invalid. If you do anything else, I'll teach you a lesson. His expression was so heartless that Yi Qian smirked. In her previous life, she knew that Yi Jifan was willing to do anything for his career. Even the provincial governor knew about this. How could Yi Jifan stand up for his daughter? Unless he had the confidence to make the provincial governor believe him. Obviously he didn't. Therefore he couldn't help Ying twist the facts. Chapter 12:22. Ying was shocked. Then she heard her father say bitterly, "It's my fault for not teaching her properly. That's why she did something so reckless. She ruined herself and almost ruined Yi Qian. I don't have any objections to the Provincial Education Bureau's decision. I accept it completely." No, I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Ying never thought that after this incident, her father, whom she had always respected, would actually not help her. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with horror. How did this happen? How did it become her fault again? Yi Qian was fine. But why did this happen? Why did this happen? Sun Dongqing didn't understand either. She only knew that her daughter's math score was calculated as 0, and that cheating would be recorded in her personal file for life. She rushed towards Yi Jifan like a madwoman. Yi Jifan, you bastard. You actually watched your daughter suffer and let that little bitch get away with it. You ruined our daughter. You ruined our dream of going to university. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you. Ying lay on the bed and cried loudly. Yi Jifan looked at Sun Dongxing's appearance and then looked at his daughter's stupid face. He suddenly felt irritated. He pushed Sun Dongxing away and said in a low voice, "This is a hotel. Don't you and your daughter have embarrassed yourselves enough?" "I'm not helping my daughter." "Your daughter was stupid enough to say in front of so many people that she wanted to tear up Yi Qian's test paper. She was the one who was stupid. Do you know that? If I don't help her, do you think I won't fucking help my own daughter? Do you know why Yi Qian is safe and sound? What the fuck do you know?" Yi Jifan, who had always been elegant, was finally forced to lose his composure. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. His cold expression made Sun Dongxing retreat step by step. She finished all the questions in an hour. Your good daughter thought that she was smart and that Yi Qian was inferior to her. She finished all the questions. Why did she still write a note? Did she want to tell everyone that she was trying to frame Yi Qian? Other than making trouble, what the fuck do you know? Even the governor is asking about this. What can I do? Tell me, is this our fault, or is it Yi Qian's fault? As long as you can prove that it's Yi Qian's fault, I'll fight for justice for my daughter even if it means risking my life. Sun Dongxing was dumbfounded. She fell heavily onto the bed and did not regain her senses for a long time. How could this be? How could that wretched girl be so powerful? I just heard the examinees next door say that this year's math exam questions are very difficult. I'm afraid they didn't do well. Damn girl, how can you be so powerful? You finished all the questions in an hour. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Yi Jifan opened a bottle of mineral water, his eyes dark and his chest heaving up and down. It's already the best outcome that we can get. Also, go and find out where Director Huang's daughter is studying. Ying can't stay in China any longer. She'll be sent overseas after the college entrance exams. Send him overseas? Ying stopped crying and lifted her head from the pillow. Her red and swollen eyes glowed. Dad, I want to study overseas. I don't want to stay in China anymore. Find out more about her first. We'll talk about it after the college entrance exams. At the very least, she needed to have the college entrance exam scores. Even if she wanted to go to a better school overseas, she would still need to have a good score in China. Yi Jifan raised his hand and pressed on his swollen forehead. He stared coldly at his indignant wife and shouted, "Also, you're not allowed to cause trouble for Yi Qian at school, do you hear me?" Chapter 12:23. Yi Jifan still wanted to wait for Ying to get her grades before going abroad to study. Who would have thought that things would take a sudden turn in the evening? At 7 o'clock in the evening, the provincial office called and asked him to go back immediately to attend a meeting that he could not miss no matter what. Old Yi, you have to be mentally prepared. Before Yi Jifan hung up the phone, the colleague who informed him of the meeting suddenly said such a sentence, which made Yi Jifan, who had always been calm, panic. He wanted to ask more questions, but the other party hung up in a hurry. Obviously, this was the best the other party could do to remind him. In order to let Yi Ying sleep a little longer, the family stayed in the hotel and did not go home. Sun Dongxing saw her husband's face change drastically. Because of what happened to Ying during the day, she was uneasy. Seeing this, she asked in a panic, "Who called?" "The provincial office called and asked me to rush over for a meeting." Yi Fan, who pressed the corners of his mouth tightly, knew that his voice was tense when he spoke. He looked at his daughter, who was studying in the room. No matter how stupid and disappointing she was still his daughter. Moreover, what she did during the day was approved by him. And because Yi Jifan knew that he was responsible, he did not teach Ying a lesson for saying such a stupid thing at the end. Remind me to be mentally prepared. It seems that this meeting has something to do with me. Sun Dongxing, whose calves were suddenly weak, was anxious. Then what should we do? What has something to do with you? Can't be. Sun Dongxing, who was in a panic, kept quiet. It can't be because of what happened to her daughter during the day. Although she did not say it out loud, Yijifan, who knew what she wanted to say, had a dark look on his face. Sun Dongxing felt even more uneasy. Sun Dongxing waited until 12 o'clock in the morning when she finally heard a knock on the door. At the same time, she received the bad news that broke her heart. Tell your daughter that she doesn't need to take the college entrance examination. After discussion with the relevant departments, we will punish her severely. Yi Ying from the provincial second high school will be disqualified from taking the college entrance examination for 3 years. The expressionless Yijifan told Sun Dongxing the results of the meeting in one breath. This time they had lost. Their family had lost big time. Yi Ying had already fallen asleep. When she was woken up and found out the result, she didn't even make a sound. She opened her eyes wide and fainted in front of Yijifan and his wife. She was disqualified from the college entrance examination for 3 years. It was over, she was finished. Ying, my Ying. Sun Dongxing picked up her daughter, who had fainted with her eyes wide open, and wailed, "My Ying, don't scare your mother, don't scare your mother." Yijifan, who only had one precious daughter, was also scared out of his wits. Trembling, he dialed 120. He tried to catch his breath and pinched his philtrum. His face was pale with fright, and his hands were trembling. Ying was sent to the hospital early in the morning. By the time she woke up, the morning had already passed. How could this be? Old Madame Ye's voice came from outside. She was so old that one could hear her withering. Why did you admit it back then? Wrong. How could you admit it? So what if the provincial governor knows? The most he can do is criticize you for the conflict between the two children. It's not like he can remove you from your position. Old Madame Yi was really angry. She didn't expect that 1 or 2 people would be defeated by this wretched girl. She couldn't accept it. Mom, let me be alone. I don't want to say anything right now. Yijifan sat with his head raised. His indifferent expression was unfathomable. Chapter 12:24. Old Madame Yi was a difficult person to deal with. She was so frightened by Ho Zi that she was sent to the hospital, so she had no idea what was going on outside. She was also worried that her daughter would be in danger, so she repeatedly reminded her not to cause trouble for Yi Qian. There was no need to mention her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu. He already knew that his mother-in-law and wife were behind this when Ho Zi said those harsh words. He knew that he couldn't casually interfere in this matter. Gossip between women should be treated as gossip between women. If he interfered, Ho Zi wouldn't just release a cat or a snake. She would probably send someone to put a gun to his head. Fortunately, old Madame Yi was clear about her daughter's family. After Yi Zhixiang was frightened by the snake, she immediately called Sun Yaozu and told him not to interfere in case Ho Zi targeted him. Old Madame Yi would definitely help her daughter and son-in-law's family from the bottom of her heart. This was also the main reason why Sun Yaozu respected old Madame Yi. However, old Madame Yi didn't have any good intentions towards her adopted son. Every time she thought about how she was forced into a corner by Yi Qian and could only stay in the hospital, the anger in old Madame Ye's heart deepened. If she didn't vent the discomfort in her heart, she was afraid that she would really have to stay in the hospital for a long time. How can you still be quiet at this time? You have to deal with Yingying's matter properly. You definitely can't let a bastard of unknown origin climb onto Yingying's head. Old Madame Ye's face was gloomy, and her aged face was filled with a gloomy coldness. In addition, she had been frightened quite a bit these past few days. Her round face had lost a lot of weight, and she no longer had the kind appearance from before. At a glance, one could tell that she was a sharp and unkind old lady. Yingying was so angry that she was sent to the hospital. As her father, you still don't stand up for her. You've made her so bitterly disappointed. Why is that wretched girl able to take the exam safely while Yingying was disqualified from the college entrance exam? So what if the governor intervenes? Do you think he has the ability to meddle in your family affairs? Even Yijifan couldn't deal with a bastard of unknown origin. Old Madame Yi only thought about it for a moment, and layers of cold sweat kept appearing on her back. She was still a student who hadn't matured yet. If she didn't take the opportunity to teach her a lesson, what would happen in the future? Yi Jifan's eyes were closed the whole time. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. He was so calm that even old Madame Yi couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Seeing that he was unmoved, old Madame Yi gave him another dose of adrenaline. She lowered her voice and said resentfully, "Don't tell me you want to give away the good stuff you got? Once that wretched girl becomes successful, our entire family can forget about living a good life. Also, I don't believe that she's that capable. Tsinghua University and Shidu University don't think highly of them. In my opinion, it's not that they don't think highly of them. It's just that they know their limits and know that they can't get in." Jade pendant. Jade pendant. It was for the jade pendant that he allowed his daughter to take the risk. In the end, she ended up like this. No matter how anxious he was, no matter how much he wanted to see Yi Qian fall, he had to endure. For the sake of his career, he had to endure. As for why old Madame Yi advised him to stand up for her, Yi Jifan's face flashed with a trace of coldness. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the gloomy old Madame Yi. "As long as there's life, there's hope. Mom, I think with your experience, you should know why I have to endure. I've been an official for more than 10 years. Your little tricks won't work on me. Don't worry. Also, Yingying's mother will be here soon. If she sees you here, I don't know how much of a fuss she'll make." He wanted old Madame Yi to leave quickly. Chapter 12:25. Fine, fine, fine. My good intentions are treated as ill intent. Fine, I won't talk about it anymore. I won't talk about it anymore. I only feel bad for Yingying. Old Madame Yi stood up angrily. The anger on her face disappeared as she turned to leave. Yi Jifan had the intention to retreat. If even he stopped for the time being, then it seemed that there was no way to make a move on that wretched girl. Thinking about it, old Madame Yi wanted to slap herself. She shouldn't have spread rumors about Master Ho-san and the wretched girl. She shouldn't have provoked this murderous god. Otherwise, Sun Yaozu could have found someone to deal with the wretched girl in secret. Yingying's tears had already wet the pillow. Even her grandmother, who was never close to her, couldn't stand it anymore. How could her father tolerate it? Did he think that she was inferior to Yi Qian? That she couldn't be compared to Yi Qian at all? Canceling the college entrance examination for 3 years. The worst result wasn't that she and Yi Qian couldn't take the exam, but that Yi Qian could continue to be successful while she hid in the hospital like a coward, unable to go anywhere. Sun Dongqing, who was holding a bowl of chicken soup, came in and saw her daughter's tear-stained face. The anger in her heart erupted like a volcano. She couldn't hold it in. That old woman was right. If you can't even protect your own child, you don't deserve to be a parent. Fine, fine, fine. She could tolerate Yi Jifan not making trouble for his own future. She knew that he was doing it for the family and for Yingying to start all over again. But she couldn't tolerate it. What right did a wretched girl, who was inferior to her daughter in every aspect, have to hold her head high? If she hadn't been soft-hearted and taken her in, who knew where she would be begging for food? Yingying, your father is in a difficult situation. We have to understand him. But don't worry, I'm not afraid of getting my shoes wet. When you get better, I won't let that wretched girl off. I'll definitely avenge you. Ying, who had been crying with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with viciousness that made people panic. Her hands gripped the snow-white bedsheet tightly, and she said word by word, "Mom, I won't let her off. I won't let her off. I know. Have a good rest. Mom will definitely stand up for you." Sun Dongqing was afraid that her daughter would faint again from anxiety, so she comforted her with lingering fear. "Drink the soup first. If you want to deal with that wretched girl, you have to have the strength to do so. You don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on recuperating. Tomorrow at the latest, I'll definitely go to the provincial first high school to make a fuss. I won't talk about the college entrance exam, I'll just talk about how unfilial she is. You didn't recognize your own grandmother and uncle, and even made the two of you so angry that you were hospitalized. She just wants to be in the limelight. Fine, I'll let her be in the limelight. Let's see what kind of trash their school has produced. Is this really okay? Could they really suppress Yi Qian?" Yi Ying, who was angry just a second ago, burst into tears the next second. "But how can we deal with her? She humiliated me like that. How can I return the favor? Saying that she's unfilial and that she angered grandma to the point that she had to go to the hospital is a completely superficial accusation. It won't affect her at all. I used to think that I could use my results to make fun of her. But in the end, I couldn't take the college entrance exam for 3 years. My life is over. My life is completely over. Sun Dongqing couldn't care less. Even if it didn't hurt Yi Qian, she still wanted to scold him and avenge her daughter. Chapter 12:26. Looking at her pale daughter crying so hard that she could barely breathe, Sun Dongqing couldn't hold back her tears. The mother and daughter cried together. One moment, they were scolding the unfairness. The next moment, they were cursing Yi Qian for getting a 0 in the college entrance exam. If there really was a way, Yi Zhifan wouldn't have been so quiet. If Sun Dongqing wanted to stand up for Yi Ying, what else could she do other than go to the school and make a scene? Old Madame Yi listened outside for a while and said to Yi Zhixiang, "Go and hold your brother back. I'll go in and talk to your sister-in-law." Sun Dongqing brought the chicken soup over, so Yi Zhifan went out to eat. Old Madame Yi didn't manage to persuade him, so she turned her attention to Sun Dongqing, who was eager to protect her daughter. She had to get someone to go to the school and make a scene. Even if it didn't affect Yi Qian's results, she had to make her unhappy. The second day of the college entrance exam passed as Yi Ying washed her face with tears. She didn't appear in the exam hall that day, so the students in the third exam hall couldn't help but take a few glances. On the third day, which was the last day of the exam, the parents waiting outside found out that a student named King in the third exam hall had been arrested for cheating and was disqualified from the exam. Sun Dongqing, who was standing in the crowd, heard all the parents talking about her daughter. She couldn't wait to rush up and fight with them. If Yi Zhixiang didn't stop her, she probably would have gone up. "Sister-in-law, if you fight now, don't even think about going in later." Yi Zhixiang held her back tightly, afraid that she would make a wasted trip again. Thinking of old Madame Ye's advice, she hurriedly comforted her. "Why are you arguing with them? They're talking about other people. What can we do? We're not looking for anyone else today. We're only looking for Yi Qian. Sister-in-law, if you can't hold it in, you won't even be able to enter the school, let alone look for that wretched girl." Sun Dongqing was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. A bunch of foul-mouthed idiots. Do they think their daughters and sons can pass the exam? But both of them failed the exam. Her voice had always been loud, and she didn't bother to hide her anger. Yi Zhixiang didn't have time to cover her mouth before Sun Dongqing started cursing. When the surrounding parents heard this, their faces were all filled with anger. Whose parent was this? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Ignore her. One look and I can tell that the child at home is a disappointment. Hearing us chatting happily, she's unhappy and wants to vent her anger. Who do you think you are? Your mouth stinks. Her child is the one who failed. That's right. If you're unhappy, then go home and stay there. Why did you come out to embarrass yourself? One after another, Sun Dongqing, who was originally burning with anger, could no longer hold it in. She directly scratched the face of the parent closest to her. "Shameless thing, see if I don't tear your stinky mouth apart. Someone's fighting. Someone's fighting. Quick, open it, open it. Pull them apart. Police, where are the police? There's a fight here. There's a fight here." On the third day of the college entrance exam, the main gate of the school was very lively. There was actually a parent beating someone up. Unknown. The main entrance of the school was bustling with activity, but there were also parents discussing this matter at the back entrance. After such a big incident, how could they not talk about it when they gathered together? Not being able to take the college entrance exam for 3 years is indeed quite tragic. The T6 combatant who had been with Xia Jinyuan for 3 consecutive days sounded rather regretful. He sighed and said, "That little girl is too evil. It's only right that she be taught a lesson. Otherwise, she'll really think that she's invincible in the future." He sounded rather regretful, but when he finished speaking, it was as if an icicle had shattered. It was cold and heavy. Chapter 12:27. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian did not mention Yi Ying. Knowing the result, there was no need to mention her. This kind of person did not deserve to appear in their conversation. he replied indifferently, "Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you did. Being disqualified from the college entrance exam for 3 years is not a big deal." Unfortunately, he did not have anything on Yi Jifan. Dealing with Yi Ying was a piece of cake. The only person Yi Qian really wanted to deal with was Yi Jifan. Thinking of Yi Jifan, Xia Jinyuan's eyes turned cold. Even Xia Yiwei was surprised by how fast he was promoted, but they could not find anything wrong with it. A provincial cadre who had been promoted solely based on his personal achievements had a clean resume that couldn't be any cleaner. The only suspicious thing was that Yi Jifan was always able to coincidentally come across major events that could have contributed to his career. For example, when he was promoted from the city to the provincial office, he was able to handle the massive ice storm properly and reduce the country's financial losses. He was promoted to the provincial office because of this one ice storm. Being too clean was also problematic. At the same time, it made him feel alarmed. He could tell that there was someone secretly helping Yi Jifan. Until Yi Qian came out, Xia Jinyuan was still thinking about how to make a hole in Yi Jifan's clean resume to find out who was helping him. In response, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if we find out who it is now, I can't do anything about it. The most important thing is to build a good foundation." With Yi Ying's disqualification, Yi Jifan would probably keep quiet and not dare to make any moves. Yi Qian did not know about what happened at the front gate of the school. After leaving the school, he got into Xia Jinyuan's car and went back to visit Uncle General. After a few hours of apologizing, Yi Jifan finally reached a private settlement with the parents and settled the matter with money. When old Madame Yi found out, she was so angry that her ribs hurt. Idiot, idiot. Who told her to cause trouble for that wretched girl? Look at her, she's so stupid that she didn't even enter the school gates and fought with her parents. Idiot. How could there be such a stupid thing? I couldn't persuade him no matter how hard I tried. He even scratched me. Yi Jixiang covered her face and glanced at the door of the ward. She said softly, "Mom, Yaozu said that we should go back to the countryside before second brother can react." They couldn't let him know that they were the ones who instigated Sun Dongxing to go to school. Old Madame Yi happened to be annoyed by staying in the hospital. In addition, there seemed to be no movement on Ho Zi's side, so she also had the idea of returning to the countryside. Well, it's not peaceful recently. Let's go back to the village and take it as a distraction. Therefore, when Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan drove back to Shuka village, Sun Yaozu also drove old Madame Yi back to Shuka village. The village was not as lively as the city, but it was more peaceful. Looking at the starry sky, Yi Qian, who was lying on a bamboo chair, said to Uncle Jen with a smile, "When Principal Chen comes back, you can play chess and fish with Principal Chen every day." Good. It's good that he's back. Your Uncle Chen has been running around his whole life and worrying about you for so many years. It's time for him to retire. Uncle Jen sipped his tea, his kind smile never disappearing. He looked at the girl with a satisfied expression and smiled slightly. You have to be more careful when you're outside in the future. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I think Major Xia, who came back with you, is a reliable person. With him taking care of you, your Uncle Chen and I can rest assured. But you have to know that relying on others is never as good as relying on yourself. Only by working hard on your own can you have a foothold. Those who truly care about you won't always spoil you, but will remind you when you're in the prime of your life. Uncle Jen was like that. He never forgot to remind Yi Qian. Chapter 12:28. Yi Qian and his granduncle were looking up at the starry sky as they chatted. Xia Jinyuan, who had gone to the army to meet his old comrade, was also looking up at the starry sky as he chatted with political commissar Yan. The more important Yi Qian is to the military, the more responsibility she will have. I'm just afraid that she won't be able to handle it at such a young age. Political Commissar Yen said with a mixture of worry and joy. He then turned to look at the young major who had a bright future ahead of him and joked, "Everyone knows that you have feelings for Miss Jian." Xia Jinyuan felt that there was nothing to hide from his old comrade and Yi Qian. He smiled and said, "Even Political Commissar knows about it. It seems that I can't hide my feelings from anyone." He didn't deliberately hide it from anyone, not even his parents. He told them long ago in case his mother, who had a long reach, intervened before he got his girlfriend. He admitted it without any concealment, which made Political Commissar Yen a little stunned. Then he laughed and said, "You are really honest. In my opinion, it is not so easy to win Jenner's heart. Even if you really win her heart, there will be changes before you marry her. A smart and intelligent girl would be popular wherever she went. Moreover, Miss Jian had a bright future ahead of her. Those young men with good taste would definitely not miss out on this opportunity." Major Xia had been in the army for many years. Sometimes he couldn't even find someone he wanted. This undoubtedly gave others many opportunities to pursue Miss Jian. It wasn't impossible for there to be changes in their relationship. Political Commissar Yen didn't treat Xia Jinyuan as an outsider and directly reminded him. In fact, the meaning behind his words was very obvious. If he wanted to be with Yi Qian for a long time, it would be best to settle the matter first to avoid complications. There will be changes if I don't marry her, and there will also be changes if I marry her. It depends on the person. Xia Jinyuan's smile spread from the corners of his mouth to the tips of his eyebrows, revealing his reserved confidence. I'm different from Yi Qian. We will be lovers in the future and will also be comrades. Political Commissar, when the time comes, you can wait to attend our wedding banquet. Political Commissar Yen was naturally happy to see this happen. He also felt that the two were indeed a good match. The man was handsome and the woman was intelligent. They had known each other for many years and knew each other very well. If they could really get together, they would be happy. Sure, I'll be waiting for your wedding invitation. As they spoke, they talked about when they would be leaving. Then, they asked about Yi Qian's college entrance examination, as if they were his elders. When the college entrance examination results are out, Yi Qian and I will leave. It should only take about a week. Xia Jinyuan answered them one by one, and his tone was rather respectful. Her grades have always been good, and she has a good chance of getting into the National University of Science and Technology. The military is also waiting for her score to be released. When the time comes, there will be a series of arrangements. He didn't directly mention the specific arrangements, but Political Commissar Yen could tell that Yi Qian's future path would be much smoother than it was now. A gratified smile appeared on his resolute face as he sighed. Little girl Jian has finally made it. Even if the days from now on are bitter, she will be willing to suffer. If you really manage to win her heart, you must treat her well and love her. She suffered a lot when she was young, and her mind is sharp. If you do something wrong to her in the future, it will be in vain even if you sincerely repent. At the mention of this, Xia Jinyuan's face became serious and he said solemnly, "Don't worry, that day will never come." He had seen her suffer. At first, he was attracted by her fearless gaze, then he was interested in her tenacity, and finally, he was surprised by her intelligence. As the days passed, he was attracted to her day by day. By the time he realized his feelings, it was already too late. It was so late that he couldn't restrain himself no matter how hard he tried. He could only let nature take its course. Chapter 12:29. Yi Qian was hard to win over, but he had the most say. After her resistance, indifference, and avoidance, and the fact that they hadn't seen each other for almost a year, he finally chose to take the initiative. Now that she finally relented, he felt like he had taken a bullet. How could he bear to let her be sad? The night grew darker, and dark clouds covered the stars in the sky. In the middle of the night, it started to rain, and it didn't stop until 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. Yi Qian, who was used to waking up early, prepared mung beans and plain porridge for Uncle Jen since she couldn't do morning exercises. She was waiting for him to wake up. Old people weren't used to waking up late, and when they heard the rooster crowing, they didn't feel sleepy anymore. When Yi Qian was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, Uncle Jen walked out of the peach forest with a fishing rod and went to the 2 ponds in the middle of the village. It was July, and even at 5 o'clock in the morning, there was still light. Some villagers had already opened their doors and turned on the kitchen lights to start a new day of work. The Yi family's house, which was built in the center of the village, also turned on its lights. Uncle Jen walked past the embankment and looked at the car parked in front of the Yi family's house with a serious expression. It's Sun Yaozu's car. It looks like old Madame Yi is back. No, I can't let her see Jian Yiling. Uncle Jian held the wooden bucket in his right hand and the bamboo fishing rod in his left hand. He turned around in the rain. Where are you going now? Grandpa Jian, do you have something urgent? The porridge wasn't cooked yet. Yi Qian was surprised to see Uncle Jian in a raincoat. She didn't know that Grandpa Jian had woken up early. She hurriedly took the straw raincoat from the old man and hung it up properly. She glanced at the fishing rod. Grandpa Jian went fishing early in the morning and came back without even loosening the fishing line. Did something happen when he went out? Uncle Jian wanted to hide it from Yi Qian, but he remembered that she was smart, so he said kindly, I just went fishing. Before I reached the pond, I saw Sun Yaozu's car parked in front of the Yi family's house. I thought old Madame Yi might be back. So that's what happened. Don't worry about it. She and Yi Zhixiang offended a powerful person outside and were so scared that they were hospitalized. I'm afraid they came back to avoid trouble. Yi Qian's smile was calm, and there was nothing strange about it. Don't worry. Don't worry about the Yi family. People like them are a waste of time. It's best to ignore them. She did not mention that old Madame Yi had looked for her before and caused a lot of trouble. You've already said that my father isn't her son. When my father was still alive, he had already repaid her kindness. As for me, firstly, I didn't eat her food. Secondly, I didn't use her food. She wants to put on airs in front of me. She really can't put on airs. Yi Qian's attitude towards the Yi family was very firm. He would never lower his head to them. After a while, old Uncle Jian gently patted Yi Qian's hand that was supporting him. He looked at the girl who had grown into a beautiful girl who was stronger than her mother with a kind gaze. There was a hint of comfort in his voice. It's good that you think this way. Old Madame Yi is nothing to be afraid of. She's old and doesn't have much time left. It's right not to be calculative with her. You have to guard against Yi Zhifan, but you can only guard against him now. You can't do anything. He's a person who cares about his career. Before you have absolute confidence, you can't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll get yourself into trouble. Chapter 12:30. The kitchen in the village was large and covered with black tiles. Smoke rose from the cracks of the tiles when the fire was lit. Yi Jian added 2 pieces of firewood to cook the porridge in the casserole. The fire shone on her face, but the warmth of the fire did not melt the coldness in the depths of her eyes. She pursed her lips and replied softly, I know. They don't dare to mess with me now, and I won't hold on to them. I don't want to waste all my efforts if I can't pass the background check. Uncle Jian, who was sitting in a chair, stared at the girl that he and Chen Dongfeng had trained. He coughed deeply and showed a rare look of seriousness on his face. He looked at Yi Jian, who was trying to hold back her anger, and said with a deep voice, Grandpa Jian still has one more thing to tell you. Little Jian, you have to listen carefully. Before we have any clues, you can't tell me anything, even if it's Major Xia. Yi Qian was startled. Please tell me. Yi Qian didn't even recover from the burning smell of the porridge. Uncle Jian put the casserole aside and looked at Yi Qian, who was still in shock, with pity. I'm a bit confused, Grandpa General. I don't understand. Yi Qian's usually calm voice had a trace of panic. There was too much information, and her head was dizzy. She couldn't make sense of it. Grandpa Jian said that Grandpa Jian and Grandma Yi had entrusted their only son, Yi Xinfan, to old Madame Yi. In the end, old Madame Yi lost Yi Xinfan and replaced him with her father. Before she could digest it, Grandpa Jian threw out another secret. He told her that her mother might have been sacrificed because of that jade pendant. Why was it so messy, so complicated? Even her mother's sacrifice was not simple. No, something was wrong. Yi Qian looked up from her panic and looked at Uncle Jian with her dark eyes. She said softly, Grandpa, my father passed away in an accident, and my mother sacrificed herself in a mission. Do you remember what old Madame Yi did during that time? Where are Yi Zhixiang and Sun Yaozu? Are they in the village or outside? It was Uncle Jian's turn to be confused. He thought for a moment and answered, Your father passed away and your mother sacrificed herself less than 3 months ago. I happened to be in the army. When I came back, your mother's belongings were already in Sun Dongqing and Yi Zhifan's hands. But I'm sure old Madame Yi is in the village. Yi Zhixiang and Sun Yaozu didn't return. Little Jian, what do you mean by this? Grandpa, I suspect that old Madame Yi and Yi Zhixiang had something to do with my father's death. Yi Jian pursed her lips, and her eyes were as cold as the tip of a sword. I didn't doubt it before. More than 40 days before the college entrance examination, old Madame Yi broke into the school and wanted to forcibly move my household registration. In a fit of anger, I took out my parents' photos. At this point, Yi Qian felt that her throat was as dry as a knife. I noticed that the mother and daughter didn't even dare to look at my father's photo. Yi Zhixiang felt guilty, and old Madame Yi felt lucky. So, I suspect that my father's death was more than meets the eye. Uncle Zhen, who was usually emotionless, tensed up when he heard this. 3 months after your father passed away, your mother called me and told me that she was going on a mission. She also told me that if something happened to her, it might have something to do with a piece of jade. Little Jian, when your mother left the village, only old Madame Yi knew. And when your father left the village to work, only old Madame Yi knew. Chapter 1231. In other words, her suspicions were not without reason. Yi Jian, whose eyes were filled with hostility, was in a state of turmoil, but his brain was calmer. Investigate, I must find out. Even Sun Yaozu must be investigated. I don't believe that a town bumpkin like him could have saved up such a large business. Of course he couldn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a fugitive. Old Master Zhen's cold words made Yi Qian's gaze sharpen. You're saying that Sun Yaozu is a fugitive? Even after meeting Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian's expression was extremely cold. She had guessed correctly. Sun Yaozu was a fugitive every time he sneaked back to the village. But now he wasn't. Grandpa Zhen said that someone had helped him in secret and removed his identity as a fugitive. What are you thinking about so intently? Xia Jinyuan, who had come to pick her up, saw from the rearview mirror that his girlfriend had a strange expression. Although he was smiling, his eyes darkened. At 6:00 in the morning, he received a call from Old Master General. He said that Yi Qian wanted to visit the military base and asked him to drive her home. It was understandable that she wanted to visit the military base. She had deep feelings for the military base in Fujian town. Since she was back in the village, she naturally wanted to visit. But he didn't expect to see this little fox. However, this was a serious matter. Old Master Zhen had repeatedly instructed her not to mention it, not even to Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian forced a smile. I don't feel good knowing that I can't accompany Grandpa Zhen even when I'm back. Was that really the case? Xia Jinyuan didn't believe her. But there must be a reason why she couldn't say it directly. He didn't pursue the matter. He smiled and said, Grandpa Zhen has to wait for Uncle Chen to come back before we can go to the military base together. I think Uncle Chen will be back the day after tomorrow at the latest. At night, you can accompany Grandpa Zhen again. Principal Chen needed to hand over the work of the provincial first high school's library. Knowing that Yi Qian would be leaving for the military base in a week, he asked the two of them to drive away first. He would return after handing over the work. If they followed the normal procedure, they should be able to return to the village by noon today. Yi Qian did not want to hide the truth, but he had no choice but to do so. He tried his best to adjust his emotions, and the cold expression on his face gradually relaxed. Fortunately, he had undergone special training, and after adjusting for a while, the coldness from before disappeared. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan said casually, I really didn't know that I was Sima Zhao. Everyone knows that. Even political commissar Yen saw through me. He kept teasing me last night. He also said that in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it's best to marry you as soon as possible. It was easy to say, but Yi Jian was shy. As she listened, her fair face turned red. She said awkwardly, How? How did the political commissar know? Doesn't that mean Captain Liu also knows about it? Of course, I even promised to send you an invitation when we get married. His 8 characters had just been revealed, but he was already thinking so far ahead. Yi Qian glared at him. Hearing his low voice, he relaxed. The day after tomorrow, Yi Qian waited for Uncle Zhen and Principal Chen to come over. He also heard another big news. Yesterday, old Madame Yi suddenly suffered a stroke and collapsed. The hospital said that she would not be able to move her limbs in the future. Her mouth was crooked, and she needed to be taken care of. Yi Jian's lips curled up slightly. This was retribution. However, Yi Qian quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. The military already knew about her score, and they asked her to pack her luggage immediately. Oh, she didn't even need to pack her luggage. She just needed to take the relevant documents and go with Xia Jinyuan to the naval base in the southernmost part of the country. The first page of a new chapter was opened. Chapter 1232. Shuku village had already become Yi Qian's harbor. Every time he left, he would see Uncle Zhen standing at the edge of the village, watching him leave. He missed his hometown even before he left. In the past, Uncle Zhen stood alone at the entrance of the village. Now that Uncle Chen was by his side, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile with tears in his eyes. I'm afraid I won't have many chances to come back in the future. Yi Qian wiped away the tears that were about to seep out of his eyes when he couldn't see the two elders anymore. He said sadly, I wonder if I can come back once a year? The roads from the village to the town and then to the city were mostly winding roads. Xia Jinyuan's driving skills were good and he drove very steadily. Hearing this, he smiled and replied, If I told you that you probably won't be able to come back in 4 years, would you be sad? 4 years? Yi Qian was shocked. He looked at the smiling guy and muttered, I won't be able to come back in 4 years. That's impossible. Soldiers also had family leave, not to mention she was still a student. Although he didn't look surprised, Xia Jinyuan seemed to have seen through him. His smile faded a little. It's possible. I haven't been home for 4 years too. During winter and summer vacations, my family hasn't picked up a single call from me. Yi Qian's heart sank a little. Captain Xia said that he wouldn't be able to come home for 4 years. Did she have to do the same? Why did she have to do the same? There was a lot of information, so Yi Qian couldn't help but think about it. For a moment, the car was silent. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who was deep in thought, through the rearview mirror. His thin lips curved up a little. With Little Fox's intelligence, she would definitely think deeper into his words. The military had already taken his suggestion and trained Yi Qian to be an all-round soldier king, so that he could smoothly enter the Snowfield Brigade in the future and take over the work of another team. It was extremely difficult for a woman to become a Special Forces soldier. Since Yi Qian had the ability to become a Special Forces soldier, the military would definitely not allow such a talent to be buried in the tide of the army. In addition, Yi Qian was highly regarded by the army major general, so it was impossible for her to be mediocre for the rest of her life. Yi Qian's magnificent military career was already beckoning to him. He drove quietly with a calm expression. Yi Jian, who was deep in thought, gradually became serious. She seemed to be thinking of something and looked at Xia Jinyuan thoughtfully. Before she could retract her gaze, the man who was driving calmly looked up and smiled at her through the mirror. His elegant smile was indescribably flirtatious. Yi Qian glared at him before saying, Is it because the military wants to train me to be like you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that I might be like you, unable to return home for 4 years. Other than that, she couldn't think of any other reason why she might be like him, unable to return home for 4 years. That was why his little fox was so smart. She could immediately think of the key points after he said a few words. Before the matter was completely settled, everything was unknown. She just wanted to know what to expect. Be mentally prepared that you won't be able to return home for 4 years. At home, there's Uncle Chen taking care of you. If anything happens, I'll inform you immediately. Xia Jinyuan didn't deny it, nor did he confirm it. He maintained a faint smile, and his voice was as cold as jade. I believe you know how high the expectations the military headquarters has for you. Work hard, and I will always be waiting for you in front. When you join the Snowfield Brigade, when you become a true comrade, I'll use the best time to carve out our love. Chapter 1233. Even though he didn't say anything, Yi Qian already knew that the military had the intention of training her to be like Xia Jinyuan. They hoped that she could become a Special Forces soldier who could fight on the front lines like him. Just thinking about it made Yi Qian's heart surge. Her dark eyes were brighter and brighter than the stars in the midsummer night. Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. The day of fighting together was not far away. Shuku village was getting further and further away from them. When they reached the town, Yiqian saw a car with a provincial license plate parked in front of a food wholesaler. 3 familiar figures walked out of the wholesaler with a few red plastic bags in their hands. Yi Fan, who was walking in front, turned around and said something. Yi Ying's expression immediately tensed up. Sun Dongqing, who was walking at the back, replied angrily. She put an arm around Yi Ying's shoulder and comforted her daughter in a low voice. Yi Qian's cold gaze swept across the family of 3. She narrowed her eyes slightly and asked the man who didn't seem to notice the family of 3, Captain Xia, old Madame Yi suddenly had a stroke. Was it Brother Zi's doing? Also, why do I feel that Yi Ying was disqualified from the college entrance examination for 3 years? Yi Ying's actions would only result in a 0 score being disqualified from the college entrance examination for 3 years. Back then, the head of the Provincial Education Bureau said that she would only get a 0 score. Who knew that there would be an unforeseen event that night? She didn't come to the examination hall the next day. No matter how she thought about it, Captain Xia had something to do with it. It had been a week. Xia Jinyuan didn't expect her to ask about it again. He answered vaguely, evil will be repaid with evil. Their family can do things that harm others. Sooner or later, they will pay for their actions. After hearing his words, Yi Qian smiled. Her gaze towards Xia Jinyuan became gentler. There was someone who always helped her solve her problems without her noticing. He never said anything. Everything was handled in secret so that she wouldn't be distracted. In this life, with such a person by his side, those cold and damp past events seemed insignificant. Old Madame Ye's stroke was quite serious. She had been staying in the town hospital for the past few days and had not been sent to the city hospital, which was 6 hours away from Fujian town. The situation was too sudden. Even if Yi Zhixiang wanted to send him to the hospital, she couldn't send him to the city hospital when he was sick. I don't know why he suddenly had a stroke when he came back. He was mumbling something that I couldn't hear clearly. Yi Zhixiang's eyes were a little red and swollen. She tucked in old Madame Yi, whose mouth was crooked, and said with a haggard face, "Second brother, I want to transfer Mom to the province to take care of her. The environment in the town hospital is too bad." In one night her most powerful backer had fallen. Even the arrogant and despotic Yi Zhixiang had become weak. Sun Dongqing looked at old Madame Yi, who could not speak and could not walk. There was an indescribable joy in her heart. She replied sarcastically, "Your house is big, and Mom has been worried about you for a lifetime. It's only right for her to take care of you in the province." She wanted her to take care of him? No way. Second sister-in-law, don't be sarcastic. You're also responsible for Mom's stroke. Don't try to get away with it. Yi Zhixiang had never been kind to Sun Dongqing. Yi Zhixiang, you're the one taking care of her. It has nothing to do with me. You want to blame it on me? No way. Sun Dongqing, who was not to be outdone, immediately retorted, "You used to make things difficult for me. Now that something has happened, you're thinking of me. Yi Zhixiang, do you think I'm still as easy to bully as before?" Chapter 12:34. Less than 2 minutes after entering the room, the sister-in-law and sister-in-law started arguing. Although old Madame Yi could not speak or move her legs, her mind was clear. When she heard the argument, she spoke in a hurried and incomprehensible tone. Her eyes were locked on Yi Zhifan's face, and her hands, which could still move, were knocking on the bed. She was hinting for Yi Zhifan to stop the fight. Yi Zhifan glanced at her. He knew that she wanted to talk to him, so he looked at Yi Zhixiang coldly. "Mom is in this state, and you're still in the mood to argue with your sister-in-law? Sun Yaozu has already made arrangements at the hospital in the provincial capital. I'll take you and Mom there." "Who's arguing with her? Did you see that she cared about Mom?" Yi Zhixiang replied fiercely. Then she remembered old Madame Ye's advice. She raised her hand to brush her hair and softened her voice. "Mom is sick, and I'm anxious and angry. Brother, don't take it to heart." Even she knew to lower her head. Yi Zhifan twitched the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "There's no cure for a stroke. We can only take it slowly and see if it gets better. She can't walk or use a wheelchair, but it's a big deal that she can't speak. Look, I can't even hear what Mom wants to say now." Old Madam Yi, who could not speak, heard him. Her eyes were filled with venom, and her voice became louder and louder. Saliva even dripped from the corner of her mouth. Yi Ying frowned when she saw her stomach churning. She looked away. She did not want such a person in the house. Yi Zhixiang held Old Madam Ye's hand and took a notebook from the bedside table. She stuffed a pen into Old Madam Ye's hand. "Mom, write this for Brother Tingru." Old Madam Yi, who could still move her hands, wrote the word, "simple," on the notebook with trembling hands. Then her gaze fell on Yi Zhifan's face. Her face was so ferocious that it made Yi Ying's heart beat faster. "I've been busy with Ying going abroad, so I'm not sure about Yi Qian's situation. You and Zhixiang instigated my wife to cause trouble at the school. Then something happened to her, and you ran back to the village," Yi Zhifan said casually. He glanced at Yi Zhixiang, whose expression froze, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. "Now that something has happened, Zhixiang, you take good care of Mom. I'll come back to visit when I have time." This was something Yi Zhifan had thought carefully before saying. As for Yi Qian, a vicious look flashed across his eyes. He muttered to himself for a while before continuing, "Let's put Yi Qian's matter aside for now. Let's see which school she gets into first. By the time she got into university, it would be too late." Old Madame Yi, who couldn't speak, was so anxious that more saliva flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her right hand, which was holding the pen, wobbled as she wrote a word that seemed to be broken. Then she stared at Yi Zhifan, waiting to see how he would answer her. Yi Zhixiang secretly sighed in relief when she saw that Yi Zhifan didn't come after her. She was really afraid of her second brother now. Yi Zhifan picked up the notebook and looked at it carefully. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Mom, you should ask Sun Yaozu for this kind of thing. He's good at murder and arson. I don't have that kind of ability." Kill Yi Qian? Old Madame Yi was really awe-inspiring. When Old Madame Yi heard this, she pounded the bed with both hands. Her cloudy eyes were filled with indignation and anger. She couldn't speak or move. No matter how indignant she was, it was useless. Yi Zhixiang was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She glanced coldly at the silent Yi Ying and sneered, "No wonder you're not as good as Yi Qian. When something happened, second brother didn't even dare to take responsibility. He only wanted to push Mom to the wall. Now that Mom is no longer here, second brother is really quick to change his mind." Chapter 12:35. Yi Zhixiang. Sun Dongqing's reaction was intense. She couldn't bear to hear that her daughter was worse than Yi Qian. "No matter how bad my daughter is, she's still better than your two troublemaking sons. Don't think you can bully me just because you gave birth to two sons. I'm not afraid of you now. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Second sister-in-law, you're so impressive. Why don't you show off in front of Yi Qian? Look at you." Ying was disqualified from the college entrance exam, and you still have the cheek to talk about my two sons? That's right, no matter how bad my two sons are, they didn't embarrass themselves in front of the school students. Ying was so angry that her face turned pale. No matter where she went, people would make fun of her. Even her own aunt was making fun of her. Sun Dongqing saw that her daughter's expression was not right. She turned into a tigress and pounced on Yi Zhixiang. "Bitch, your two sons are trash like Sun Yaozu. How dare you talk about my daughter like that? Huh, are you guilty? You're hitting me because you're guilty? Bitch, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Zhixiang was not someone to be trifled with. She picked up the foldable chair in the ward and stopped Sun Dongqing, who was unarmed, from moving forward. Yi Zhixiang's smile deepened. "If you don't do anything, just wait for Yi Qian to get into a good university." Second sister-in-law, you heard it. Which parent didn't say how good Yi Qian is? Do you think you can send Ying abroad? Do you think you'll be better than Yi Qian once you're abroad? I think even if you send Ying to the best university abroad, she's destined to be worse than Yi Qian. Suddenly Zhixiang giggled and mocked them even more. I almost forgot. Ying was disqualified from the college entrance exam. It's written on her file. How can the proper universities abroad accept her? Every word she said was like a needle piercing into Yi Ying's heart. While it pierced her heart, it also made the coldness in her eyes thicker. "Aunt, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Be careful that the two cousins will become fugitives like uncle when the time comes. You'd better worry about yourself. Don't pass out from anger when you hear that Yi Jian got into a good university. Yi Zhixiang's mouth never had anything nice to say. She would say anything that made people uncomfortable. Yi Zhifan's face darkened. He looked at Yi Zhixiang coldly and said, "You played a big part in making Mom what she is today. Am I wrong?" Yi Zhixiang snorted. She could tell that no matter how close her mother was to her second brother, the cold-hearted second brother would never be close to her. Sun Dongqing was furious because she wasn't wrong. She glared at her sister-in-law who had never given her a good time for more than 10 years. Sun Dongqing said fiercely, "Every dog has its day. Yi Zhixiang, I'll wait for the day when you beg my family." Even now, Sun Dongqing still couldn't accept that Yi Qian was better than Yi Ying. She even comforted her daughter like this after leaving the hospital. Don't listen to Yi Zhixiang's nonsense. Even if Yi Qian takes the college entrance exam, she won't be able to get into a good university. When the time comes, go and give her a good scolding. Don't let her be so brazen. After saying this in the afternoon, she was slapped in the face on the afternoon of the third day. A student from the provincial first high school who lived in the same building went home and told his parents that Yi Qian was the only girl in the province who was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology. He also said that she was not only the top scorer in the province, but also the top scorer in the country. The entire provincial capital was in an uproar. Ying was dumbfounded when she heard this. Chapter 12:36. How is that possible? There must be a mistake. How could that wretched girl be the top scorer in science? There must be a problem, old Yi, there must be a problem. Call and check, we need to check her score. Sun Dongqing, who had returned home in the provincial capital, could not accept it. How could a wretched girl, who had lived in her daughter's shadow for a long time and was inferior to her in every aspect, achieve such good results? It's fake, it's fake. It must be fake. National University of Science and Technology, no wonder she rejected the direct recruitment of Hua University and Shi University. It turned out that she wanted to get into the National University of Science and Technology, a top military school in the country that counted military service and had living allowances. Yi Ying's angry roar came from the room, followed by a series of clattering sounds. Sun Dongqing, who was throwing a tantrum in the living room, jumped up in shock. The door was locked from the inside, and Sun Dongqing anxiously banged on the door. "Ing, don't scare me. It's okay, it's okay. It's fake, it's all fake." Yi Zhifan, who was equally anxious, saw this and pulled his wife away. He shouted angrily, "The score can't be fake. She got into the National University of Science and Technology after so many exams. What's the use of throwing a tantrum at home now? Military school, are we going to be soldiers? Soldiers, Ing, we can be soldiers too. If she's a soldier, you can be a soldier too. It's not a big deal." Sun Dongqing was afraid that her only daughter would take things too hard and her knees would go weak. "We can be soldiers, we won't be worse than her." Soldiers? Yi Zhifan's eyes narrowed slightly. If they could not find a good school overseas, being a soldier was not a bad way out. Moreover, with his daughter's intelligence, she could also get into the military school in the army. "Your mom is right. If you want to join the army, we can sign up in the winter and try to get into the military school based on your results." Yi Zhifan was much calmer and could convince Yi Ying more. "Dad is also responsible this time. Come out first, we can talk." The door opened and Yi Ying walked out expressionlessly. "Dad, Mom, I don't want to go abroad, I want to be a soldier. Help me find out if I can get into the military school in the army. I'll join the army this year." "All right." Yi Zhifan nodded. Joining the army was indeed a way out. However, the family of three had forgotten something very important. When Yi Ying was in junior high school, she had gotten a certificate that clearly stated that she had heart disease. According to the physical examination standards for conscripted citizens, patients with heart disease were not eligible for conscription. When Ho Zi, who was in the provincial capital, found out that old Madam Yi had suffered a stroke and had been transferred to the provincial capital hospital for treatment, He also found out that Yi Qian was the top scorer in the national science exam. He called Xia Yiwei, who was no longer as cold to him as before. I heard that Yi Qian got into the military academy and is the top scorer in the national science exam. Sixth brother's foresight was extraordinary. Luckily, sixth brother treats Yi Qian well. He's a little like me. In return, Xia Yiwei smiled coldly. Did he call her whenever something happened? Yi Qian was the top scorer in the National Science Olympiad. Did he still need him to tell him? Sixth brother's surname is Xia, not Ho. Don't flatter yourself. With that, she hung up the phone. It was as if she was tired of talking to him. Ho Zi gripped his phone and smiled bitterly. Once a woman hardened her heart, it was really heartless. Who asked you to think that she will always be your woman? Now that she's not with you, you can continue to shamelessly pursue her. Ho Zi put away his phone and looked determined. He only had Xia Yiwei and he would only pursue her. Chapter 12:37. After Xia Yiwei hung up, she immediately called Xia Jinyuan. Listening to the airport announcer's voice from the phone, Xia Yiwei said in a deep voice, "Old Madam Yi has suffered a stroke and is in the hospital. Shouldn't you and Ho Zi stop?" Xia Jinyuan, who was preparing to board the plane, smiled and said, "I stopped a long time ago. You can ask Brother Zi if he stopped. I can't talk to you anymore. Yi Qian and I are preparing to board the plane." "You are now." Xia Yiwei's voice came from the phone. Xia Jinyuan's expression was normal as he hung up the phone. He had to admit that the two siblings hung up at a similar speed. Yi Qian, who was walking with a map of China, saw this and frowned slightly. Sister Yiwei didn't say anything. "Why did you hang up?" Yi Qian, who knew her results, was very calm. After the exam, she knew her results and knew that she would have no problem getting into the National University of Science and Technology. When she heard the exact news, she was only stunned for a second. Hard work pays off. She finally took a symbolic step forward. Now that she had calmed down, she held the map of China that she bought at the airport and looked at it from the north to the south with great interest. It's not convenient for me to say anything about her and Brother Zi. I can only hang up. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't want Yi Qian to know too much, calmly changed the topic. The map only shows 9 sections of the sea in the south. The place we are going to isn't on it. Yi Qian didn't ask further when she heard that it was a personal matter. Her slender finger pointed at the blue area on the map and she smiled peacefully. "Although I can't see it, I know a little bit. I don't want others to ask me about the latitude and longitude of the place we are going to." Li Jinyan doesn't care about superficial things. He only cares about personal results. Xia Jinyuan held her hand and walked into the cabin together. They found a seat and sat down. "If you want to know more, let's go to the reference room tonight." The noon flight would take 2.5 hours to reach the airport. Then, they would need to take a 3-hour car ride to reach the port that led to the base. Then, they would need to take an hour to reach the base by boat. They would only arrive at the base at around 7 in the evening. The sky was blue and the sea was magnificent. A few rubber boats brought the first batch of eliminated soldiers back to the shore. When they were a few meters away from the shore, a Navy soldier wearing a tight black diving suit shouted, "Come down, push the rubber boats ashore." The soldiers sitting on the rubber boats looked sick. They looked sickly and weak. Some of their lips were pale and bleeding. Small wounds on their lips were bleeding from the sun. At first glance, they looked quite scary. Hearing the shouts, a few soldiers gritted their teeth and jumped into the water, ready to push the rubber dinghies. There were a few who were not convinced and directly shouted, "We have already been eliminated, why are we pushing the rubber dinghies? If you want to push, push it yourselves. I'm not doing it." They were eliminated and kicked out of the training camp island without a single chance. Many of the soldiers were still angry. Now that they were asked to push the rubber boats, they took the opportunity to make a fuss. The soldiers who went into the water looked at each other. They pushed the rubber boats with both hands but didn't say anything. "What? You have a problem because we didn't keep you?" The Storm Amphibian Frogman Commando who spoke jumped directly from the rubber boat into the salty and bitter seawater. His gaze was as cold as the ripples on the surface of the sea, and his voice was as sharp as a blade. "Children playing house? Let go if you're not satisfied? Not bad, you have guts. Chapter 12:38. The commando grinned, his white teeth gleaming under the sunlight. It's pointless if you don't push me. Take care of yourselves. After that, he plunged into the sea, which reached his waist, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye under the shocked expressions of all the soldiers. He's gone? He's gone. What should we do? The few eliminated soldiers who still wanted to resist and get off the boat were all dumbfounded. They jumped off the rubber boat one after another, and 2 of them even tried to chase after him. Someone pulled them back and said helplessly, "We can't catch up. They're real water ghosts. We can't catch up." The mysterious and dangerous deep-sea diving was a common occurrence for real water ghosts. Sometimes, even without equipment, they could dive 15 meters down in an instant without any problem. When they plunged into the water, the speed at which they swam down in 1 second was equivalent to the speed at which they swam out in 10 seconds. It was impossible for them to catch up. Seems like there's a wave? Quick, push the rubber boat up. Without a water ghost to guide us, none of us will be able to reach the shore. The waves came as they wished, one after another as if they had calculated the time. For a moment, all of them jumped into the water like dumplings and began to push the rubber boat. At a hidden sentry post on the deserted island, someone was watching everything with binoculars. When he saw the waves coming one after another, and when 2 soldiers were directly knocked over by the waves, his tightly pursed lips curled into a cold smile. Get the few people whose names start with the to keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't show up until the rubber boat has drifted 100 nautical miles away. Li Jinyan put down the binoculars and said coldly. He stepped down from the sentry post in his military boots. Contact the garrison and ask when the last soldier will arrive. The soldiers whose names started with were the scouting water ghosts of the Storm Commandos. If you don't see her before the 5 o'clock tomorrow, tell the garrison directly and ask her to return to where she came from. His voice was as cold as the snow on the top of a snowy mountain that never melted all year round. The commandos behind him did not say anything unnecessary and immediately replied, "Yes." In their hearts, they were thinking, isn't this a bit too much? Didn't they say that she would only arrive at 7 o'clock at night? It would take another 4 hours to reach them from the base, and there would be big waves tonight. Even if they arrived, they wouldn't have the energy to participate in the training at 5 o'clock tomorrow. The Navy commander had naturally taken this into consideration as well. His gaze shifted from a female soldier whose skin was as white as snow to a pearl-like luster. He thought for a moment before smiling and saying, "Yi Qian, your team leader wants you to participate in the training at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. The training location is about 4 hours away from the encampment. Go get your equipment now and set off immediately." Without a word of nonsense, the Marine commander could not help but raise his eyebrows. Xia Jinyuan was expressionless as well. He smiled and said, as expected of the famous Devil King. Even his training style can produce good gold. You have to abide by the rules of whoever's territory you're in. No one can break the rules and no one can claim to be special. This was the case for the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade. Xia Jinyuan, who was watching Yi Qian leave, heard the Navy commander say, "He is indeed the sharp knife of our army. The soldiers trained by him are all like gold and can all become sharp knives. Since the army sent Yi Qian to our naval base, as long as she is not afraid of hardship and fatigue, we will definitely not let her down. When the time comes, we will be waiting for you to review the results." The Major General believes in the Devil King's ability. Before I came, the Major General even smiled and said that if there was a chance, he would like our detachment to compete with the Devil King's commandos. How could his little fox be afraid of hardship and fatigue? Looking at her fearless back, he was already looking forward to the results review before school started. Chapter 12:39. The station was close to the sea, and the sound of the waves could be heard from the windows of the Navy commander's office. The sound of the waves crashing against the sea gave off an inexplicable sense of excitement. It was 7:30 p.m., and there were still a few rays of golden sunset at the edge of the sea. The sand by the sea was dyed golden yellow, and the ground was covered with fragments of gold. Listening to the voice of his subordinate outside, The Navy commander's gaze dimmed a little. He laughed heartily and answered Xia Jinyuan, "That's fine. It'll definitely be interesting if you two teams have a match." Thinking it was feasible, the Navy commander said with interest, "When Li Jinyan's recruit training is over, I'll talk to him and see if we can have a match. Next year, there will be a match between our army and a special force of the U.S. military. If we conduct our own training in advance." The Navy commander's hearty voice gradually lowered, and he looked serious. He was obviously considering the Major General's proposal. Does the Major General have any plans or arrangements? Has he proposed to the military? A match between two special forces was not a trivial matter. It required a report and an application, and then it would be approved according to the actual situation. It could only be carried out when the highest-ranking officers of the two armies voted and the military issued the approval. The Major General is also very interested. August to October is the best time for autumn. If you're interested, the Major General can draft a report first. Xia Jinyuan listened to the Navy commander's words with a smile on his handsome face. He said coldly, "As you said, there will be a match between our army and the U.S. military next year. The U.S. military has always been strong. Since our army is going abroad to meet the enemy, we can't embarrass our country." Yi Qian had already left with the soldiers arranged by the Navy. They would leave in 10 minutes after receiving their equipment. Xia Jinyuan, who could no longer hear her voice, said calmly, "If you're interested, we can do our best to arrange a match before October." The whistle of gathering by the seaside passed into the office through the open window. After a day of training, the Navy quickly gathered and organized, standing in a horizontal and vertical line square formation at the speed of the sea rain passing through the storm. They neatly and orderly reported their numbers, startling the seabirds that landed on the reef and flapping their wings to fly to the sea. His gaze fell on the naval commander outside the window. His expression was solemn. After a while, he replied, "You're right. If you go, you can't lose face for the country. Since it's possible that you and Li Jinyan will be leading the expedition, you should cultivate a tacit understanding. The Major General has the same thoughts as you, so he wants to have a match before October and wait until the end of the year to have mutual training." Xia Jinyuan's voice also gradually lowered. He mentioned that a certain war that ended in the spring and summer of this year was directly caused by a high-tech war led by the United States at the end of the 20th century. Although the Air Force is the main force in this war, the U.S. Army has also played a critical role in this war. Although the Air Force is the main force in this war, the U.S. Army has also played a very important role. Destruction, assassination. Several ethnic leaders of the Southern Alliance were killed. At the same time, the electricity and communications of the entire Southern Alliance were cut off, and they quickly set up a communication base with the Air Force Base. It's not hard to see the strength of the Americans from this. Let's go over there and learn from them. Chapter 1240. The topic of strong countries, big countries, and weak countries always seemed a little helpless, but they couldn't avoid it because of helplessness. They had to pay attention to it and solve it. The Navy commander patted the young major's shoulder gently, and there was a hint of relief in his solemn expression. "With you guys, I believe that all problems won't become a problem. By the way, have you learned about the female soldier you sent?" The topic changed very quickly, and the result was already known. They just sighed and used it as a topic to talk about. Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly. "She's a very outstanding female soldier. However, now that she's training under the Devil King, he still has to judge whether she's outstanding or not. I can only say that Yi Qian is a very outstanding female soldier in our team." The Navy commander's smile deepened when he didn't immediately confirm and only expressed his opinion. "Don't look at how polite you are. In fact, you're the same as the Devil King. You definitely won't easily say that a soldier is outstanding because your definition of outstanding is quite high. Soldiers with good qualifications are only above not bad and are still a distance away from outstanding. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself." Xia Jinyuan didn't deny or confirm. He maintained a smile and walked out of the office with the Navy commander. Night fell and the waves reached the sky. Several patrol ships docked at the port of the station shook slightly with the waves. A few Navy sentries stood like white poplars with steel guns in their hands, guarding the borders of the motherland with cold eyes. Xia Jinyuan, who was looking at the sea, heard the sound of the waves. His dark eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. What kind of ship would send her across such big waves? Just as he was thinking, a Navy lieutenant colonel walked over and saluted the Navy commander. He handed over a folder in his hand. The Ocean Europe has docked at the port and is awaiting orders to depart. Good. The Navy commander took the folder and signed his name on a document for the departure of the special battleship. He said, "The new recruit is an army soldier. Let the soldiers on the ship take care of her. The waves are a little big, so she might get seasick. Prepare some seasick pills for her first." Xia Jinyuan stood 3 steps away and looked away. He did not look at the document signed by the Navy commander. As the lieutenant colonel left, the commander smiled and said, "Yi Qian will depart in a light combat boat in 5 minutes. Li Jinyan will report his safety when he arrives." The light special warship was an indispensable warship in the Navy. It could cooperate with the coastal patrol boats and rigid inflatable boats. Once the Navy found something abnormal on the sea, it could set off from the forward base and carry out a surgical strike on the target. Yi Qian set off in a light battleship. With the draft of the battleship, he could completely ignore the waves. The light battleships could ignore the waves, but the inflatable dinghies couldn't. The soldiers sitting on the dinghies looked at the vast sea and panicked. "Rest first and save up your energy. We'll rotate shifts every 3 hours. Check the ropes. Don't let the waves separate our 3 rubber boats. You guys in front, check the ropes. Arrange for the personnel to rotate shifts every 3 hours. It's only 8 o'clock at night. Don't be in a hurry to go to bed. Bring a diving light and see if you can find something to eat. Otherwise, everyone will go to bed hungry tonight." They had fished in the sea empty-handed during the day and had no harvest. They could only go to the sea at night to take a look,